Across Africa by Air and Rail by Frank G. Carpenter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Across Africa by Air and Rail. The airplane has completed the conquest of the Dark Continent. A 2 months' journey from Cairo to the Cape of Good Hope has been reduced to a possible 52 hours of flying, each hour representing 100 miles through the skies. Cecil Rhodes died hoping that one day his countrymen would finish the greatest of his African projects, an all-British route traversing the continent. His dreams were based upon steam and compassed a route of rail and water transport taking advantage of the Nile and the Great Lakes. Those dreams are becoming realities, and today only a few gaps remain unfilled on the long way from the north to the south. In the meantime, aircraft has sprung almost full-fledged into the skies, and the gasoline engine and the airplane have beaten the steam locomotive and its steel track through the wilds. The first flight from Cairo to the Cape was made by 2 officers of the South African Air Force, Colonel P. van Rynveld and Lieutenant C.J.Q. Brand. Of 4 competitors who started from Cairo, they were the only ones to land at Cape Town. They had several accidents and wrecked 2 machines on the way. Leaving Cairo on February 10, 1920, they took 28 days to reach Cape Town, although their actual flying time was counted in hours. Their nearest competitor covered only half the distance, while the 2 others did not succeed in getting across the desert wastes of the Sudan. In the airplane of our imagination, let us take the trip they made. We may be sure of excitement, for even under favorable conditions we are starting out on one of the most dangerous air journeys known to the world. But let us first look at a map and pick out our route. It is a jagged line extending from north to south, the length of the continent. It is marked with dots and triangles, each showing a place where we may land. As we look at the map, it seems quite simple and easy, but actual experience proves its great difficulties. We shall leave Cairo at dawn and follow the Nile to Khartoum. This is a flight of 1,000 miles, but landing places have been prepared along the entire route at intervals of 200 miles. We shall stop at one of these long before noon and spend several hours to avoid the heat of the day, when gusts of hot air rising from the sun-baked desert make it dangerous to fly at low altitudes. At the start of our flight we shall rise a mile or more to avoid these treacherous currents, which frequently take the form of air spouts, often visible on account of the dust and sand they have sucked up with them. Such currents have force enough to toss our plane about like a leaf in the wind. With these great gusts of hot air spouting upward are cold currents rushing downward. These are even more dangerous as they are always invisible. Consequently, we shall fly high to avoid a bumpy passage, as our pilot calls it, and in landing must be careful lest we get caught in an air pocket. From Khartoum we start on the second, longest, and most dangerous leg of the journey. This covers a distance of 2,600 miles, extending to Livingstone near Victoria Falls in northern Rhodesia. We shall follow, in a general way, the Blue Nile to Erie, and then go almost due south to Uganda and Lake Victoria, the second largest lake of the world. We shall skirt the eastern edge of the Sud, in which there is hardly a single safe landing place. Except in the main channels, masses of papyrus completely hide the water, and if we should come down in that treacherous region, we could hardly hope to get out alive. We should be unable to walk, swim, or float in the dense tangle. This second leg of our journey takes us into the heart of Africa. The country is wooded and mountainous. It is very hot, for we are nearing the equator, which cuts across the upper edge of Lake Victoria. In fact, our pilot will not fly after 9 in the morning, nor earlier than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The air is more bumpy, and often terrific thunderstorms seem to fill the sky with sheets of water. In dodging these storms we must be careful not to fly so far off our course as to be forced to land in the wilds. The country here is a mile or more above sea level, and if we should fly too high in order to avoid the heat gusts, we may have trouble with our engines in the rarefied air. Below us are dense forests and rocky hillsides, and natural landing places hardly exist. As we go down the eastern shore of Lake Victoria, we see new sights. These are the waterspouts, great spiral columns whirled up from the lake into the air by the eddying winds. Our route from Kisumu on Lake Victoria is to the southwest, and we land at Mwanza on the south shore. This is one of the outposts of the white man's civilization in darkest Africa. From Mwanza we continue southwest across Tanganyika territory to Abercorn at the lower end of Lake Tanganyika, and then fly on to Broken Hill in northern Rhodesia, where once more we see a railroad. Preparing landing places in this part of Africa was a big job in itself. Not only were thousands of trees cut down to make clear spaces, but they were dug up by the roots to prevent them from sprouting again. Many of the native chieftains take great interest in keeping clear these aerodromes, which would soon be gobbled up by the jungles if left to themselves. They have also broken up and carried away from these spaces the giant ant hills that cover the land of Central Africa like freckles on a boy's face. These hills, which are often 25 or 30 feet high and 40 or 50 feet thick, are the home of the white ant. To make one airdrome in northern Rhodesia, a force of 700 natives worked 5 months taking out 25,000 tons of the heavy rock-like clay with which the ants, grain by grain, had built their African apartment houses. Were our airplane to strike an anthill in landing, it would surely be wrecked. From northern Rhodesia down into Cape Colony, our flight is not quite so difficult. The country is lower and there are more open spaces. At Livingstone we begin the third stage of the journey, and there cross the Zambezi, looking down upon its wonderful falls, larger than Niagara. From Bulawayo, the next important stop, we bear to the east as we go south, passing over the Transvaal with its diamonds and gold mines. We stop at Johannesburg and then fly to the westward on down to Bloemfontein. Our last flight takes us to Table Mountains with Cape Town and the Atlantic Ocean at its foot. We are at the end of the continent and have completed our 5,200 miles through the air. Those who know best the conditions in Africa believe that the establishment of a regular air service along the Cape to Cairo route will be difficult. During the rainy season, dense fogs are common, making flying uncertain and dangerous, while at times the smoke from forest fires causes great trouble. On account of the rapid evaporation, the storage of gasoline in the tropical belt is extremely difficult. Sudden changes in atmospheric conditions form another serious danger. But with the development of wireless stations along the route and the use of the radio telephone, aviators can be warned while in flight of the weather conditions ahead and shape their courses accordingly. Meantime, that all British line that Cecil Rhodes planned comes nearer to completion each year. In thinking of the famous Cape to Cairo route, most people consider it as a continuous railway trip, or as an iron track spanning Africa from south to north. This it will perhaps never be. We shall go by steam from Cairo to the Cape of Good Hope, but almost 1/3 of the way will be over navigable rivers and lakes. This was Rhodes' idea, and it is also that of every practical engineer who has examined the country and its traffic possibilities. The journey from Cairo to the Cape is now made by rail, boat, and ground transport. These overland gaps are the ones which will one day be filled with railways, but the water sections will remain as a part of the completed route. The railroad from Cairo has been extended 240 miles south from Khartoum to Sennar on the Blue Nile, where a great new dam, which is to furnish more water for irrigating Egypt and the Sudan, is now under construction. The British have also built a railway from Sennar west to El Obeid in Kordofan. This line crosses the Blue Nile at Kosti. From Sennar, the 1,400 miles to Lake Albert is covered by Nile steamers and by ground transport, which may be automobile horseback, or bullock wagon. From the southern shore of Lake Albert is another gap, which must be covered with ground transport to gain the shores of Lake Victoria, and after Victoria is crossed by steamer, Lake Tanganyika must be reached overland. From Lake Tanganyika to Broken Hill is a gap of 450 miles, which will soon be bridged by railroad construction. From Broken Hill we have the railway to Cape Town. A railroad extends northward from Broken Hill to Bukama in the Congo copper mining district of Katanga, but it does not fit into the scheme of an all-British steam route to Cairo. Another important railway development, also the work of the British, resulted from the World War. The Turks had organized an army to capture control of the Suez Canal, and to meet this attack the British pushed a great expeditionary force into Palestine. They did this by building a swinging railroad bridge across the canal at Kantara and laying a railroad 256 miles through the Sinai and Palestine deserts to Haifa. During these operations, Kantara, normally a small garrisoned railroad town, mostly sand and cinders, became the greatest military base in all history. Besides the soldiers brought from all corners of the British Empire, the British organized the Egyptian Labor Corps, for which more than 1,200,000 Egyptian natives were recruited. This vast army of workers built the railway and kept the stream of men and supplies moving on to meet the attack of the Turks. The Egyptians did not like this service much better than the children of Israel liked toiling without wages for the pharaohs nearly 4,000 years ago. These operations resulted in the defeat of the Turks and saved the canal. Moreover, they linked Africa and Asia by rail, and one may now go on comfortable cars all the way from Cairo to Constantinople and on to Paris. In reality, 3 continents have been joined together by the Kantara Bridge and the Palestine Military Railway. This new link in the chain of the world's railway systems was part of the Kaiser's dream of empire, but he had no part in making it come true, and it now adds to the glory and strength of the very nations he hoped to conquer. End of Across Africa by Air and Rail by Frank G. Carpenter.
The Borgias by Frederick Robert Buckley. From Adventure, June 30th, 1925. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The Borgias by F.R. Buckley. Of all the names in the vast rogues' gallery of history, none shines with such sinister effulgence as that of Borgia. The characteristic of the Borgia, Alexander VI, Cesare, and Lucretia, which has made the greatest appeal to the popular imagination as plotters and poisoners. They are credited with the most complex stratagems and with innumerable murders, committed with a most artistic subtlety and variety of method. The usual impression is that an endless procession of cardinals, dukes, and princes dined with, drank the health of, or accepted rings from the fatal family, and died weeks later without visible symptoms of foul play. The legend is so terrible that it seems almost a pity that it is not true. However, the facts are that Lucretia, supposedly the blackest figure of the 3, was really nothing more than a rather immoral and certainly very stupid woman, with no provable criminal record at all. Cesare, her brother, was simply a mediocre freelance soldier raised to dukedoms by the power of his patron, the Pope. His outstanding murders, those of his brother, his brother-in-law, and Astore Manfredi, were rough, vulgar affairs of cold steel in the hands of servants. Alexander VI seems to have been the only poisoner in the family, and the poison he chiefly affected, when diagnosed in the light of contemporary accounts of the deaths of his victims, is a disappointment, merely an arsonous solution comparable to modern rat poison. There is no authentic support for the fable about his presentation of rings with small, sharp fangs on the inside, which scratched the victim and caused lingering death. There is, in any case, no poison suitable for administration in just this way, except curare, which is even today exceedingly difficult to obtain, and which was then unknown. The only really picturesque mode of assassination in vogue anywhere near the period, in fact, is one mentioned by Benvenuto Cellini, poisoning by the administration of powdered diamond. Crushed glass, as is now well known, does not deserve the reputation it once enjoyed, nor, according to Cellini, do other crushed jewels produce the genuine diamond effect, their fractures being comparatively blunt and their materials soft. The diamond, however, powders into innumerable needles with points of extreme fineness, which do not blunt, and which gradually penetrate the walls of the stomach. So it seems that the long-derided story about lingering deaths from one dose of Borgia poisons may have a foundation in fact. Alexander had plenty of foes to whom he wished all the agony possible, and plenty of diamonds. The end of The Borgias by Frederick Robert Buckley.
John Burroughs' Memories of His Boyhood, Part 1, by John Burroughs, from Harper's Magazine, January 1922. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Boyhood, Part 1, by John Burroughs. Editor's Note: 8 years before his death, Mr. Burroughs was urged by his son Julian to set down some chapters descriptive of his early life. It is this autobiographical record of Mr. Burroughs' boyhood and youth which Harper's Magazine is now privileged to give to its readers in this and subsequent issues. My dear Julian, you ask me to give you some account of my life, how it was with me, and now, in my 76th year, I find myself in the mood to do so. You know enough about me to know that it will not be an exciting narrative or of any great historical value. It is, mainly, the life of a country man, and a rather obscure man of letters, lived in eventful times indeed, but largely lived apart from the men and events that have given character to the last 3/4 of a century. Like tens of thousands of others, I have been a spectator of, rather than a participator in, the activities of the times in which I have lived. My life, like your own, has been along the bypaths rather than along the great public highways. I have known but few great men, and have played no part in any great public events, not even in the Civil War, which I lived through, and in which my duty plainly called me to take part. I am a man who recoils from noise and strife, even from fair competition, and who likes to see his days linked each to each by some quiet, congenial occupation. The first 17 years of my life were spent on the farm where I was born, 1837-1854. The next 10 years I was a teacher in rural district schools, 1854-1864. Then I was for 10 years a government clerk in Washington, 1864, 1873. Then, in the summer of 1873, while a national bank examiner and bank receiver, I purchased the small fruit farm on the Hudson where you were brought up and where I have since lived, cultivating the land for marketable fruit and the fields and woods for nature literature, as you well know. I have gotten out of my footpaths a few times and traversed some of the great highways of travel, have been twice to Europe, going only as far as Paris, 1871 and 1882, the first time sent to London by the government with 3 other men to convey $50 million worth of bonds to be refunded, the second time going with my family on my own account. I was a member of the Harriman expedition to Alaska in the summer of 1899, going as far as Plover Bay on the extreme northeast part of Siberia. I was the companion of President Roosevelt on a trip to Yellowstone Park in the spring of 1903. In the winter and spring of 1909, I went to California with 2 women friends and extended the journey to the Hawaiian Islands, returning home in June. In 1911, I again crossed the continent to California. I have camped and tramped in Maine and in Canada, and have spent part of a winter in Bermuda and in Jamaica. This is an outline of my travels. I have known but few great men. I met Carlyle in the company of Moncure Conway in London in November 1871. I met Emerson 3 times, in 1863 at West Point, in 1871 in Baltimore and Washington, where I heard him lecture, and at the Holmes birthday breakfast in Boston in 1879. I knew Walt Whitman intimately from 1863 until his death in 1892. I have met Lowell and Whittier, but not Longfellow or Bryant. I have seen Lincoln, Grant, Sherman, Early, Sumner, Garfield, Cleveland, and other notable men of those days. I heard Tyndall deliver his course of lectures on light in Washington in 1870 or 71, but missed seeing Huxley during his visit here. I dined with the Rossettis in London in 1871, but was not impressed by them, nor they by me. I met Matthew Arnold in New York and heard his lecture on Emerson. My books are, in a way, a record of my life, that part of it that came to flower and fruit in my mind. You could reconstruct my days pretty well from those volumes. A writer who gleans his literary harvest in the fields and woods reaps mainly where he has sown himself. He is a husbandman whose crop springs from the seed of his own heart. My life has been a fortunate one. I was born under a lucky star. It seems as if both wind and tide had favored me. I have suffered no great losses, or defeats, or illness, or accidents, and have undergone no great struggles or privations. I have had no grouch. I have not wanted the earth. I am pessimistic by night, but by day I am a confirmed optimist, and it is the days that have stamped my life. I have found this planet a good corner of the universe to live in, and I am not in a hurry to exchange it for any other. With this foreword, I will begin the record in more detail. I have spoken of my good luck. It began in my being born on a farm, of parents in the prime of their days and in humble circumstances. I deem it good luck, too, that my birth fell in April, a month in which so many other things find it good to begin life. Father probably tapped the sugar bush about this time, or a little earlier. The bluebird and the robin and song sparrow may have arrived that very day. New calves were bleating in the barn, and young lambs under the shed. There were earth-stained snowdrifts on the hillside and along the stone walls, and through the forests that covered the mountains the coat of snow showed unbroken. The fields were generally bare, and the frost was leaving the ground. The stress of winter was over, and the warmth of spring began to be felt in the air. I had come into a household of 5 children, 2 girls and 3 boys, the oldest 10 years and the youngest 2. One had died in infancy, making me the 7th child. Mother was 29 and father 35, a medium-sized, freckled, red-haired man, showing very plainly the Celt or Welsh strain in his blood, as did mother, who was a Kelly and of Irish extraction on the paternal side. I had come into a family of neither wealth nor poverty as those things were looked upon in those days, but a family dedicated to hard work winter and summer in paying for and improving a large farm in a country of wide open valleys and long broad-backed hills and gentle flowing mountain lines. Very old geologically, but only 1 generation from the stump in the history of the settlement. Indeed, the stumps lingered in many of the fields late into my boyhood, and one of my tasks in the dry mid-spring weather was to burn these stumps, an occupation I always enjoyed because the adventure of it made play of the work. The climate was severe in winter, the mercury often dropping to 30 degrees below, though we then had no thermometer to measure it, and the summers at an altitude of 2,000 feet, cool and salubrious. The soil was fairly good, though encumbered with the laminated rock and stones of the Catskill Formation, which the old ice sheet had broken and shouldered and transported about. About every 5 or 6 acres had loose stones and rock enough to put a rock-bottomed wall around it, and still leave enough in and on the soil to worry the plowman and the mower. All the farms in that section reposing in the valleys and bending up and over the broad-backed hills are checkerboards of stone walls, and the right-angled fields, in their many colors of green and brown and yellow and red, give a striking map-like appearance to the landscape. Good crops of grain, such as rye, oats, buckwheat, and yellow corn are grown, but grass is the most natural product. It is a grazing country, and the dairy cow thrives there, and her products are the chief source of the incomes of the farms. I had come into a home where all the elements were sweet, the water and the air as good as there are in the world, and where the conditions of life were of a temper to discipline both mind and body. The settlers of my part of the Catskills were largely from Connecticut and Long Island, coming in after or near the close of the Revolution, and with a good mixture of Scotch emigrants. My great-grandfather, Ephraim Burroughs, came with his family of 8 or 10 children from near Danbury, Connecticut, and settled in the town of Stamford shortly after the Revolution. He died there in 1818. My grandfather, Eden, came into the town of Roxbury, then a part of Ulster County. I had come into a land flowing with milk, if not with honey. The maple syrup may very well take the place of the honey. The sugar maple was the dominant tree in the woods, and the maple sugar the principal sweetening used in the family. Maple, beech, and birch wood kept us warm in winter, and pine and hemlock timber, made from trees that grew in the deeper valleys, formed the roofs and the walls of the houses. The breath of kine early mingled with my own breath. From my earliest memory the cow was the chief factor on the farm, and her products the main source of the family income. Around her revolved the haying and the harvesting. It was for her that we toiled from early July until late August, gathering the hay into the barns or into the stacks, mowing and raking it by hand. That was the day of the scythe and the good mower, of the cradle and the good cradler, of the pitchfork and the good pitcher. With the modern agricultural machinery, the same crops are gathered now with less than half the outlay of human energy. But the type of farmer seems to have deteriorated in about the same proportion. The third generation of farmers in my native town are much like the third steeping of tea, or the third crop of corn where no fertilizers have been used. The large, picturesque, and original characters who improved the farms and paid for them are about all gone, and their descendants have deserted the farms or are distinctly of an inferior type. The farms keep more stock and yield better crops, owing to the amount of imported grain consumed upon them, but the families have dwindled or gone out entirely, and the social and the neighborhood spirit is not the same. No more huskings, or quiltings, or apple cuts, or raisings, or bees of any sort. The telephone and the rural free delivery have come, and the automobile and the daily newspaper. The roads are better, communication quicker, and the houses and barns more showy, but the men and the women, and especially the children, are not there. The towns and the cities are now coloring and dominating the country, which they have depleted of its men, and the rural districts are becoming a faded replica of town life. The farm work to which I was early called upon to lend a hand, as I have said, revolved around the dairy cow. Her paths were in the fields and woods. Her sonorous voice was upon the hills. Her fragrant breath was upon every breeze. She was the center of our industries. To keep her in good condition, well pastured in summer and well housed and fed in winter, and the whole dairy up to its highest point of efficiency, to this end the farmer directed his efforts. It was an exacting occupation. In summer the day began with the milking, and ended with the milking, and in winter it began with the foddering, and ended with the foddering, and the major part of the work between and during both seasons had for its object, directly or indirectly, the well-being of the herd. Getting the cows and turning away the cows in summer was usually the work of the younger boys. The turning them out of the stable and putting them back in the winter was usually the work of the older. The foddering them from the stack in the field in winter also fell to the lot of the older members of the family. In milking we all took a hand when we had reached the age of about 10 years, mother and my sisters usually doing their share. At first we milked the cows in the road in front of the house, setting the pails of milk on the stonework. Later we milked them in a yard in the orchard behind the house, and of late years the milking is done in the stable. Mother said that when they first came upon the farm, as she sat milking a cow in the road one evening, she saw a large black animal come out of the woods out where the clover meadow now is, and cross the road and disappear in the woods on the other side. Bears sometimes carried off the farmer's hogs in those days, boldly invading the pens to do so. My father kept about 30 cows of the Durham breed. Now the dairy herds are made up of Jersey or Holsteins. Then the product that went to market was butter. Now it is milk. Then the butter was made on the farm by the farmer's wife or the hired girl. Now it is made in the creameries by men. My mother made most of the butter for nearly 40 years, packing thousands of tubs and firkins of it in that time. The milk was set in tin pans on a rack in the milk house for the cream to rise, and as soon as the milk clabbered, it was skimmed. About 3 o'clock in the afternoon during the warm weather, mother would begin skimming the milk, carrying it pan by pan in the big cream pan, where with a quick movement of a case knife the cream was separated from the sides of the pan tilted on the edge of the cream pan, and the heavy mantle of cream, in folds or flakes, slid off into the receptacle, and the thick milk emptied into pails to be carried to the swill barrel for the hogs. I used to help mother at times by handing her the pans of milk from the rack and emptying the pails. Then came the washing of the pans at the trough, at which I also often aided her by standing the pans up to dry and sun on the big bench. Rows of drying tin pans were always a noticeable feature about farmhouses in those days. Also the churning machine attached to the milk house, and the sound of the wheel propelled by the old churner, either a big dog or a wether sheep. Every summer morning by 8 o'clock the old sheep or the old dog was brought and tied to his task upon the big wheel. Sheep were usually more unwilling churners than dogs. They rarely acquired any sense of duty or obedience as a dog did. This endless walking and getting nowhere very soon called forth vigorous protests. The churner would pull back, brace himself, choke, and stop the machine. One churner threw himself off and was choked to death before he was discovered. I remember when the old hatchel from the day of flax dressing, fastened to a board, did duty behind the old churner, spurring him up with its score or more of sharp teeth when he settled back to stop the machine. "Run and start the old sheep" was a command we heard less often after that. He could not long hold out against the pressure of the phalanx of sharp points upon his broad rear end. The churn dog was less obdurate and perverse, but he would sometimes hide away as the hour of churning approached, and we would have to hustle around to find him. But we had one dog that seemed to take pleasure in the task, and would go quickly to the wheel when told to, and finish his task without being tied. In the absence of both dog and sheep, I have a few times taken their place on the wheel. In winter and early spring there was less cream to churn, and we did it by hand, 2 of us lifting the dasher together. Heavy work for even big boys, and when the stuff was reluctant and the butter would not come, sometimes until the end of an hour, the task tried our mettle. Sometimes it would not gather well after it had come. Then some deft handling of the dasher was necessary. I never tired of seeing mother lift the great masses of golden butter from the churn with her ladle, and pile them up in the big butter bowl, with the drops of buttermilk standing upon them as if they were sweating from the ordeal they had been put through. Then the working and the washing of it to free it from the milk, and the final packing into tub or firkin, its fresh odor in the air. What a picture it was! How much of the virtue of the farm went each year into those firkins! Literally the cream of the land. Ah, the alchemy of life, that in the bee can transform one product of those wild, rough fields into honey, and in the cow can transform another product into milk. The spring butter was packed into 50-pound tubs to be shipped to market as fast as made. The packing into 100-pound firkins, to be held over till November, did not begin till the cows were turned out to pasture in May. To have made 40 tubs by that time, and sold them for 18 or 20 cents a pound, was considered very satisfactory. Then to make 40 or 50 firkins during the summer and fall, and to get as good a price for it, made the farmer's heart glad. When father first came on the farm in 1827, butter brought only 12 and 14 cents per pound, but the price steadily crept up, till in my time it sold from 17 to 18 and a half. The firkin butter was usually sold to a local butter buyer named Dowie. He usually appeared in early fall, always on horseback, having notified father in advance. At the breakfast table father would say, "Dowie is coming to try the butter today." "I hope he will not try that firkin I packed that hot week in July," mother would say, but very likely that was the one among others he would ask for. His long half-round steel butter probe or trier was thrust down the center of the firkin to the bottom, given a turn or two and withdrawn, its tapering cavity filled with a sample of every inch of butter in the firkin. Dowie would pass it rapidly to and fro under his nose, maybe sometimes tasting it, then push the trier back into the hole, then withdrawing it, leaving its core of butter where it found it. If the butter suited him, and it rarely failed to do so, he would make his offer and ride away to the next dairy. The butter always had to be delivered at a date agreed upon on the Hudson River at Catskill. This usually took place in November. It was the event of the fall. 2 loads of butter of 20 or more firkins each to be transported 50 miles in a lumber wagon, each round trip taking about 4 days. The firkins had to be headed up and gotten ready. This job in my time usually fell to Hiram. He would begin the day before father was to start and have a load headed and placed in the wagon on time, with straw between the firkins so they would not rub. How many times I have heard those loads start off over the frozen ground in the morning before it was light. Sometimes a neighbor's wagon would go slowly jolting by just after or just before father had started, but on the same errand. Father usually took a bag of oats for his horses and a box of food for himself, so as to avoid all needless expenses. The first night would usually find him in Steele's Tavern in Greene County, halfway to Catskill. The next afternoon would find him at his journey's end, and by night unloaded at the steamboat wharf, his groceries and other purchases made, and ready for an early start homeward in the morning. On the 4th night we were on the lookout for his return. Mother would be sitting, sewing by the light of her tallow dip, with one ear bent toward the road. She usually caught the sound of his wagon first. "There comes your father," she would say, and Hiram or Wilson would quickly get and light the old tin lantern and stand ready on the stonework to receive him and help him put out the team. By the time he was in the house his supper would be going on the table. A cold pork stew, I remember, used to delight him on such occasions, and a cup of green tea. After supper his pipe, and the story of his trip told, with a list of family purchases, and then to bed. In a few days the second trip would be made. As his boys grew old enough, he gave each of them in turn a trip with him to Catskill. It was a great event in the life of each of us. When it came my turn, I was probably 11 or 12 years old, and the coming event loomed big on my horizon. I was actually to see my first steamboat, the Hudson River, and maybe the steam cars. For several days in advance I hunted the woods for game to stock the provision box so as to keep down the expense. I killed my first partridge, and probably a wild pigeon or 2, and gray squirrels. Perched high on that springboard beside my father, my feet hardly touching the tops of the firkins, at the rate of about 2 miles per hour over rough roads in chilly November weather, I made my first considerable journey into the world. I crossed the Catskill Mountains and got that surprising panoramic view of the land beyond from the top. At Cairo, where it seems we passed the second night, I disgraced myself in the morning, when father, after praising me to some bystanders, told me to get up in the wagon and drive the load out in the road. In my earnest effort to do so, I ran foul of one side of the big door and came near smashing things. Father was humiliated, and I was dreadfully mortified. With the wonders of Catskill I was duly impressed, but one of my most vivid remembrances is a passage at arms, verbal, at the steamboat, between father and old Dowie. The latter had questioned the correctness of the weight of the empty firkins, which was to be deducted as tare from the total weight. Hot words followed. Father said, "Strip it, strip it." Dowie said, "I will," and in a moment there stood on the scales the naked firkin of butter, sweating drops of salt water. Which one I do not know. I only remember that peace soon reigned, and Dowie continued to buy our butter. One other incident of that trip still sticks in my mind. I was walking along a street just at dusk, when I saw a drove of cattle coming. The drover, seeing me, called out, "Here, boy, turn those cows up that street." This was in my line. I was at home with cows, and I turned the drove up in fine style. As the man came along he said, "Well done," and placed 6 big copper cents in my hand. Never was my palm more unexpectedly and more agreeably tickled. The feel of it is with me yet. At an earlier date than that of the accident in the old stone schoolhouse, my head and body too got some severe bruises. One summer day, when I could not have been more than 3 years old, my sister Jane and I were playing in the big attic chamber and amusing ourselves by lying across the vinegar keg and pushing it about the room with our feet. We came to the top of the steep stairway that ended against the chamber door, a foot or more above the kitchen floor, and I suppose we thought it would be fun to take the stairway on the keg. At the brink of that stairway my memory becomes a blank, and when I find myself again, I am lying on the bed in the back bedroom, and the smell of camphor is rank in the room. How it fared with Jane I do not recall. The injury was probably not serious with either of us, but it is easy to imagine how poor mother must have been startled when she heard that racket on the stairs and the chamber door suddenly burst open, spilling 2 of her children, mixed up with the vinegar keg, out on the kitchen floor. Jane was more than 2 years my senior and should have known better. Vivid incidents make a lasting impression. I recall what might have been a very serious accident had not my usual good luck attended me when I was a few years older. One autumn day I was with my older brothers in the corn lot, where they had gone with the lumber wagon to gather pumpkins. When they had got their load and were ready to start, I planted myself on the load above the hind axle and let my legs hang down between the spokes of the big wheel. Luckily, one of my brothers saw my perilous position just as the team was about to move and rescued me in time. Doubtless my legs would have been broken and maybe very badly crushed in a moment more. But such good fortune seems to have followed me always. One winter's morning, as I stooped to put on one of my boots beside the kitchen stove at the house of a schoolmate with whom I had passed the night, my face came in close contact with the spout of the boiling steam kettle. The scalding steam barely missed my eye and blistered my brow a finger's breadth above it. With one eye gone, I fancy life would have looked quite different. Another time I was walking along one of the market streets of New York when a heavy bale of hay, through the carelessness of some workmen, dropped from 30 or 40 feet above me and struck the pavement at my feet. I heard angry words over the mishap spoken by someone above me, but I only said to myself, "Lucky again." I recall a bit of luck of a different kind when I was a Treasury clerk in Washington. I had started for the seashore for a week's vacation with a small roll of new greenbacks in my pocket. Shortly after the train had left the station, I left my seat and walked through 2 or 3 of the forward cars, looking for a friend who had agreed to join me. Not finding him, I retraced my steps, and as I was passing along the car next my own, I chanced to see a roll of new bills on the floor near the end of a seat. Instinctively feeling for my own roll of bills and finding it missing, I picked up the money and saw at a glance that it was mine. The nearby passengers eyed me in surprise, and I suspect began to feel in their own pockets, but I did not stop to explain, and went to my seat, startled but happy. I had missed my friend, but I might have missed something of more value to me just at that time. A kind of untoward fate seems inherent in the characters of some persons, and makes them the victims of all the ill luck on the road. Such a fate has not been mine. I have met all the good luck on the road. Some kindly influence has sent my best friends my way, or sent me their way. The best thing about me is that I have found a perennial interest in the common, universal things, which all may have on equal terms, and hence have found plenty to occupy and absorb me wherever I have been. If the earth and the sky are enough for one, why should one sigh for other spheres? The old farm must have had at least 10 miles of stone walls upon it, many of them built new by father from stones picked up in the fields, and many of them relaid by him, or rather by his boys and hired men. Father was not skilful at any sort of craft work. He was a good ploughman, a good mower and cradler, excellent with a team of oxen drawing rocks, and good at most general farm work, but not an adept at constructing anything. Hiram was the mechanical genius of the family. He was a good wall layer and skilful with edged tools. It fell to his lot to make the sleds, the stone boats, the hay rigging, the axe helves, the flails, to mend the cradles and rakes, to build the haystacks, and once, I remember, he rebuilt the churning machine. He was slow, but he hewed exactly to the line. Before and during my time on the farm, father used to count on building 40 or 50 rods of stone wall each year, usually in the spring and early summer. These were the only lines of poetry and prose father wrote. They are still very legible on the face of the landscape, and cannot be easily erased from it. Gathered out of the confusion of nature, built up of fragments of the old Devonian rock and shale, laid with due regard to the wear and tear of time, well bottomed and well capped, establishing boundaries and defining possessions, etc. These lines of stone wall afford a good lesson in many things besides wall building. They are good literature and good philosophy. They smack of the soil. They have local color. They are a bit of chaos brought into order. When you deal with nature, only the square deal is worth while. How she searches for the vulnerable points in your structure, the weak places in your foundation, the defective material in your building. The farmer's stone wall, when well built, stands about as long as he does. It begins to reel and look decrepit when he begins to do so. But it can be relaid, and he cannot. One day I paused by the roadside to speak with an old man who was rebuilding a wall. "I laid this wall 50 years ago," he said. "When it is laid up again, I shall not have the job." He had stood up longer than had his wall. A stone wall is the friend of all the wild creatures. It is a safe line of communication with all parts of the landscape. What do the chipmunks, red squirrels, and weasels do in a country without stone fences? The woodchucks and the coons and foxes also use them. It was my duty as a farm boy to help pick up the stone and pry up the rocks. I could put the bait under the lever, even if my weight on top of it did not count for much. The slow, patient, hulky oxen, how they would kink their tails, hump their backs, and throw their weight into the bows when they felt a heavy rock behind them, and father lifted up his voice and laid on the gad. It was a good subject for a picture, which I think no artist has ever painted. How many rocks we turned out of their beds, where they had slept since the great ice sheet tucked them up there, maybe 100,000 years ago. How wounded and torn the meadow or pasture looked, bleeding as it were in a score of places when the job was finished. But the further surgery of the plow and harrow, followed by the healing touch of the seasons, soon made all whole again. The work of the farm in those days varied little from year to year. In winter the care of the cattle, the cutting of the wood, and the threshing of the oats and rye filled the time. From the age of 10 or 12 till we were grown up, we went to school only in winter, doing the chores morning and evening, and engaging in general work every other Saturday, which was a holiday. Often my older brothers would have to leave school by 3 o'clock to get home to put up the cows in my father's absence. Those school days, how they come back to me, the long walk across lots through the snow-choked fields and woods, our narrow path so often obliterated by a fresh fall of snow, the cutting winds, the bitter cold, the snow squeaking beneath our frozen cowhide boots, our trousers' legs often tied down with toe strings to keep the snow from pushing them up above our boot tops, the wide open white landscape with its faint black lines of stone wall when we had passed the woods and began to dip down into West Settlement Valley, the Smith boys and Boughton boys and Dart boys afar off, threading the fields on their way to school, their forms etched on the white hillsides. One of the bigger boys, Rhea Boughton, who had many chores to do morning after morning, running the whole distance so as not to be late. The red schoolhouse in the distance by the roadside, with the dark spot in its center made by the open door of the entryway. The creek in the valley, often choked with anchor ice, which our path crossed, and into which I one morning slumped, reaching the schoolhouse with my clothes freezing upon me and the water gurgling in my boots. The boys and girls there, Jay Gould among them, 2/3 of them now dead and the living scattered from the Hudson to the Pacific, the teachers now all dead, the studies, the games, the wrestlings, the baseball, all these things and more pass before me as I recall those long-gone days. 2 years ago I hunted up one of those schoolmates in California whom I had not seen for over 60 years. She was my senior by 7 or 8 years, and I had a boy's remembrance of her fresh, sweet face, her kindly eyes and gentle manners. I was greeted by a woman of 82 with dimmed sight and dulled hearing, but instantly I recognized some vestiges of the charm and sweetness of my elder schoolmate of so long ago. No cloud was on her mind or memory, and for an hour we again lived among the old people and scenes. What a roomful of pupils, many of them young men and women, there were during those winters, 35 or 40 each day. In late years there are never more than 5 or 6. The fountains of population are drying up more rapidly than are our streams. Of that generous roomful of young people, many became farmers, a few became business men, 3 or 4 became professional men, and only one, so far as I know, took to letters, and he, judged by his environment and antecedents, the last one you would have picked out for such a career. You might have seen in Jay Gould's Jewish look, bright scholarship, and pride of manners some promise of an unusual career, but in the boy of his own age whom he was so fond of wrestling with and of having go home with him at night, but whose visits he would never return, what was there indicative of the future? Surely not much that I can now discover. Jay Gould, who became a sort of Napoleon of finance, early showed a talent for big business and power to deal with men. He had many characteristic traits which came out even in his walk. One day in New York, after more than 20 years since I had known him as a boy, I was walking up Fifth Avenue when I saw a man on the other side of the street, more than a block away, coming toward me, whose gait arrested my attention, like something I had known long before. Who can it be, I thought, and began to ransack my memory for a clue. I had seen that gait before. As the man came opposite me, I saw he was Jay Gould. That walk in some subtle way differed from the walk of any other man I had known. It is a curious psychological fact that the two men outside my own family of whom I have oftenest dreamed in my sleep are Emerson and Jay Gould, one to whom I owe so much, the other to whom I owe nothing, one whose name I revere, the other whose name I associate, as does the world, with the dark way of speculative finance. The new expounders of the philosophy of dreams would probably tell me that I had a secret admiration for Jay Gould. If I have, it slumbers deep in my subconscious self and awakens only when my conscious self sleeps. But I set out to talk of the work on the farm. The threshing was mostly done in winter with a hickory flail, one shock of 15 sheaves making a flooring. On the dry, cold days the grain shelled easily. After a flooring had been threshed over at least 3 times, the straw was bound up again in sheaves, the floor completely raked over, and the grain banked up against the side of the bay. When the pile became so large it was in the way, it was cleaned up, that is, run through the fanning mill, one of us shoveling in the grain, another turning the mill, and a third measuring the grain and putting it into bags or into the bins of the granary. One winter, when I was a small boy, Jonathan Scudder threshed for us in the barn on the hill. He was in love with my sister, Ollie Ann, and wanted to make a good impression on the old folks. Every night at supper father would say to him, "Well, Jonathan, how many shock to-day?" And they grew more and more, until one day he reached the limit of 14, and he was highly complimented on his day's work. It made an impression on father, but it did not soften the heart of Ollie Ann. The sound of the flail and the fanning mill is heard in the farmers' barns no more. The power threshing machine that travels from farm to farm now does the job in a single day, a few hours of pandemonium, with now and then a hand or arm crushed, in place of the days of leisurely swinging of the hickory flail. The first considerable work in spring was sugar making, always a happy time for me. Usually the last half of March, when rills from the melting snow began to come through the fields, the veins of the sugar maples began to thrill with the spring warmth. There was a general awakening about the farm at this time. The cackling of the hens, the bleating of young lambs and calves, and the wistful lowing of the cows. Earlier in the month the sap spiles had been overhauled, resharpened, and new ones made, usually from basswood. In my time the sap gouge was used instead of the auger, and the manner of tapping was crude and wasteful. A slanting gash 3 or 4 inches long and a ½ inch or more deep was cut, and an inch below the lower end of this The gouge was driven in to make the place for the spile, a piece of wood 2 inches wide, shaped to the gouge, and a foot or more in length. It gave the tree a double and unnecessary wound. The bigger the gash, the more the sap seemed to be the theory, as if the tree was a barrel filled with liquid, whereas a small wound made by a 1/2 inch bit does the work just as well and is far less injurious to the tree. When there came a bright morning, wind northwest and warm enough to begin to thaw by 8 o'clock, the sugar-making utensils, pans, kettles, spiles, hogsheads, were loaded upon the sled and taken to the woods, and by 10 o'clock the trees began to feel the cruel axe and gouge once more. It usually fell to my part to carry the pans and spiles for one of the tappers, Hiram or father, and to arrange the pans on a level foundation of sticks or stones in position. Father often used to haggle the tree a good deal in tapping. "By Fagus," he would say, "how awkward I am." The rapid tinkle of those first drops of sap in the tin pan, how well I remember it. Probably the note of the first song sparrow or first bluebird, or the spring call of the nuthatch sounded in unison. Usually only patches of snow lingered here and there in the woods, and the earth-stained remnants of old drifts on the sides of the hills and along the stone walls. Those lucid, warm March days in the naked maple woods, under the blue sky, with the first drops of sap ringing in the pans, had a charm that does not fade from my mind. After the trees were all tapped, 250 of them, the big kettles were again set up in the old stone arch, and the hogsheads in which to store the sap placed in position. By 4 o'clock many of the pans, milk pans from the dairy, would be full, and the gathering with neck, yoke, and pails began. When I was 14 or 15, I took a hand in this part of the work. It used to tax my strength to carry the 2 12-quart pails full through the rough places and up the steep banks in the woods, and then lift them up and alternately empty them into the hogsheads without displacing the neck yoke. But I could do it. Now all this work is done by the aid of a team and a pipe fastened on a sled. Before I was old enough to gather sap, it fell to me to go to the barns and put in hay for the cows and help stable them. The next morning the boiling of the sap would begin, with Hiram in charge. The big, deep iron kettles were slow evaporators compared with the broad, shallow sheet iron pans now in use. Profundity cannot keep up with shallowness in sugar-making. The more superficial your evaporator within limits, the more rapid your progress. It took the farmers nearly 100 years to find this out, or at least to act upon it. At the end of a couple of days of hard boiling, Hiram would syrup off, having reduced 200 pails of sap to 5 or 6 of syrup. The syruping off often occurred after dark, when the liquid dropped from a dipper which was dipped into it and held up in the cool air, formed into stiff, thin masses. It had reached the stage of syrup. How we minded our steps over the rough path in the semi-darkness of the old tin lantern in carrying those precious pails of syrup to the house, where the final process of sugaring off was to be completed by Mother and Jane. The sap runs came at intervals of several days. 2 or 3 days would usually end one run. A change in the weather to below freezing would stop the flow, and a change to much warmer would check it. The fountains of sap are let loose by frosty sunshine. Frost in the ground or on it in the shape of snow, and the air full of sunshine are the most favorable conditions. A certain chill and crispness, something crystalline in the air are necessary. A touch of enervating warmth from the south, or a frigidity from the north, and the trees feel it through their thick bark coats very quickly. Between the temperatures of 35 to 50, they get in their best work. After we had had one run ending in rain and warmth, a fresh fall of snow, sap snow the farmers call such, will give us another run. 3 or 4 good runs make a long and successful season. My boyhood days in the spring sugar bush were my most enjoyable on the farm. How I came to know each one of those 250 trees! What a distinct sense of individuality seemed to adhere to most of them, as much as to each cow in a dairy. I knew at which trees I would be pretty sure to find a full pan, and at which ones a less amount. One huge tree always gave a cream pan full, a double measure, while the others were filling an ordinary pan. This was known as the old cream pan tree. Its place has long been vacant. About half the others are still standing, but with the decrepitude of age appearing in their tops. A new generation of maples has taken the place of the vanished veterans. While tending the kettles there, beside the old arch, in the bright, warm March or April days, with my brother, or while he had gone to dinner, looking down the long valley and off over the curving backs of the distant mountain ranges, what dreams I used to have, what vague longings, and I may say, what happy anticipations. I am sure I gathered more than sap and sugar in those youthful days amid the maples. When I visit the old home now, I have to walk up to the sugar bush and stand around the old boiling place, trying to transport myself back into the magic atmosphere of that boyhood time. The man has his dreams too, but to his eyes the world is not steeped in romance as it is to the eyes of youth. One springtime in the sugar season, my cousin Gib Kelly, a boy of my own age, visited me, staying 2 or 3 days. He died last fall. When he went away, I was minding the kettles in the woods, and as I saw him crossing the bare fields in the March sunshine, his steps bent toward the distant mountains, I still remember what a sense of loss came over me. His comradeship had so brightened my enjoyment of the beautiful days. He seemed to take my whole world with him, and on that and the following day I went about my duties in the sap bush in a wistful and pensive mood I had never before felt. I early showed the capacity for comradeship. A boyfriend could throw the witchery of romance over everything. Oh, the enchanted days with my youthful mates! And I have not entirely outgrown that early susceptibility. There are persons in the world whose comradeship can still transmute the baser metal of commonplace scenes and experiences into the purest gold of romance for me. It is probably my idiosyncrasies that explain all this. Another unforgettable passion of comradeship in my youth I experienced toward the son of a cousin, a boy 4 or 5 years old, or about half my own age. One spring his mother and he were visiting at our house 8 or 10 days. The child was very winsome, and we soon became inseparable companions. He was like a visitation from another sphere. I frequently carried him on my back, and my boy's heart opened to him more and more each day. One day we started to come down a rather steep pair of stairs from the hog pen chamber. I had stepped down a few steps and reached out to take little Harry in my arms as he stood on the floor at the head of the stairs and carry him down, when in his joy he gave a spring and toppled me over with him in my arms, and we brought up at the bottom with our heads against some solid timbers. It was a severe shake-up, but hurt my heart more than it did my head, because the boy was badly bruised. The event comes back to me as if it was but yesterday. For weeks after his departure, I longed for him day and night, and the experience still shines like a star in my boyhood life. I never saw him again until 2 years ago, when, knowing he lived there, a practicing physician, I hunted him up in San Francisco, California. I found him a sedate, gray-haired man, with no hint, of course, of the child I had known and loved more than 60 years before. It has been my experience on several occasions to hunt up friends of my youth after the elapse of more than half a century. Last spring I had a letter from a pupil of mine in the first school I ever taught, 1854 or 55. I had not seen or heard from him in all those years, when he recalled himself to my mind. The name I had not forgotten, Roswell Beach, but the face I had. Only 2 weeks ago, being near his town, it occurred to me to look him up. I did so, and was shocked to find him on his deathbed. Too weak to raise his head from his pillow, he yet threw his arms around me and spoke my name many times with marked affection. He died a few days later. I was to him what some of my old teachers were to me, stars that never set below my horizon. My boyish liking for girls was quite different from my liking for boys. There was little or no sense of comradeship in it. When I was 8 or 9 years old, there was one girl in the school towards whom I felt very partial, and I thought she reciprocated, till one day I suddenly saw how little she cared for me. The teacher had forbidden us to put our feet upon the seats in front of us. In a spirit of rebellion, I suppose, when the teacher was not looking, I put my brown, soil-stained bare feet upon the forbidden seat. Polly quickly spoke up and said, "Teacher, Johnny Burris put his feet on the seat." What a blow it was to me for her to tell on me. Like a cruel frost, those words nipped the tender buds of my affection, and they never sprouted again. Years after, her younger brother married my younger sister, and maybe that unkind cut of our school days kept me from marrying Polly. I had other puppy loves, but they all died a natural death. But let me get back to the farm work. The gathering of the things in the sugar bush, when the flow of sap had stopped, usually fell to Eden and me. We would carry the pans and spiles together in big piles, where the oxen and sled could reach them. Then, when they were taken to the house, it was mother's and sister's task to get them ready for the milk. The drawing out of the manure and the spring plowing were the next things in order on the farm. I took a hand in the former, but not in the latter. The spreading of the manure that had been drawn out and placed in heaps in the fields during the winter often fell to me. I remember that I did not bend my back to the work very willingly, especially when the cattle had been bedded with long rye straw. But there were compensations. I could lean on my fork handle and gaze at the spring landscape. I could see the budding trees and listen to the songs of the early birds, and maybe catch the note of the first swallow in the air overhead. The farm boy always has the whole of nature at his elbow, and he is usually aware of it. When, armed with my long-handled knocker, I used to be sent forth in the April meadows to beat up and scatter the fall droppings of the cows, the Juno's cushions, as Irving named them, I was in much more congenial employment. Had I known the game of golf in those days, I should probably have looked upon this as a fair substitute. To stand the big cushions up on edge, and with a real golfer's swing hit them with my mallet and see the pieces fly, was more like play than work. Oh, then it was April, and I felt the rising tide of spring in my blood, and a bit of free activity like this under the blue sky suited my humor. A boy likes almost any work that affords him an escape from routine and humdrum, and has an element of play in it. Turning the grindstone or the fanning mill, or carrying together sheaves, or picking up potatoes, or carrying in wood, were duties that were a drag upon my spirits. The spring ploughing and the sowing of the grain and harrowing fell mainly to father and my older brothers. The spring work was considered done when the oats were sown and the corn and potatoes planted, the first in early May, the latter in late May. The buckwheat was not sown until late June. One farmer would ask another, "How many oats are you going to sow, or have you sown?" Not how many acres. "Oh, 15 or 20 bushels." The working of the roads came in June after the crops were in. All hands, summoned by the path master, would meet at a given date at the end of the district, down by the old stone schoolhouse. Men and boys with oxen, horses, scrapers, hoes, crowbars, and begin repairing the highway. It was not strenuous work, but a kind of holiday that we all enjoyed, more or less. The road got fixed, after a fashion, here and there, a bridge mended, a ditch cleaned out, the loose stones removed, a hole filled up, or a short section turnpiked. But the days were 8-hour days, and they did not sit heavy upon us. The state does it much better now, with road machinery and a few men. Once or twice a year father used to send me with a hoe to throw the loose stones out of the road. A pleasanter duty during those years was shooting chipmunks around the corn. These little rodents were so plentiful in my youth that they used to pull up the sprouting corn around the margin of the field near the stone walls. Armed with the old flintlock musket, sometimes loaded with a handful of hard peas, I used to haunt the edges of the cornfield, watching for the little striped-backed culprits. How remorselessly I used to kill them! In those days there were a dozen where there is barely one now. The woods literally swarmed with them, and when beechnuts and acorns were scarce, they were compelled to poach upon the farmers' crops. It was to reduce them and other pests that shooting matches were held. 2 men would choose sides, as in the spelling matches. 7 or 8 or more were on a side, and the side that brought in the most trophies at the end of the week won, and the losing side had to pay for the supper at the village hotel for the whole crowd. A chipmunk's tail counted 1, a red squirrel's 3, a gray squirrel's still more. Hawks' heads and owls' heads counted as high as 10, I think. Crows' heads also counted pretty high. One man who had little time to hunt engaged me to help him, offering me so much per dozen units. I remember that I found up in the sap bush a brood of young screech owls just out of the nest, and I killed them all. That man is still owing me for those owls. What a lot of motley heads and tails were brought in at the end of the week. I never saw them, but I wish I had. Repeated shooting matches of this kind in different parts of the state so reduced the small wild life, especially the chipmunks, that it has not yet recovered, and probably never will. In those days the farmer's hand was against nearly every wild thing. We used to shoot and trap crows and henhawks and small hawks as though they were our mortal enemies. Farmers were wont to stand up poles in their meadows and set steel traps on top of them to catch the henhawks that came for the meadow mice, which were damaging their meadows. The henhawk is so named because it rarely or never catches a hen or a chicken. He is a mouser. We used to bait the hungry crows in spring with deacon legs and shoot them without mercy, and all because they now and then pulled a little corn, forgetting or not knowing of the grubs and worms they pulled and the grasshoppers they ate. But all this is changed, and now our sable friends and the high-soaring hawks are seldom molested. The fool with a rifle is very apt to shoot an eagle if the chance comes to him, but he has to be very sly about it. The buttercups and the daisies would be blooming when we were working the road, and the timothy grass about ready to do so, pointing to the near approach of the great event of the season, the one major task towards which so many other things pointed, haying, the gathering of our 100 or more tons of meadow hay. This was always a hard-fought campaign. Our weapons were gotten ready in due time, new scythes and new snaths, new rakes and new forks, the hay-riggings repaired or built anew, etc. Shortly after the 4th of July, the first assault upon the legions of timothy would be made in the lodged grass below the barn. Our scythes would turn up great swaths that nearly covered the ground, and that put our strength to a severe test. When noon came, we would go to the house with shaking knees. The first day of haying meant nearly a whole day with the scythe, and was the most trying of all. After that, a half-day mowing, when the weather was good, meant work in curing and hauling each afternoon. From the first day in early July till the end of August, we lived for the hayfield. No respite except on rainy days and Sundays, and no change except from one meadow to another. No 8-hour days then, rather 12 or 14, including the milking. No horse rakes, no mowing machines or hay tedders or loading or pitching devices then. The scythe, the hand rake, the pitchfork, in the calloused hands of men and boys, did the work, occasionally the women even taking a turn with the rake or in mowing away. I remember the first wire-toothed horse rake with its 2 handles, which, when the day was hot and the grass heavy, nearly killed both man and horse. The holder would throw his weight upon it to make it grip and hold the hay, and then, in a spasm of energy, lift it up and make it drop the hay. From this rude instrument, through various types of wooden and revolving rakes, the modern wheeled rake, where the raker rides at his ease, has been evolved. At this season the cows were brought to the yard by or before 5. Breakfast was at 6, lunch in the field at 10, dinner at 12, and supper at 5, with milking and hay drawing and heaping up till sundown. Those mid-forenoon lunches of mothers, good rye bread and butter, with crullers or gingerbread, and in August a fresh green cucumber and a sweating jug of water fresh from the spring, sweating not as we did because it was hot, but because it was cold, partaken under an ash or a maple tree. How sweet and fragrant the memory of it all is to me. Till I reached my teens, it was my task to spread hay and to rake after. Later I took my turn with the mowers and pitchers. I never loaded, hence I never pitched over the big beam. How father watched the weather! The rain that makes the grass ruins the hay. If the morning did not promise a good hay day, our scythes would be ground but hung back in their places. When a thunderstorm was gathering in the west, and much hay was ready for hauling, how it quickened our steps and our strokes! It was the sound of the guns of the approaching foe. In 1 hour we would do, or try to do, the work of 2. How the wagon would rattle over the road, how the men would mop their faces, and how I, while hurrying, would secretly exult that now I would have an hour to finish my crossbow, or to work on my pond in the pasture lot. Those late summer afternoons after the shower, what man who has spent his youth on the farm does not recall them? The high-piled thunderheads of the retreating storm above the eastern mountains, the moist, fresh smell of the hay and the fields, the red puddles in the road, the robins singing from the treetops, the washed and cooler air, and the welcomed feeling of relaxation which they brought. It was a good time now to weed the garden, to grind the scythes, and to do other odd jobs. When the haying was finished, usually late in August, in my time there was usually a let-up for a few days. Editor's note: to be continued. End of John Burroughs' Memories of His Boyhood, Part 1, by John Burroughs, from Harper's Magazine, January 1922. Read for LibriVox by Sue Anderson.
Browne's Folly by Nathaniel Hawthorne. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Browne's Folly. The Wayside, August 28, 1860. My dear cousin, I should be very glad to write a story, as you request, for the benefit of the Essex Institution, or for any other purpose that might be deemed desirable by my native townspeople. But it is now many years since the epoch of the twice-told tales in the mosses from an old manse, and my mind seems to have lost the plan and measure of those little narratives in which it was once so unprofitably fertile. I can write no story, therefore, but, rather than be entirely wanting to the occasion, I will endeavor to describe a spot near Salem on which it was once my purpose to locate such a dreamy fiction as you now demand of me. It is no other than that conspicuous hill, I really know not whether it lies in Salem, Danvers, or Beverly, which used in my younger days to be known by the name of Browne's Folly. This eminence is a long ridge rising out of the level country around, like a whale's back out of a calm sea, with the head and tail beneath the surface. Along its base ran a green and seldom trodden lane, with which I was very familiar in my boyhood, and there was a little brook which I remember to have dammed up till its overflow made a mimic ocean. When I last looked for this tiny streamlet, which was still rippling freshly through my memory, I found it strangely shrunken. A mere ditch indeed, and almost a dry one. But the green lane was still there, precisely as I remembered it, 2 wheel tracks and the beaten path of the horses' feet, and grassy strips between, the whole overshadowed by tall locust trees, and the prevalent barberry bushes which are rooted so fondly into the recollections of every Essex man. From this lane there is a steep ascent up the side of the hill, the ridge of which affords 2 views of very wide extent and variety. On one side is the ocean, and Salem and Beverly on its shores. On the other a rural scene, almost perfectly level, so that each man's metes and bounds can be traced out as on a map. The beholder takes in at a glance the estates on which different families have long been situated, and the houses where they have dwelt and cherished their various interests, intermarrying, agreeing together, or quarreling, going to live, annexing little bits of real estate, acting out their petty parts in life, and sleeping quietly under the sod at last. A man's individual affairs look not so very important, when we can climb high enough to get the idea of a complicated neighborhood. But what made the hill particularly interesting to me were the traces of an old and long vanished edifice, midway on the curving ridge, and at its highest point, a pre-revolutionary magnate, the representative of a famous old Salem family, had here built himself a pleasure house, on a scale of magnificence which, combined with its airy site and difficult approach, obtained for it, and for the entire hill on which it stood, the traditionary title of Browne's Folly. Whether a folly or no, the house was certainly an unfortunate one. While still in its glory, it was so tremendously shaken by the earthquake of 1755 that the owner dared no longer reside in it, and practically acknowledging that its ambitious site rendered it indeed a folly, he proceeded to locate it on humbler ground. The great house actually took up its march along the declining ridge of the bill, and came safely to the bottom, where it stood till within the memory of men now alive. The proprietor meanwhile had adhered to the royalist side, and fled to England during the Revolution. The mansion was left under the care of Richard Derby, an ancestor of the present Derby family, who had a claim to the Browne property through his wife, but seems to have held the premises precisely as the refugee left them, for a long term of years, in the expectation of his eventual return. The house remained, with all its furniture and its spacious rooms and chambers, ready for the exile's occupancy, as soon as he should reappear. As time went on, however, it began to be neglected, and was accessible to whatever vagrant or idle schoolboy or berrying party might choose to enter through its ill-secured windows. But there was one closet in the house which everybody was afraid to enter, it being supposed that an evil spirit, perhaps a domestic demon of the Browne family, was confined in it. One day, 3 or 4 years ago, some schoolboys happened to be playing in the deserted chambers, and took it into their heads to develop the secrets of this mysterious closet. With great difficulty and tremor they succeeded in forcing the door. As it flew open, there was a vision of people in garments of antique magnificence, gentlemen in curled wigs and tarnished gold lace, and ladies in brocade and quaint headdresses, rushing tumultuously forth and tumbling upon the floor. The urchins took to their heels in huge dismay, but crept back after a while and discovered that the apparition was composed of a mighty pile of family portraits. I had the story, the better part of 100 years afterwards, from the very schoolboy who pried open the closet door. After standing many years at the foot of the hill, the house was again removed in 3 portions, and was fashioned into 3 separate dwellings, which, for aught I know, are yet extant in Danvers. The ancient site of this proud mansion may still be traced, or could have been 10 years ago, upon the summit of the hill. It is consistent of 2 spacious wings, connected by an intermediate hall of entrance, which fronted lengthwise upon the ridge. 2 shallow and grass-grown cavities remain, of what were once the deep and richly stored cellars under the 2 wings, and between them is the outline of the connecting hall, about as deep as a plough furrow and somewhat greener than the surrounding sod. The 2 cellars are still deep enough to shelter a visitor from the fresh breezes that haunt the summit of the hill, and the barberry hushes clustering within them offer the harsh acidity of their fruits, instead of the rich wines which the colonial magnate was wont to store there for his guests. There I have sometimes sat and tried to rebuild, in my imagination, the stately house, or to fancy what a splendid show it must have made, even so far off as in the streets of Salem, when the old proprietor illuminated his many windows to celebrate the king's birthday. I have quite forgotten what story I once purposed writing about Browne's Folly, and I freely offer the theme and site to any of my young townsmen who may be addicted with the same tendency towards fanciful narratives which haunted me in my youth and long afterwards. Truly yours, Nathaniel Hawthorne. End of Browne's Folly by Nathaniel Hawthorne.
Cracow by Encyclopedia Britannica, read by Piotr Natter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cracow, Polish Kraków, German Cracow. A town and episcopal see of Austria in Galicia, 212 miles west by north of Lemberg by rail. Population in 1900, 91,310, of which 21,000 were Jews, 5,000 Germans, and the remainder Poles. Although in regard to its population it is only the 2nd place in Galicia, Cracow is the most interesting town in the whole of Poland. No other Polish town possesses so many old and historic buildings, none of them contains so many national relics, or has been so closely associated with the development and destinies of Poland as Cracow, and the ancient capital is still the intellectual centre of the Polish nation. Cracow is situated in a fertile plain on the left bank of the Vistula, which becomes navigable here, and occupies a position of great strategical importance. It consists of the old inner town and 7 suburbs. The only relics of the fortifications of the old town, whose place is now occupied by shady promenades, is the Florian's Gate and the Rondel, a circular structure built in 1498. Cracow has 39 churches, about half the number it formerly had, and 25 convents for monks and nuns. Of these the most important is the Stanislaus Cathedral, in Gothic style, consecrated in 1359, and built on the Wawel, the rocky eminence to the southwest of the old town. Here the kings of Poland were crowned, and this church is also the pantheon of the Polish nation, the burial place of its kings and its great men. Here lie the remains of John Sobieski, of Tadeusz Kościuszko, of Józef Poniatowski, and of Adam Mickiewicz. Here also are conserved the remains of Saint Stanislaus, the patron saint of the Poles, who, as Bishop of Cracow, was slain before the altar by King Boleslaus in 1079. The cathedral is adorned with many valuable objects of art, paintings, and sculptures, by such artists as Weitstoss, Guido Reni, Peter Vischer, Thorwaldsen, etc. Part of the ancient Polish regalia is also kept here. The Gothic church of St. Mary, founded in 1223, rebuilt in the 14th century with several chapels added in the 15th and 16th centuries, was restored in 1889 to 1893 and decorated with paintings from the designs by Matejko. It contains a huge high altar, the masterpiece of Weitstoss, who was a native of Cracow, executed in 1477 to 1489, a colossal stone crucifix dating from the end of the 15th century, and several sumptuous tombs of noble families from the 16th and 17th centuries. The Dominican church, a Gothic building of the 13th century, but practically rebuilt after a fire in 1850, the Franciscan church, also of the 13th century, also much modernized, the church of St. Florian of the 12th century, rebuilt in 1768, which contains the late Gothic altar by Weitstoss, executed in 1518, during his last sojourn in Cracow, the church of St. Peter, with a colossal dome, built in 1597, after the model of that of St. Peter at Rome, and the beautiful Augustinian church in the suburb of Kazimierz, are all worth mentioning. Of the principal secular buildings, the royal castle, Zamek Królewski, a huge building begun in the 13th century and successively enlarged by Casimir the Great and by Sigismund I Jagiello (1510 to 1533), is situated on the Wawel, and was until 1610 the residence of the Polish kings. It suffered much from fires and other disasters, and from 1846 onward was used as a barracks and a military hospital. It has now, however, been cleared out and restored. The Jagiellonian University, now housed in a magnificent Gothic building erected in 1881 to 1887, was attended in 1901 by 1,255 students, and had 175 professors and lecturers. The language of instruction is Polish. It is the second oldest university in Europe, the oldest being that of Prague, and was famous during the 15th and 16th centuries. It was founded by Casimir the Great in 1364, and completed by Ladislaus Jagiełło in 1400. Its rich library is now housed in the old university buildings, erected in the 15th century, in the beautiful Gothic court of which a bronze statue of Copernicus was placed in 1900. The Polish Academy of Science, founded in 1872, is housed in the new university buildings. In the Ringplatz, or the principal square, opposite the Church of St. Mary, is the Tuchhaus, cloth hall, Polish Sukiennice, a building erected in 1257, several times renovated and enlarged, most recently in 1879, which contains the Polish National Museum of Art. Behind it is a Gothic tower, the only relic of the old town hall, demolished in 1820. The Czartoryski Museum contains a large collection of objects of art, a rich library, and a precious collection of manuscripts relating to the history of Poland. Among the manufactures of the town are machinery, agricultural implements, chemicals, soap, tobacco, etc. But Cracow is more important as a trading than as an industrial centre. Its position on the Vistula, and at the junction of several railways, makes it the natural mart for the exchange of the products of Silesia, Hungary, and Russian and Austrian Poland. Its trade in timber, salt, textiles, cattle, wine, and agricultural produce of all kinds is very considerable. In the neighbourhood of Cracow there are mines of coal and zinc, and not far away lies the village of Krzeszowice with sulphur buffs. About 2½ miles northwest lies the Kościuszko Hill, a mound of earth 100 feet high, thrown up in 1820 to 1823 on the Borislava Hill, 1093 feet high, in honour of Tadeusz Kościuszko, the hero of Poland. On the opposite bank of the Vistula, united to Cracow by a bridge, lies the town of Podgórze, population 18,142. Near it is the Cracus Hill, smaller than the Kościuszko Hill and 1,000 years older than it, erected in honour of Cracus, the founder of Cracow. About 8 miles southeast of Cracow is situated Wieliczka, with its famous salt mines. History. Tradition assigns the foundation of Cracow to the mythical Krak, a Polish prince who is said to have built a stronghold here about A.D. 700. Its early history is, however, entirely obscure. In the latter part of the 10th century it was annexed to the Bohemian Principality, but was recaptured by Boleslaus Chrobry, who made it the seat of a bishopric, and it became the capital of one of the most important of the principalities into which Poland was divided from the 12th century onwards. The city was practically ruined during the first Tartar invasion in 1241, but the introduction of German colonists restored its prosperity, and in 1257 it received Magdeburg rights, that is, a civic constitution modelled on that of Magdeburg. In this year the Tuchhalle was built. The town, however, had yet to pass through many vicissitudes. It suffered again from Tartar invasion. In 1290 it was captured by Wenceslaus II of Bohemia, and was held by the Bohemians until, in 1305, the Polish king, Ladislaus Łokietek, recovered it from Wenceslaus III. Ladislaus made it his capital, and from this time until 1764 it remained the coronation and burial place of the Polish kings, even after the royal residence had been removed by Zygmunt III (1587 1632) to Warsaw. On the third partition of Poland in 1795 Austria took possession of Cracow, but in 1809 Napoleon wrested it from that power and incorporated it with the Duchy of Warsaw, which was placed under the rule of the King of Saxony. In the campaign of 1812 the Emperor Alexander made himself master of this and the other territory which formed the Duchy of Warsaw. At the general settlement of the affairs of Europe by the great powers in 1815, it was agreed that Cracow and the adjoining territory should be formed into a free state, and by the final act of the Congress signed at Vienna in 1815, "The town of Cracow, with its territory, is declared to be forever a free, independent and strictly neutral city, under the protection of Russia, Austria and Prussia." In February 1846, however, an insurrection broke out in Cracow, apparently a ramification of a widely spread conspiracy throughout Poland. The Senate and the other authorities of Cracow were unable to subdue the rebels or to maintain order, and at their request the city was occupied by a corps of Austrian troops for the protection of the inhabitants. The three powers, Russia, Austria and Prussia, made this a pretext for extinguishing this independent state, and as the outcome of a conference at Vienna, in November 1846, the three courts, contrary to the assurance previously given, and in opposition to the expressed views of the British and French governments, decided to extinguish the state of Cracow and to incorporate it with the dominions of Austria. End of Cracow, by Encyclopaedia Britannica.
The Cynocephali by Photius, Patriarch of Constantinople, 820 to 891 A.D. Translated by John Fries. From T.C.'s History of India. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beginning on page 115 of the Library of Photius, published in 1920. There is a river that flows through India, not large, but about 2 stades broad. It is called Hipparchus in Indian, meaning in Greek bestowing all blessings. During 30 days in the year it brings down amber. It is said that in the mountains there are trees on the banks of the river where it passes through, which at a certain season of the year shed tears like the almond, fir, or any other tree, especially during these 30 days. These tears drop into the river and become hard. This tree is called in Indian Siptacora, meaning in Greek sweet, and from it the inhabitants gather amber. It also bears fruit in clusters like grapes, the stones of which are as large as the nuts of Pontus. In the mountains there live men with the head of a dog, whose clothing is the skin of wild beasts. They speak no language, but bark like dogs, and in this manner make themselves understood by each other. Their teeth are larger than those of dogs, their nails like those of these animals, but longer and rounder. They inhabit the mountains as far as the river Indus. Their complexion is swarthy. They are extremely just, like the rest of the Indians with whom they associate. They understand the Indian language, but are unable to converse, only barking or making signs with their hands and fingers by way of reply, like the deaf and dumb. They are called by the Indians Calisteri, in Greek Cynocephali, dog-headed. They live on raw meat. They number about 120,000. Near the sources of this river grows a purple flower, from which is obtained a purple dye, as good in quality as the Greek and of an even more brilliant hue. In the same district there is an animal about the size of a beetle, red as cinnabar, with very long feet, and a body as soft as that of a worm. It breeds on the trees which produce amber, eats its fruit, and kills them, as the wood house destroys the vines in Greece. The Indians crush these insects and use them for dyeing their robes and tunics, and anything else they wish. The dye is superior to the Persians. The Cynocephali, living on the mountains, do not practice any trade, but live by hunting. When they have killed an animal, they roast it in the sun. They also rear numbers of sheep, goats, and asses, drinking the milk of the sheep and whey made from it. They eat the fruit of the Siptocara, whence amber is procured, since it is sweet. They also dry it and keep it in baskets, as the Greeks keep their dried grapes. They make rafts, which they load with this fruit together with well-cleaned purple flowers, and 260 talents of amber, with the same quantity of the purple dye, and 1,000 additional talents of amber, which they send annually to the King of India. They exchange the rest for bread, flour, and cotton stuffs with the Indians, from whom they also buy swords for hunting wild beasts, bows and arrows, being very skilful in drawing the bow and hurling the spear. They cannot be defeated in war, since they inhabit lofty and inaccessible mountains. Every 5 years the king sends them a present of 300,000 bows, as many spears, 120,000 shields, and 50,000 swords. They do not live in houses, but in caves. They set out for the chase with bows and spears, and as they are very swift of foot, they pursue and soon overtake their quarry. The women have a bath once a month. The men do not have a bath at all, but only wash their hands. They anoint themselves 3 times a month with oil made from milk, and wipe themselves with skins. The clothes of men and women alike are not skins with the hair on, but skins tanned and very fine. The richest wear linen clothes, but they are few in number. They have no beds, but sleep on leaves of grass. He who possesses the greatest number of sheep is considered the richest, and so in regard to their other possessions. All, both men and women, have tails above their hips like dogs, but longer and more hairy. They are just, and live longer than any other men, 170, sometimes 200 years. End of The Cynocephali by Photius, Patriarch of Constantinople, 820 to 891 A.D.
The Dutch East India Company by Encyclopaedia Britannica. Read by Piotr Natter. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Dutch East India Company, Oost-Indische Vereinigte Maatschappij, a body founded by a charter from the Netherlands States General on the 20th of March, 1602. It had a double purpose. First, to regulate and protect the already considerable trade carried on by the Dutch in the Indian Ocean, and then to help in prosecuting the long war of independence against Spain and Portugal. Before the union between Portugal and Spain in 1580 1581, the Dutch had been the chief carriers of Eastern produce from Lisbon to Northern Europe. When they were shut out from the Portuguese trade by the Spanish king, they were driven to sail to the East in order to make good their losses. Unsuccessful attempts were made to find a route to the East by the north of Europe and Asia, which would have been free from interference from the Spaniards and Portuguese. It was only when these failed that the Dutch decided to intrude on the already well-known route by the Cape of Good Hope, and to fight their way to the Spice Islands of the Malay Archipelago. A first expedition, commanded by Cornelius Houtman, a merchant long resident at Lisbon, sailed on the 2nd of April, 1595. It was provided with an itinerary or book of sailing instructions drawn up by Jan Huygen van Linschoten, a Dutchman who has visited Goa. The voyage was marked by many disasters and losses, but the survivors who reached the Texel on their return on the 20th of August 1597 brought back some valuable cargo, and a treaty made with the Sultan of Bantam in Java. These results were sufficient to encourage a great outburst of commercial adventure. Companies described as Van Verne, that is, of the distant seas, were formed, and by 1602 from 60 to 70 Dutch vessels had sailed to Hindustan and the Indian Archipelago. On those distant seas the traders could neither be controlled nor protected by their native government. They fought among themselves as well as with the natives and the Portuguese, and their competition sent up prices in the Eastern markets and brought them down at home. Largely at the suggestion of Jan van Oldenbarnevelt, and in full accordance with the economic principles of the time, the States General decided to combine the existing separate companies into one united Dutch East India Company, which could discharge a function of a government in those remote seas, prosecute the war with Spain and Portugal, and regulate the trade. A capital estimated variously at a little above and a little under 6,500,000 florins was raised by national subscription in shares of 3,000 florins. The independence of the states which constituted the United Netherlands was recognised by the creation of local boards at Amsterdam, in Zeeland, at Delft and Rotterdam, Hoorn and Enkhuizen. The boards directed the trade of their own districts and were responsible to one another, but not for one another as towards the public. A general directorate of 60 members was chosen by the local boards. Amsterdam was represented by 20 directors, Zeeland by 12, Delft and Rotterdam by 14, and Hoorn and Enkhuizen also by 14. The real governing authority was the Collegium, or Board of Control, of 17 members, of whom 16 were chosen from the General Directorate in proportion to the share which each local branch had contributed to the capital or joint stock. Amsterdam, which subscribed a half, had 8 representatives. Zeeland, which found a quarter, had 4. Delft and Rotterdam, Hoorn and Enkhuizen had 2 respectively, since each of the pairs had subscribed an 8th. The 17th member was nominated in succession by the other members of the United Netherlands. A committee of 10 was established at The Hague to transact the business of the company with the States General. The Collegium of 17 nominated the Governors General, who were appointed after 1608. The charter, which was granted for 21 years, conferred great powers on the company. It was endowed with a monopoly of the trade with the East Indies, was allowed to import free from all custom dues, though required to pay 3% on exports, and charged with a rent to the States. It was authorized to maintain armed forces by sea and land, to erect forts and plant colonies, to make war or peace, to arrange treaties in the name of the Stadtholder, since Eastern potentates could not be expected to understand what was meant by the States General, and to coin money. It had full administrative, judicial and legislative authority over the whole of the sphere of operations, which extended from the west of the Straits of Magellan westward to the Cape of Good Hope. The history of the Dutch East India Company, from its formation in 1602 until its dissolution in 1798, is filled, until the close of the 17th century, with wars and diplomatic relations. Its headquarters were early fixed at Batavia in Java, but it extended its operations far and wide. It had to deal diplomatically with China and Japan, to conquer its footing in the Malay archipelago and in Ceylon, to engage in rivalry with Portuguese and English, to establish posts and factories at the Cape, in the Persian Gulf, on the coasts of Malabar and Coromandel, and in Bengal. Only the main dates of its progress can be mentioned here. By 1619 it had founded its capital in Batavia in Java on the ruins of the native town of Jacatra. It expelled the Portuguese from Ceylon between 1638 and 1658, and from Malacca in 1641. Its establishment at the Cape of Good Hope, which was its only colony in the strict sense, began in 1652. A treaty with the native princes established its power in Sumatra in 1667. The flourishing age of the company dates from 1605 and lasted till the closing years of the century, when at the summit of its prosperity in 1669 it possessed 150 trading ships, 40 ships of war, 10,000 soldiers, and paid a dividend of 40%. In the last years of the 17th century its fortunes began to decline. Its decadence was due to a variety of causes. The rigid monopoly it enforced wherever it had the power provoked the anger of rivals. When Pieter Both, the first Governor General, was sent out in 1608, his instructions from the Board of Control were to see that Holland had the entire monopoly of the trade with the East Indies, and that no other nation had any share whatever. The pursuit of this policy led the company into violent hostility with the English, who were also opening a trade with the East. Between 1613 and 1632 the Dutch drove the English from the Spice Islands and the Malay Archipelago almost entirely. The English were reduced to a precarious footing at Bantam in Java. One incident of this conflict, the torture and judicial murder of the English factors at Amboyna in 1623, caused bitter hostility in England. The success of the company in the Malay Archipelago was counterbalanced by losses elsewhere. It had in all 8 governments: Amboyna, Banda, Ternate, Macassar, Malacca, Ceylon, Cape of Good Hope, and Java. Commissioners were placed in charge of its factories or trading posts in Bengal, on the Coromandel coast, at Surat, and at Gambrun or Bunder Abbas in the Persian Gulf, and in Siam. Its trade was divided into the Grand Trade between Europe and the East, which was conducted in convoys sailing from and returning to Amsterdam, and the Indies to Indies, or coasting trade between its possessions and native ports. The rivalry and the hostilities of French and English gradually drove the Dutch from the mainland of Asia and from Ceylon. The company suffered severely in the War of American Independence, but it extended and strengthened its hold on the great islands of the Malay Archipelago. The increase of its political and military burdens destroyed its profits. In the early 18th century it was already embarrassed, and was bankrupt when it was dissolved in 1798, though its credit remained unshaken, largely, if its enemies are to be believed, because it concealed the truth and published false accounts. In the later stages of its history, its revenue was no longer derived from trade, but from forced contributions levied on its subjects. At home the directors, who were accused of nepotism and corruption, became unpopular at an early date. The company was subject to increasing demands and ever more severe regulations on the successive renewals of its charters at intervals of 21 years. The immediate causes of its destruction were the conquest of Holland by the French revolutionary armies, the fall of the government of the Stadtholder, and the establishment of the Batavian Republic in 1798. End of The Dutch East India Company, by Encyclopædia Britannica.
Section 1 of The Works of Edgar Allan Poe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by George Emerson. The Works of Edgar Allan Poe, Volume 1, by Edgar Allan Poe. Preface. Edgar Allan Poe, An Appreciation. caught from some unhappy master whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of never, nevermore. This stanza from The Raven was recommended by James Russell Lowell as an inscription upon the Baltimore monument which marks the resting place of Edgar Allan Poe, the most interesting and original figure in American letters. And to signify that peculiar musical quality of Poe's genius which enthralls every reader, Mr. Lowell suggested this additional verse from The Haunted Palace. And all with pearl and ruby glowing was the fair palace door, through which came flowing, 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 and sparkling evermore, a troop of echoes, whose sweet duty was but to sing, in voices of surpassing beauty, the wit and wisdom of their king. Born in poverty at Boston, January 19th, 1809, dying under painful circumstances at Baltimore, October 7th, 1849, his whole literary career of scarcely 15 years a pitiful struggle for mere subsistence, his memory malignantly misrepresented by his earliest biographer, Griswold, how completely has truth at last rooted falsehood, and how magnificently has Poe come into his own. For The Raven, first published in 1845, and within a few months read, recited, and parodied wherever the English language was spoken, the half-starved poet received $10. Less than a year later, his brother poet, N.P. Willis, issued this touching appeal to the admirers of genius on behalf of the neglected author, his dying wife, and her devoted mother, then living under very straitened circumstances in a little cottage at Fordham, New York. Here is one of the finest scholars, one of the most original men of genius, and one of the most industrious of the literary profession of our country, whose temporary suspension of labor from bodily illness drops him immediately to a level with the common objects of public charity. There is no intermediate stopping place, no respectful shelter, where, with the delicacy due to genius and culture, he might secure aid, till, with returning health, he would resume his labors and his unmortified sense of independence. And this was the tribute paid by the American public to the master who had given it such tales of conjuring charm, of witchery and mystery as The Fall of the House of Usher and Ligeia, such fascinating hoaxes as The Unparalleled Adventure of Hans Pfaall, MSS Found in a Bottle, A Descent into a Maelstrom, and The Balloon Hoax. Such tales of conscience as William Wilson, The Black Cat, and The Telltale Heart, wherein the retributions of remorse are portrayed with an awful fidelity. Such tales of natural beauty as The Island of the Fae and The Domain of Arnheim. Such marvelous studies in ratiocination as The Gold Bug, The Murders in the Rue Morgue, The Purloined Letter, and The Mystery of Marie Roget. The latter a recital of fact, demonstrating the author's wonderful capability of correctly analyzing the mysteries of the human mind. Such tales of illusion and banter as The Premature Burial and The System of Dr. Tarr and Professor Feather. Such bits of extravaganza as The Devil in the Belfry and The Angel of the Odd. Such tales of adventure as The Narrative of Arthur Gordon Pym. Such papers of keen criticism and review as won for Poe the enthusiastic admiration of Charles Dickens, although they made him many enemies among the overpuffed minor American writers so mercilessly exposed by him. Such poems of beauty and melody as The Bells, The Haunted Palace, Tamerlane, The City in the Sea, and The Raven. What delight for the jaded senses of the reader is this enchanted domain of wonder pieces! What an atmosphere of beauty, music, color! What resources of imagination, construction, analysis, and absolute art! One might almost sympathize with Sarah Helen Whitman, who, confessing to a half-faith in the old superstition of the significance of anagrams, found in the transposed letters of Edgar Poe's name the words, "a god-peer." His mind, she says, was indeed a haunted palace, echoing to the footfalls of angels and demons. No man, Poe himself wrote, has recorded, no man has dared to record the wonders of his inner life. In these 20th century days of lavish recognition, artistic, popular, and material, of genius, what rewards might not a Poe claim? Edgar's father, a son of General David Poe, the American Revolutionary patriot and friend of Lafayette, had married Mrs. Hopkins, an English actress, and the match meeting with parental disapproval, had himself taken to the stage as a profession. Notwithstanding Mrs. Poe's beauty and talent, the young couple had a sorry struggle for existence. When Poe, at the age of 2 years, was orphaned, the family was in the utmost destitution. Apparently the future poet was to be cast upon the world homeless and friendless. But fate decreed that a few glimmers of sunshine were to illumine his life, for the little fellow was adopted by John Allan, a wealthy merchant of Richmond, Virginia. A brother and sister, the remaining children, were cared for by others. In his new home, Edgar found all the luxury and advantages money could provide. He was petted, spoiled, and shown off to strangers. In Mrs. Allan he found all the affection a childless wife could bestow. Mr. Allan took much pride in the captivating, precocious lad. At the age of 5, the boy recited, with fine effect, passages of English poetry to the visitors at the Allan house. From his 8th to his 13th year, he attended the Manor House School at Stoke Newington, a suburb of London. It was the Reverend Dr. Bransby, head of the school, whom Poe so quaintly portrayed in William Wilson. Returning to Richmond in 1820, Edgar was sent to the school of Professor Joseph H. Clark. He proved an apt pupil. Years afterward, Professor Clark thus wrote, "While the other boys wrote mere mechanical verses, Poe wrote genuine poetry. The boy was a born poet. As a scholar, he was ambitious to excel. He was remarkable for self-respect, without haughtiness. He had a sensitive and tender heart, and would do anything for a friend. His nature was entirely free from selfishness." At the age of 17, Poe entered the University of Virginia at Charlottesville. He left that institution after one session. Official records prove that he was not expelled. On the contrary, he gained a creditable record as a student, although it is admitted that he contracted debts and had an ungovernable passion for card-playing. These debts may have led to his quarrel with Mr. Allan, which eventually compelled him to make his own way in the world. Early in 1827, Poe made his first literary venture. He induced Calvin Thomas, a poor and youthful printer, to publish a small volume of his verses under the title Tamerlane and Other Poems. In 1829, we find Poe in Baltimore with another manuscript volume of verses, which was soon published. Its title was Al-Araf, Tamerlane, and Other Poems. Neither of these ventures seems to have attracted much attention. Soon after Mrs. Allen's death, which occurred in 1829, Poe, through the aid of Mr. Allen, secured admission to the United States Military Academy at West Point. Any glamour which may have attached to cadet life in Poe's eyes was speedily lost, for discipline at West Point was never so severe, nor were the accommodations ever so poor. Poe's bent was more and more toward literature. Life at the academy daily became increasingly distasteful. Soon he began to purposely neglect his studies and to disregard his duties, his aim being to secure his dismissal from the United States service. In this he succeeded. On March 7, 1831, Poe found himself free. Mr. Allen's second marriage had thrown the lad on his own resources. His literary career was to begin. Poe's first genuine victory was won in 1833 when he was the successful competitor for a prize of $100 offered by a Baltimore periodical for the best prose story. A MSS found in a bottle was the winning tale. Poe had submitted 6 stories in a volume. "Our only difficulty," says Mr. Latrobe, one of the judges, "was in selecting from the rich contents of the volume." During the 15 years of his literary life, Poe was connected with various newspapers and magazines in Richmond, Philadelphia, and New York. He was faithful, punctual, industrious, thorough. N.P. Willis, who for some time employed Poe as a critic and sub-editor on the Evening Mirror, wrote thus: "With the highest admiration for Poe's genius and willingness to let it alone for more than ordinary irregularity, we were led by common report to expect a very capricious attention to his duties, and occasionally a scene of violence and difficulty. Time went on, however, and he was invariably punctual and industrious. We saw but one presentiment of the man, a quiet, patient, industrious, and most gentlemanly man. We heard from one who knew him well, what should be stated in all mention of his lamentable irregularities, that with a single glass of wine his whole nature was reversed, the demon became uppermost, and, though none of the usual signs of intoxication were visible, his will was palpably insane. In this reversed character, we repeat, it was never our chance to meet him." On September 22nd, 1835, Poe married his cousin, Virginia Clem, in Baltimore. She had barely turned 13 years. Poe himself was but 26. He then was a resident of Richmond and a regular contributor to the Southern Literary Messenger. It was not until a year later that the bride and her widowed mother followed him thither. Poe's devotion to his child wife was one of the most beautiful features of his life. Many of his famous poetic productions were inspired by her beauty and charm. Consumption had marked her for its victim, and the constant efforts of husband and mother were to secure for her all the comfort and happiness their slender means permitted. Virginia died January 30th, 1847, when but 25 years of age. A friend of the family pictures the deathbed scene, mother and husband trying to impart warmth to her by chafing her hands and her feet, while her pet cat was suffered to nestle upon her bosom for the sake of added warmth. These verses from Annabel Lee, written by Poe in 1849, the last year of his life, tell of his sorrow at the loss of his child wife. I was a child, and she was a child, in a kingdom by the sea. But we loved with a love that was more than love, I and my Annabel Lee. With a love that the winged seraphs of heaven coveted her and me. And this was the reason that, long ago, in this kingdom by the sea, a wind blew out of a cloud, chilling my beautiful Annabel Lee. So that her high-born kinsman came and bore her away from me, to shut her up in a sepulchre in this kingdom by the sea. Poe was connected at various times and in various capacities with the Southern Literary Messenger in Richmond, Virginia, Graham's Magazine and the Gentleman's Magazine in Philadelphia, the Evening Mirror, the Broadway Journal, and Godey's Lady's Book in New York. Everywhere Poe's life was one of unremitting toil. No tales and poems were ever produced at a greater cost of brain and spirit. Poe's initial salary with the Southern Literary Messenger, to which he contributed the first drafts of a number of his best-known tales, was $10 a week. 2 years later, his salary was but $600 a year. Even in 1844, when his literary reputation was established securely, he wrote to a friend expressing his pleasure because a magazine to which he was to contribute had agreed to pay him $20 monthly for 2 pages of criticism. Those were discouraging times in American literature, but Poe never lost faith. He was finally to triumph wherever preeminent talents win admirers. His genius has had no better description than in this stanza from William Winter's poem, read at the dedication exercises of the Actors' Monument to Poe, May 4th, 1885, in New York. He was the voice of beauty and of woe, passion and mystery and the dread unknown, pure as the mountains of perpetual snow, cold as the icy winds that round them moan, dark as the caves wherein earth's thunders groan, wild as the tempests of the upper sky, sweet as the faint, far-off celestial tone of angel whispers fluttering from on high, and tender as love's tear when youth and beauty die. In the 2.5 years that have elapsed since Poe's death, he has come fully into his own. For a while, Griswold's malignant misrepresentations colored the public estimate of Poe as man and as writer. But, thanks to J. H. Ingram, W. F. Gill, Eugene Didier, Sarah Helen Whitman, and others, these scandals have been dispelled, and Poe is seen as he actually was, not as a man without failings, it is true, but as the finest and most original genius in American letters. As the years go on, his fame increases. His works have been translated into many foreign languages. His is a household name in France and England. In fact, the latter nation has often uttered the reproach that Poe's own country has been slow to appreciate him. But that reproach, if it ever was warranted, certainly is untrue. W. H. R. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Works of Edgar Allan Poe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This recording is by George Emerson. The Works of Edgar Allan Poe, Volume 1, by Edgar Allan Poe. Edgar Allan Poe, by James Russell Lowell. The situation of American literature is anomalous. It has no center, or, if it have, it is like that of the sphere of Hermes. It is divided into many systems, each revolving round its several suns, and often presenting to the rest only the faint glimmer of a milk and waterway. Our capital city, unlike London or Paris, is not a great central heart from which life and vigor radiate to the extremities, but resembles more an isolated umbilicus stuck down as near as may be to the center of the land, and seeming rather to tell a legend of former usefulness than to serve any present need. Boston, New York, Philadelphia, each has its literature almost more distinct than those of the different dialects of Germany, and the young Queen of the West has also one of her own, of which some articulate rumor barely has reached us dwellers by the Atlantic. Perhaps there is no task more difficult than the just criticism of contemporary literature. It is even more grateful to give praise where it is needed than where it is deserved, and friendship so often seduces the iron stylus of justice into a vague flourish that she writes what seems rather like an epitaph than a criticism. Yet, if praise be given as an alms, we could not drop so poisonous a one into any man's hat. The critic's ink may suffer equally from too large an infusion of nutgalls or of sugar. But it is easier to be generous than to be just, and we might readily put faith in that fabulous direction to the hiding place of truth, did we judge from the amount of water which we usually find mixed with it. Remarkable experiences are usually confined to the inner life of imaginative men, but Mr. Poe's biography displays a vicissitude and peculiarity of interest such as is rarely met with. The offspring of a romantic marriage, and left an orphan at an early age, he was adopted by Mr. Allan, a wealthy Virginian, whose barren marriage bed seemed the warranty of a large estate to the young poet. Having received a classical education in England, he returned home and entered the University of Virginia, where, after an extravagant course, followed by reformation at the last extremity, he was graduated with the highest honors of his class. Then came a boyish attempt to join the fortunes of the insurgent Greeks, which ended at St. Petersburg, where he got into difficulties through want of a passport, from which he was rescued by the American consul and sent home. He now entered the military academy at West Point, from which he obtained a dismissal on hearing of the birth of a son to his adopted father by a second marriage, an event which cut off his expectations as an heir. The death of Mr. Allan, in whose will his name was not mentioned, soon after relieved him of all doubt in this regard, and he committed himself at once to authorship for a support. Previously to this, however, he had published, in 1827, a small volume of poems, which soon ran through 3 editions, and excited high expectations of its author's future distinction in the minds of many competent judges. That no certain augury can be drawn from a poet's earliest lispings, there are instances enough to prove. Shakespeare's first poems, though brimful of vigor and youth and picturesqueness, give but a very faint promise of the directness, condensation, and overflowing moral of his maturer works. Perhaps, however, Shakespeare is hardly a case in point, his Venus and Adonis having been published, we believe, in his 26th year. Milton's Latin verses show tenderness, a fine eye for nature, and a delicate appreciation of classic models, but give no hint of the author of a new style in poetry. Pope's youthful pieces have all the sing-song, wholly unrelieved by the glittering malignity and eloquent irreligion of his later productions. Collins's callow namby-pamby died and gave no sign of the vigorous and original genius which he afterward displayed. We have never thought that the world lost more in the marvelous boy, Chatterton, than a very ingenious imitator of obscure and antiquated dullness. Where he becomes original, as it is called, the interest of ingenuity ceases, and he becomes stupid. Kirke White's promises were endorsed by the respectable names of Mr. Southey, but surely with no authority from Apollo. They have the merits of a traditional piety, which to our mind, if uttered at all, had been less objectionable in the retired closet of a diary and in the sober raiment of prose. They do not clutch hold of the memory with the drowning pertinacity of Watts. Neither have they the interest of his occasional simple, lucky beauty. Burns, having fortunately been rescued by his humble station from the contaminating society of the best models, wrote well and naturally from the first. Had he been unfortunate enough to have had an educated taste, we should have had a series of poems from which, as from his letters, we could sift here and there a kernel from the mass of chaff. Coleridge's youthful efforts give no promise whatever of that poetical genius which produced at once the wildest, tenderest, most original, and most purely imaginative poems of modern times. Byron's Hours of Idleness would never find a reader except from an intrepid and indefatigable curiosity. In Wordsworth's First Preludings there is but a dim foreboding of the creator of an era. From Southey's early poems a safer augury might have been drawn. They show the patient investigator, the close student of history, and the unwearied explorer of the beauties of predecessors, but they give no assurances of a man who should add aught to stock of household words, or to the rarer and more sacred delights of the fireside or the arbor. The earliest specimens of Shelley's poetic mind already, also, give tokens of that ethereal sublimation in which the spirit seems to soar above the regions of words, but leaves its body, the verse, to be entombed, without hope of resurrection, in a mass of them. Cowley is generally instanced as a wonder of precocity, but his early insipidities show only a capacity for rhyming and for the metrical arrangement of certain conventional combinations of words, a capacity wholly dependent on a delicate physical organization and an unhappy memory. An early poem is only remarkable when it displays an effort of reason, and the rudest verses in which we can trace some conception of the ends of poetry are worth all the miracles of smooth juvenile versification. A schoolboy, one would say, might acquire the regular seesaw of Pope merely by an association with the motion of the playground tilt. Mr. Poe's early productions show that he could see through the verse to the spirit beneath, and that he already had a feeling that all the life and grace of the one must depend on and be modulated by the will of the other. We call them the most remarkable boyish poems that we have ever read. We know of none that can compare with them for maturity of purpose and a nice understanding of the effects of language and meter. Such pieces are only valuable when they display what we can only express by the contradictory phrase of innate experience. We copy one of the shorter poems, written when the author was only 14. There is a little dimness in the filling up, but the grace and symmetry of the outline are such as few poets ever attain. There is a smack of ambrosia about it. To Helen. Helen, thy beauty is to me like those Nician barks of yore, that gently o'er a perfumed sea the weary, way-worn wanderer bore to his own native shore. On desperate seas long wont to roam, the hyacinth hair, thy classic face, thy naiad airs have brought me home to the glory that was Greece and the grandeur that was Rome. Lo, in yon brilliant window niche, how statue-like I see thee stand, the agate lamp within thy hand, ah, Psyche, from the regions which are Holy Land. It is the tendency of the young poet that impresses us. Here is no withering scorn, no heart blighted ere it has safely got into its teens, none of the drawing-room sansculottism which Byron had brought into vogue. All is limpid and serene, with a pleasant dash of the Greek helicon in it. The melody of the whole, too, is remarkable. It is not of that kind which can be demonstrated arithmetically upon the tips of the fingers. It is of that finer sort which the inner ear alone can estimate. It seems simple, like a Greek column, because of its perfection. In a poem named Ligeia, under which title he intended to personify the music of nature, our boy poet gives us the following exquisite picture. Ligeia, Ligeia, my beautiful one, whose harshest idea will to melody run, say, is it thy will on the breezes to toss, or, capriciously still, like the lone albatross, incumbent on night, as she on the air, to keep watch with delight on the harmony there? John Neal, himself a man of genius, and whose lyre has been too long capriciously silent, appreciated the high merit of these and similar passages, and drew a proud horoscope for their author. Mr. Poe had that indescribable something which men have agreed to call genius. No man could ever tell us precisely what it is, and yet there is none who is not inevitably aware of its presence and its power. Let talent writhe and contort itself as it may, it has no such magnetism. Larger of bone and sinew it may be, but the wings are wanting. Talent sticks fast to earth, and its most perfect works have still 1 foot of clay. Genius claims kindred with the very workings of nature herself, so that a sunset shall seem like a quotation from Dante, and if Shakespeare be read in the very presence of the sea itself, his verses shall but seem nobler for the sublime criticism of ocean. Talent may make friends for itself, but only genius can give to its creations the divine power of winning love and veneration. Enthusiasm cannot cling to what itself is unenthusiastic, nor will he ever have disciples who has not himself impulsive zeal enough to be a disciple. Great wits are allied to madness only inasmuch as they are possessed and carried away by their demon, while talent keeps him, as Paracelsus did, securely prisoned in the pommel of his sword. To the eye of genius, the veil of the spiritual world is ever rent asunder, that it may perceive the ministers of good and evil who throng continually around it. No man of mere talent ever flung his inkstand at the devil. When we say that Mr. Poe had genius, we do not mean to say that he has produced evidence of the highest. But to say that he possesses it at all is to say that he needs only zeal, industry, and a reverence for the trust reposed in him to achieve the proudest triumphs and the greenest laurels. If we may believe the Longinuses and Aristotles of our newspapers, we have quite too many geniuses of the loftiest order to render a place among them at all desirable, whether for its hardness of attainment or its seclusion. The highest peak of our Parnassus is, according to these gentlemen, by far the most thickly settled portion of the country, a circumstance which must make it an uncomfortable residence for individuals of a poetical temperament, if love of solitude be, as immemorial tradition asserts, a necessary part of their idiosyncrasy. Mr. Poe has two of the prime qualities of genius, a faculty of vigorous yet minute analysis and a wonderful fecundity of imagination. The first of these faculties is as needful to the artist in words as a knowledge of anatomy is to the artist in colors or in stone. This enables him to conceive truly, to maintain a proper relation of parts, and to draw a correct outline, while the second groups, fills up, and colors. Both of these Mr. Poe has displayed with singular distinctness in his prose works, the last predominating in his earlier tales, and the first in his later ones. In judging of the merit of an author, and assigning him his niche among our household gods, we have a right to regard him from our own point of view, and to measure him by our own standard. But, in estimating the amount of power displayed in his works, we must be governed by his own design, and placing them by the side of his own ideal, find how much is wanting. We differ from Mr. Poe in his opinions of the objects of art. He esteems that object to be the creation of beauty, and perhaps it is only in the definition of that word that we disagree with him. But in what we shall say of his writings, we shall take his own standard as our guide. The temple of the god of song is equally accessible from every side, and there is room enough in it for all who bring offerings or seek an oracle. In his tales, Mr. Poe has chosen to exhibit his power chiefly in that dim region which stretches from the very utmost limits of the probable into the weird confines of superstition and unreality. He combines in a very remarkable manner two faculties, which are seldom found united: a power of influencing the mind of the reader by the impalpable shadows of mystery, and a minuteness of detail which does not leave a pin or a button unnoticed. Both are, in truth, the natural results of the predominating quality of his mind, to which we have before alluded, analysis. It is this which distinguishes the artist. His mind at once reaches forward to the effect to be produced. Having resolved to bring about certain emotions in the reader, he makes all subordinate parts tend strictly to the common center. Even his mystery is mathematical to his own mind. To him, X is a known quantity all along. In any picture that he paints, he understands the chemical properties of all his colors. However vague some of his figures may seem, however formless the shadows, to him the outline is as clear and distinct as that of a geometrical diagram. For this reason, Mr. Poe has no sympathy with mysticism. The mystic dwells in the mystery, is enveloped with it. It colors all his thoughts. It affects his optic nerve especially, and the commonest things get a rainbow edging from it. Mr. Poe, on the other hand, is a spectator ab extra. He analyzes, he dissects, he watches, with an eye serene, the very pulse of the machine. For such it practically is to him, with wheels and cogs and piston rods, all working to produce a certain end. This analyzing tendency of his mind balances the poetical, and by giving him the patience to be minute, enables him to throw a wonderful reality into his most unreal fancies. A monomania he paints with great power. He loves to dissect one of these cancers of the mind, and to trace all the subtle ramifications of its roots. In raising images of horror, also, he has strange success, conveying to us, sometimes, by a dusky hint, some terrible doubt, which is the secret of all horror. He leaves to imagination the task of finishing the picture, a task to which only she is competent. For such imaginary work was there, conceit deceitful, so compact, so kind, that for Achilles' image stood his spear, grasped in an armed hand, himself behind, was left unseen, save to the eye of mind. Besides the merit of conception, Mr. Poe's writings have also that of form. His style is highly finished, graceful, and truly classical. It would be hard to find a living author who had displayed such varied powers. As an example of his style, we would refer to one of his tales, The House of Usher, in the first volume of his Tales of the Grotesque and Arabesque. It has a singular charm for us, and we think that no one could read it without being strongly moved by its serene and somber beauty. Had its author written nothing else, it would alone have been enough to stamp him as a man of genius and the master of a classic style. In this tale occurs, perhaps, the most beautiful of its poems. The great masters of imagination have seldom resorted to the vague and the unreal as sources of effect. They have not used dread and horror alone, but only in combination with other qualities, as means of subjugating the fancies of their readers. The loftiest muse has ever a household and fireside charm about her. Mr. Poe's secret lies mainly in the skill with which he has employed the strange fascination of mystery and terror. In this, his success is so great and striking as to deserve the name of art, not artifice. We cannot call his materials the noblest or purest, but we must concede to him the highest merit of construction. As a critic, Mr. Poe was aesthetically deficient. Unerring in his analysis of dictions, meters, and plots, he seemed wanting in the faculty of perceiving the profounder ethics of art. His criticisms are, however, distinguished for scientific precision and coherence of logic. They have the exactness, and at the same time the coldness, of mathematical demonstrations. Yet they stand in strikingly refreshing contrast with the vague generalisms and sharp personalities of the day. If deficient in warmth, they are also without the heat of partisanship. They are especially valuable as illustrating the great truth, too generally overlooked, that analytic power is a subordinate quality of the critic. On the whole, it may be considered certain that Mr. Poe has attained an individual eminence in our literature which he will keep. He has given proof of power and originality. He has done that which could only be done once with success or safety, and the imitation or repetition of which would produce weariness. End of section 2. Section 3 of The Works of Edgar Allan Poe, Volume 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Works of Edgar Allan Poe, Volume 1, by Edgar Allan Poe. Section 3. Death of Edgar A. Poe, by N.P. Willis. The ancient fable of two antagonistic spirits imprisoned in one body, equally powerful and having the complete mastery by turns of one man, that is to say, inhabited by both a devil and an angel, seems to have been realized, if all we hear is true, in the character of the extraordinary man whose name we have written above. Our own impression of the nature of Edgar A. Poe differs in some important degree, however, from that which has been generally conveyed in the notices of his death. Let us, before telling what we personally know of him, copy a graphic and highly finished portraiture from the pen of Dr. Rufus W. Griswold, which appeared in a recent number of the Tribune. Edgar Allan Poe is dead. He died in Baltimore on Sunday, October 7th. This announcement will startle many, but few will be grieved by it. The poet was known, personally or by reputation, in all this country. He had readers in England and in several of the states of continental Europe, but he had few or no friends, and the regrets for his death will be suggested principally by the consideration that in him literary art has lost one of its most brilliant but erratic stars. His conversation was at times almost supramortal in its eloquence. His voice was modulated with astonishing skill, and his large and variably expressive eyes looked repose or shot fiery tumult into theirs who listened, while his own face glowed, or was changeless and paler, as his imagination quickened his blood or drew it back frozen to his heart. His imagery was from the worlds which no mortals can see, but with the vision of genius. Suddenly starting from a proposition exactly and sharply defined in terms of utmost simplicity and clearness, he rejected the forms of customary logic, and by a crystalline process of accretion built up his ocular demonstrations in forms of gloomiest and ghastliest grandeur, or in those of the most airy and delicious beauty, so minutely and distinctly, yet so rapidly, that the attention which was yielded to him was chained till it stood among his wonderful creations, till he himself dissolved the spell, and brought his hearers back to common and base existence, by vulgar fancies, or exhibitions of the ignoblest passion. He was at all times a dreamer dwelling in ideal realms in heaven or hell, peopled with the creatures and the accidents of his brain. He walked the streets, in madness or melancholy, with lips moving in indistinct curses, or with eyes upturned in passionate prayer, never for himself, for he felt, or professed to feel, that he was already damned, but for their happiness, who at the moment were objects of his idolatry, or with his glances introverted to a heart gnawed with anguish, and with a face shrouded in gloom, he would brave the wildest storms, and all night, with drenched garments, and arms beating the winds and rains, would speak as if the spirits that at such times only could be evoked by him from the Aidenn, close by whose portals his disturbed soul sought to forget the ills to which his constitution subjected him. Close by the Aidenn, where were those he loved? The Aidenn which he might never see but in fitful glimpses, as its gates opened to receive the less fiery and more happy natures whose destiny to sin did not involve the doom of death. He seemed except when some fitful pursuit subjugated his will and engrossed his faculties, always to bear the memory of some controlling sorrow. The remarkable poem of The Raven was probably much more nearly than has been supposed, even by those who were very intimate with him, a reflection and an echo of his own history. He was that bird's unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore, of never, nevermore. Every genuine author, in a greater or less degree, leaves in his works, whatever their design, traces of his personal character, elements of his immortal being, in which the individual survives the person. While we read the pages of The Fall of the House of Usher, or of Mesmeric Revelations, we see in the solemn and stately gloom which invests one, and in the subtle metaphysical analysis of both, indications of the idiosyncrasies of what was most remarkable and peculiar in the author's intellectual nature. But we see here only the better phases of his nature, only the symbols of his juster action, for his harsh experience had deprived him of all faith in man or woman. He had made up his mind upon the numberless complexities of the social world, and the whole system with him was an imposture. This conviction gave a direction to his shrewd and naturally unamiable character. Still, though he regarded society as composed altogether of villains, the sharpness of his intellect was not of that kind which enabled him to cope with villainy, while it continually caused him by overshots to fail of the success of honesty. He was in many respects like Francis Vivian in Bulwer's novel of The Caxtons. Passion, in him, comprehended many of the worst emotions which militate against human happiness. You could not contradict him, but you raised quick choler. You could not speak of wealth, but his cheek paled with gnawing envy. The astonishing natural advantages of this poor boy, his beauty, his readiness, the daring spirit that breathed around him like a fiery atmosphere, had raised his constitutional self-confidence into an arrogance that turned his very claims to admiration into prejudices against him. Irascible, envious, bad enough, but not the worst, for these salient angles were all varnished over with a cold, repellent cynicism. His passions vented themselves in sneers. There seemed to him no moral susceptibility, and, what was more remarkable in a proud nature, little or nothing of the true point of honor. He had, to a morbid excess, that desire to rise which is vulgarly called ambition, but no wish for the esteem or the love of his species, only the hard wish to succeed, not shine, not serve, succeed, that he might have the right to despise a world which galled his self-conceit. We have suggested the influence of his aims and vicissitudes upon his literature. It was more conspicuous in his later than in his earlier writings. Nearly all that he wrote in the last 2 or 3 years, including much of his best poetry, was in some sense biographical. In draperies of his imagination, those who had taken the trouble to trace his steps could perceive, but slightly concealed, the figure of himself. Apropos of the disparaging portion of the above well-written sketch, let us truthfully say, some 4 or 5 years since, when editing a daily paper in this city, Mr. Poe was employed by us for several months as critic and sub-editor. This was our first personal acquaintance with him. He resided with his wife and mother at Fordham, a few miles out of town, but was at his desk in the office from 9 in the morning till the evening paper went to press. With the highest admiration for his genius, and a willingness to let it atone for more than ordinary irregularity, we were led by common report to expect a very capricious attention to his duties, and occasionally a scene of violence and difficulty. Time went on, however, and he was invariably punctual and industrious, with his pale, beautiful, and intellectual face as a reminder of what genius was in him. It was impossible, of course, not to treat him always with deferential courtesy, and, to our occasional request that he would not probe too deep in a criticism, or that he would erase a passage colored too highly with his resentments against society and mankind, he readily and courteously assented, far more yielding than most men, we thought, on points so excusably sensitive. With a prospect of taking the lead in another periodical, he, at last, voluntarily gave up his employment with us, and through all this considerable period we had seen but one presentment of the man, a quiet, patient, industrious, and most gentlemanly person, commanding the utmost respect and good feeling by his unvarying deportment and ability. Residing as he did in the country, we never met Mr. Poe in hours of leisure, but he frequently called on us afterward at our place of business, and we met him often in the street, invariably the same sad-mannered, winning, and refined gentleman, such as we had always known him. It was by rumor only, up to the day of his death, that we knew of any other development of manner or character. We heard from one who knew him well, what should be stated in all mention of his lamentable irregularities, that with a single glass of wine his whole nature was reversed, the demon became uppermost, and though none of the usual signs of intoxication were visible, his will was palpably insane. Possessing his reasoning faculties in excited activity at such times, and seeking his acquaintances with his wonted look and memory, he easily seemed personating only another phase of his natural character, and was accused, accordingly, of insulting, arrogance, and bad-heartedness. In this reversed character, we repeat, it was never our chance to see him. We know it from hearsay, and we mention it in connection with this sad infirmity of physical constitution, which puts it upon very nearly the ground of a temporary and almost irresponsible insanity. The arrogance, vanity, and depravity of heart, of which Mr. Poe was generally accused, seem to us referable altogether to this reversed phase of his character. Under that degree of intoxication, which only acted upon him by demonizing his sense of truth and right, he doubtless said and did much that was wholly irreconcilable with his better nature. But when himself, and as we knew him only, his modesty and unaffected humility, as to his own deservings, were a constant charm to his character. His letters, of which the constant application for autographs has taken from us, we are sorry to confess, the greater portion, exhibited this quality very strongly. In one of the carelessly written notes of which we chance still to retain possession, for instance, he speaks of The Raven, that extraordinary poem which electrified the world of imaginative readers, and has become the type of a school of poetry of its own, and in evident earnest attributes its success to the few words of commendation with which we had prefaced it in this paper. It will throw light on his sane character to give a literal copy of the note. Fordham, April the 20th, 1849. My dear Willis, the poem which I enclose, and which I am so vain as to hope you will like, in some respects, has been just published in a paper for which sheer necessity compels me to write, now and then. It pays well as times go, but unquestionably it ought to pay 10 prices, for whatever I send it, I feel I am consigning to the tomb of the Capulets. The verses accompanying this, may I beg you to take out of the tomb, and bring them to light in the Home Journal? if you can oblige me so far as to copy them, I do not think it will be necessary to say, from the... That would be too bad, and perhaps from a late... paper would do. I have not forgotten how a good word in season from you made The Raven and made Ulalume, which, by the way, people have done me the honor of attributing to you. Therefore, I would ask you, if I dared, to say something of these lines, if they please you. Truly yours ever, Edgar A. Poe. Fordham, January the 22nd, 1848. My dear Mr. Willis, I am about to make an effort at re-establishing myself in the literary world, and feel that I may depend upon your aid. My general aim is to start a magazine, to be called The Stylus. But it would be useless to me, even when established, if not entirely out of the control of a publisher. I mean, therefore, to get up a journal which shall be my own at all points. With this end in view, I must get a list of at least 500 subscribers to begin with. Nearly 200 I have already. I propose, however, to go south and west among my personal and literary friends, old college and West Point acquaintances, and see what I can do. In order to get the means of taking the first step, I propose to lecture at the Society Library on Thursday, the 3rd of February, and, that there may be no cause of squabbling, my subject shall not be literary at all. I have chosen a broad text, the universe. Having thus given you the facts of the case, I leave all the rest to the suggestions of your own tact and generosity. Gratefully, most gratefully, your friend always, Edgar A. Poe. Brief and chance taken as these letters are, we think they sufficiently prove the existence of the very qualities denied to Mr. Poe: humility, willingness to persevere, belief in another's friendship, and capability of cordial and grateful friendship. Such he assuredly was when sane. Such only he has invariably seemed to us, in all we have happened personally to know of him through a friendship of 5 or 6 years. And so much easier is it to believe what we have seen and known than what we hear of only, that we remember him but with admiration and respect, these descriptions of him, when morally insane, seeming to us like portraits, painted in sickness, of a man we have only known in health. But there is another, more touching, and far more forcible evidence that there was goodness in Edgar A. Poe. To reveal it, we are obliged to venture upon the lifting of the veil which sacredly covers grief and refinement in poverty. But we may think it be excused, if so we can brighten the memory of the poet, even were there not a more needed and immediate service which it may render to the nearest link broken by his death. Our first knowledge of Mr. Poe's removal to this city was by a call which we received from a lady who introduced herself to us as the mother of his wife. She was in search of employment for him, and she excused her errand by mentioning that he was ill, that her daughter was a confirmed invalid, and that their circumstances were such as compelled her taking it upon herself. The countenance of this lady, made beautiful and saintly with an evidently complete giving up of her life to privation and sorrowful tenderness, her gentle and mournful voice urging its plea, her long forgotten but habitually and unconsciously refined manners, and her appealing and yet appreciative mention of the claims and abilities of her son, disclosed at once the presence of one of those angels upon earth that women in adversity can be. It was a hard fate that she was watching over. Mr. Poe wrote with fastidious difficulty, and in a style too much above the popular level to be well paid. He was always in pecuniary difficulty, and, with his sick wife, frequently in want of the merest necessaries of life. Winter after winter, for years, the most touching sight to us in this whole city has been that tireless minister to genius, thinly and insufficiently clad, going from office to office with a poem or an article on some literary subject to sell, sometimes simply pleading in a broken voice that he was ill and begging for him, mentioning nothing but that he was ill. Whatever might be the reason for his writing nothing, and never, amid all her tears and recitals of distress, suffering one syllable to escape her lips that could convey a doubt of him, or a complaint, or a lessening of pride in his genius and good intentions. Her daughter died 1.5 years since, but she did not desert him. She continued his ministering angel, living with him, caring for him, guarding him against exposure, and when he was carried away by temptation, amid grief and the loneliness of feelings unreplied to, and awoke from his self-abandonment prostrated in destitution and suffering, begging for him still. If woman's devotion, born with a first love, and fed with human passion, hallow its object, as it is allowed to do, what does not a devotion like this, pure, disinterested, and holy as the watch of an invisible spirit, say for him who inspired it? We have a letter before us, written by this lady, Mrs. Clem, on the morning in which she heard of the death of this object of her untiring care. It is merely a request that we would call upon her, but we will copy a few of its words, sacred as its privacy is, to warrant the truth of the picture we have drawn above, and add force to the appeal we wish to make for her. I have this morning heard of the death of my darling Eddie. Can you give me any circumstances or particulars? Oh, do not desert your poor friend in his bitter affliction. Ask Mr. to come, as I must deliver a message to him from my poor Eddie. I need not ask you to notice his death and to speak well of him. I know you will. But say what an affectionate son he was to me, his poor desolate mother. To hedge round a grave with respect, what choice is there between the relinquished wealth and honors of the world and the story of such a woman's unrewarded devotion? Risking what we do in delicacy by making it public, we feel, other reasons aside, that it betters the world to make known that there are such ministrations to its erring and gifted. What we have said will speak to some hearts. There are those who will be glad to know how the lamp, whose light of poetry has beamed on their far-away recognition, was watched over with care and pain, that they may send her, who is more darkened than they by its extinction, some token of their sympathy. She is destitute and alone. If any, far or near, will send to us what may aid and cheer her through the remainder of her life, we will joyfully place it in her hands. End of section 3. This recording is by George Emerson.
A Familiar Preface by Joseph Conrad, 1857 to 1924. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Introduction. This glorious expression of the credo of all artists, in whatever form of creation, lastingly enriches the English tongue. It is from the preface to a personal record, that fascinating autobiographical volume in which Conrad tells the curious story of a Polish boy who ran away to sea and began to write in English. As a companion piece, those who have the honour of the writer's craft at heart should read Conrad's preface to The Nigger of the Narcissus. All ambitions are lawful except those which climb upward on the miseries or credulities of mankind. Is it permissible to wonder what some newspaper owners, say Mr. Hearst, would reply to that. Mr. Conrad's career is too well known to be annotated here. If by any chance the reader is not acquainted with it, it will be to his soul's advantage to go to a public library and look it up. A familiar preface. As a general rule, we do not want much encouragement to talk about ourselves, yet this little book is the result of a friendly suggestion, and even of a little friendly pressure. I defended myself with some spirit, but with characteristic tenacity. The friendly voice insisted, "You know you really must." It was not an argument, but I submitted at once. If one must. You perceive the force of a word. He who wants to persuade should put his trust not in the right argument, but in the right word. The power of sound has always been greater than the power of sense. I don't say this by way of disparagement. It is better for mankind to be impressionable than reflective. Nothing humanely great, I mean as affecting a whole mass of lives, has come from reflection. On the other hand, you cannot fail to see the power of mere words. Such words as glory, for instance, or pity. I won't mention any more. They are not far to seek. Shouted with perseverance, with ardour, with conviction, these two by their sound alone have set whole nations in motion and upheaved the dry, hard ground on which rests our whole social fabric. There's virtue for you, if you like. Of course, the accent must be attended to. The right accent, that's very important. The capacious lung, the thundering of the tender vocal cords. Don't talk to me of your Archimedes' lever. He was an absent-minded person with a mathematical imagination. Mathematics command all my respect, but I have no use for engines. Give me the right word and the right accent, and I will move the world. What a dream for a writer, because written words have their accent too. Yes, let me only find the right word. Surely it must be lying somewhere among the wreckage of all the plaints and all the exaltations poured out aloud since the first day when hope, the undying, came down on earth. It may be there, close by, disregarded, invisible, quite at hand. But it's no good. I believe there are men who can lay hold of a needle in a pottle of hay at the first try. For myself, I have never had such luck. And then there is that accent, another difficulty. But who is going to tell whether the accent is right or wrong till the word is shouted, and fails to be heard, perhaps, and goes downwind, leaving the world unmoved? Once upon a time there lived an emperor who was a sage and something of a literary man. He jotted down on ivory tablets thoughts, maxims, reflections which chance has preserved for the edification of posterity. Among other sayings, I am quoting from memory, I remember this solemn admonition: "Let all thy words have the accent of heroic truth." The accent of heroic truth! This is very fine, but I am thinking that it is an easy matter for an austere emperor to jot down grandiose advice. Most of the working truths on this earth are humble, not heroic, and there have been times in the history of mankind when the accents of heroic truth have moved it to nothing but derision. Nobody will expect to find between the covers of this little book words of extraordinary potency or accents of irresistible heroism. However humiliating for my self-esteem, I must confess that the counsels of Marcus Aurelius are not for me. They are more fit for a moralist than for an artist. Truth of a modest sort, I can promise you, and also sincerity. That complete, praiseworthy sincerity which, while it delivers one into the hands of one's enemies, is as likely as not to embroil one with one's friends. Embroil is perhaps too strong an expression. I can't imagine among either my enemies or my friends a being so hard up for something to do as to quarrel with me. To disappoint one's friends would be nearer the mark. Almost all friendships of the writing period of my life have come to me through my books, and I know that a novelist lives in his work. He stands there, the only reality in an invented world, among imaginary things, happenings, and people. Writing about them, he is only writing about himself. But the disclosure is not complete. He remains to a certain extent a figure behind the veil, a suspected rather than a seen presence, a movement and a voice behind the draperies of fiction. In these personal notes there is no such veil, and I cannot help thinking of a passage in the Imitation of Christ where the ascetic author, who knew life so profoundly, says that there are persons esteemed on their reputation who by showing themselves destroy the opinions one had of them. This is the danger incurred by the author of fiction who sets out to talk about himself without disguise. While these reminiscent pages were appearing serially, I was remonstrated with for bad economy, as if such writing were a form of self-indulgence, wasting the substance of future volumes. It seems that I am not sufficiently literary. Indeed, a man who never wrote a line for print till he was 36 cannot bring himself to look upon his existence and his experience, upon the sum of his thoughts, sensations and emotions, upon his memories and his regrets, and the whole possession of his past, as only so much material for his hands. Once before, some 3 years ago, when I published The Mirror of the Sea, a volume of impressions and memories, the same remarks were made to me. Practical remarks, but truth to say I have never understood the kind of thrift they recommend. I wanted to pay my tribute to the sea, its ships and its men, to whom I remain indebted for so much of which has gone to make me what I am. That seemed to me the only shape in which I could offer it to their shades. There could not be a question in my mind of anything else. It is quite possible that I am a bad economist, but it is certain that I am incorrigible. Having matured in the surroundings and under the special conditions of sea life, I have a special piety towards that form of my past, for its impressions were vivid, its appeal direct, its demands such as could be responded to with the natural elation of youth and strength equal to the call. There was nothing in them to perplex a young conscience. Having broken away from my origins under a storm of blame from every quarter, which had the merest shadow of right to voice an opinion, removed by great distances from such natural affections as was still left to me, and even estranged in a measure from them by the totally unintelligible character of the life which had seduced me so mysteriously from my allegiance, I may safely say that through the blind force of circumstances the sea was to be all my world, and the merchant service my only home for a long succession of years. No wonder, then, that in my 2 exclusively sea books, The Nigger of the Narcissus and The Mirror of the Sea, and in the few short sea stories like Youth and Typhoon, I have tried with an almost filial regard to render the vibration of life in the great world of waters in the hearts of the simple men who have for ages traversed its solitudes, and also that something sentient which seems to dwell in ships, the creatures of their hands and the objects of their care. One's literary life must turn frequently for sustenance to memories, and seek discourse with the shades, unless one has made up one's mind to write only in order to reprove mankind for what it is, or praise it for what it is not, or, generally to teach it how to behave. Being neither quarrelsome, nor a flatterer, nor a sage, I have done none of these things, and I am prepared to put up serenely with the insignificance which attaches to persons who are not meddlesome in some way or other. But resignation is not indifference. I would not like to be left standing as a mere spectator on the bank of the great stream carrying onward so many lives. I would fain claim for myself the faculty of so much insight as can be expressed in a voice of sympathy and compassion. It seems to me that in one, at least, authoritative quarter of criticism I am suspected of a certain unemotional, grim acceptance of facts, of what the French would call sécheresse du cœur. 15 years of unbroken silence before praise or blame testifies sufficiently to my respect for criticism, that fine flower of personal expression in the garden of letters. But this is more of a personal matter, reaching the man behind the work, and therefore it may be alluded to in a volume which is a personal note in the margin of the public page. Not that I feel hurt in the least. The charge, if it amounted to a charge at all, was made in the most considerate terms, in a tone of regret. My answer is that if it be true that every novel contains an element of autobiography, and this can hardly be denied, since the creator can only express himself in his creation, then there are some of us to whom an open display of sentiment is repugnant. I would not unduly praise the virtue of restraint. It is often merely temperamental, but it is not always a sign of coldness. It may be pride. There can be nothing more humiliating than to see the shaft of one's emotion miss the mark of either laughter or tears. Nothing more humiliating. And this for the reason that should the mark be missed, should the open display of emotion fail to move, then it must perish unavoidably in disgust or contempt. No artist can be reproached for shrinking from a risk which only fools run to meet, and only genius dare confront with impunity. In a task which mainly consists in laying one's soul more or less bare to the world, a regard for decency, even at the cost of success, is but the regard for one's own dignity, which is inseparably united with the dignity of one's work. And then it is very difficult to be wholly joyous or wholly sad on this earth. The comic, when it is human, soon takes upon itself a face of pain, and some of our griefs, some only, not all, for it is the capacity for suffering which makes man august in the eyes of men, have their source in weaknesses which must be recognized with smiling compassion as the common inheritance of us all. Joy and sorrow in this world pass into each other, mingling their forms and their murmurs in the twilight of life, as mysterious as an overshadowed ocean, while the dazzling brightness of supreme hopes lies far off, fascinating and still, on the distant edge of the horizon. Yes, I too would like to hold the magic wand, giving that command over laughter and tears, which is declared to be the highest achievement of imaginative literature. Only, to be a great magician, one must surrender oneself to occult and irresponsible powers, either outside or within one's breast. We have all heard of simple men selling their souls for love or power to some grotesque devil. The most ordinary intelligence can perceive without much reflection that anything of the sort is bound to be a fool's bargain. I don't lay claim to particular wisdom because of my dislike and distrust of such transactions. It may be my sea training acting upon a natural disposition to keep good hold on the one thing really mine, but the fact is that I have a positive horror of losing even for one moving moment that full possession of myself which is the first condition of good service. And I have earned my notion of good service from my earlier into my later existence. I, who have never sought in the written word anything else but a form of the beautiful, I have carried over that article of creed from the decks of ships to the more circumscribed space of my desk, and by that act, I suppose, I have become permanently imperfect in the eyes of the ineffable company of pure ascetics. As in political, so in literary action, a man wins friends for himself mostly by the passion of his prejudices and by the consistent narrowness of his outlook. But I have never been able to love what was not lovable, or hate what was not hateful, out of deference for some general principle. Whether there be any courage in making this admission I know not. After the middle turn of life's way, we consider dangers and joys with a tranquil mind. So I proceed in peace to declare that I have always suspected, in the effort to bring into play the extremities of emotions, the debasing touch of insincerity. In order to move others deeply, we must deliberately allow ourselves to be carried away beyond the bounds of our normal sensibility. Innocently enough, perhaps, and of necessity, like an actor who raises his voice on the stage above the pitch of natural conversation. But still we have to do that. And surely this is no great sin, but the danger lies in the writer becoming the victim of his own exaggeration, losing the exact notion of sincerity, and in the end coming to despise truth itself as something too cold, too blunt for his purpose, as, in fact, not good enough for his insistent emotion. From laughter and tears the descent is easy to snivelling and giggles. These may seem selfish considerations, but you can't, in sound morals, condemn a man for taking care of his own integrity. It is his clear duty. And least of all can you condemn an artist pursuing, however humbly and imperfectly, a creative aim. In that interior world where his thoughts and his emotions go seeking for the experience of imagined adventures, there are no policemen, no law, no pressure of circumstance or dread of opinion to keep him within bounds. Who then is going to say nay to his temptations if not his conscience? And besides, this, remember, is the place and the moment of perfectly open talk. I think that all ambitions are lawful, except those which climb upward on the miseries or credulities of mankind. All intellectual and artistic ambitions are permissible, up to and even beyond the limit of prudent sanity. They can hurt no one. If they are mad, then so much the worse for the artist. Indeed, as virtue is said to be, such ambitions are their own reward. Is it such a very mad presumption to believe in the sovereign power of one's art, to try for other means, for other ways of affirming this belief in the deeper appeal of one's work? To try to go deeper is not to be insensible. A historian of hearts is not a historian of emotions, yet he penetrates further, restrained as he may be, since his aim is to reach the wry fount of laughter and tears. The sight of human affairs deserves admiration and pity. They are worthy of respect too, and he is not insensible who pays them the undemonstrative tribute of a sigh which is not a sob, and of a smile which is not a grin. Resignation, not mystic, not detached, but resignation open-eyed, conscious and informed by love, is the only one of our feelings for which it is impossible to become a sham. Not that I think resignation the last word of wisdom. I am too much the creature of my time for that, but I think that the proper wisdom is to will what the gods will without perhaps being certain what their will is, or even if they have a will of their own. And in this matter of life and art, it is not the why that matters so much to our happiness as the how. As the Frenchman said, il y a toujours la manière. Very true. Yes, there is the manner in laughter, in tears, in irony, in indignations and enthusiasms, in judgments, and even in love. The manner in which, as in the features and character of a human face, the inner truth is foreshadowed for those who know how to look at their kind. Those who read me know my conviction that the world, the temporal world, rests on a very few simple ideas, so simple that they must be as old as the hills. It rests notably, among others, on the idea of fidelity. At a time when nothing which is not revolutionary in some way or other can expect to attract much attention, I have not been revolutionary in my writings. The revolutionary spirit is mighty convenient in this, that it frees one from all scruples as regards ideas. Its hard absolute optimism is repulsive to my mind by the menace of fanaticism and intolerance it contains. No doubt one should smile at these things, but, imperfect ascete, I am no better philosopher. All claim to special righteousness awakens in me that scorn and anger from which a philosophical mind should be free. End of A Familiar Preface by Joseph Conrad. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.
Hermann von Helmholtz, an autobiographical sketch. An address delivered on the occasion of his Jubilee, 1891. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. In the course of the past year, and most recently on the occasion of the celebration of my 70th birthday and the subsequent festivities, I have been overloaded with honors, with marks of respect and of goodwill in a way which could never have been expected. My own sovereign, His Majesty the German Emperor, has raised me to the highest rank in the civil service. The kings of Sweden and of Italy, my former sovereign, the Grand Duke of Baden, and the President of the French Republic have conferred grand crosses on me. Many academies, not only of science but also of the fine arts, faculties, and learned societies spread over the whole world, from Tomsk to Melbourne, have sent me diplomas and richly illuminated addresses, expressing in elevated language their recognition of my scientific endeavors and their thanks for those endeavors, in terms which I cannot read without a feeling of shame. My native town, Potsdam, has conferred its freedom on me. To all this must be added the countless individuals, scientific and personal friends, pupils, and others personally unknown to me, who have sent their congratulations in telegrams and in letters. But this is not all. You desire to make my name the banner, as it were, of a magnificent institution which, founded by lovers of science of all nations, is to encourage and promote scientific inquiry in all countries. Science and art are, indeed, at the present time, the only remaining bond of peace between civilized nations. Their ever-increasing development is a common aim of all, is effected by the common work of all, and for the common good of all. A great and a sacred work. The founders even wish to devote their gift to the promotion of these branches of science, which all my life I have pursued, and thus bring me, with my shortcomings, before future generations almost as an exemplar of scientific investigation. This is the proudest honor which you could confer upon me, insomuch as you thereby show that I possess your unqualified favorable opinion. But it would border on presumption were I to accept it without a quiet expectation on my part that the judges of future centuries will not be influenced by considerations of personal favor. My personal appearance even you have represented in marble by a master of the first rank, so that I shall appear to the present and to future generations in a more ideal form, and another master of the etching needle has ensured that faithful portraits of me shall be distributed among my contemporaries. I cannot fail to remember that all you have done is an expression of the sincerest and warmest goodwill on your part, and that I am most deeply indebted to you for it.
I must, however, be excused if the first effect of these abundant honors is rather surprising and confusing to me than intelligible. My own consciousness does not justify me in putting a measure of the value of what I have tried to do, which would leave such a balance in my favor as you have drawn. I know how simply everything I have done has been brought about, how scientific methods worked out by my predecessors have naturally led to certain results, and how frequently a fortunate circumstance or a lucky accident has helped me. But the chief difference is this: that which I have seen slowly growing from small beginnings through months and years of toilsome and tentative work, all that suddenly starts before you like Pallas fully equipped from the head of Jupiter. A feeling of surprise has entered into your estimate, but not into mine. At times, and perhaps even frequently, my own estimate may possibly have been unduly lowered by the fatigue of the work and by vexation about all kinds of futile steps which I had taken. My colleagues, as well as the public at large, estimate a scientific or artistic work according to the utility, the instruction, or the pleasure which it has afforded. An author is usually disposed to base his estimate on the labor it has cost him, and it is but seldom that both kinds of judgment agree. It can, on the other hand, be seen from incidental expressions of some of the most celebrated men, especially of artists, that they lay but small weight on productions which seem to us inimitable, compared with others which have been difficult, and yet which appear to readers and observers as much less successful. I need only mention Goethe, who once stated to Eckermann that he did not estimate his poetical works so highly as what he had done in the theory of colors. The same may have happened to me, though in a more modest degree, if I may accept your assurances and those of the authors of the addresses which have reached me. Permit me, therefore, to give you a short account of the manner in which I have been led to the special direction of my work. In my first 7 years I was a delicate boy, for long confined to my room, and often even to bed, but nevertheless I had a strong inclination towards occupation and mental activity. My parents busied themselves a good deal with me. Picture books and games, especially with wooden blocks, filled up the rest of the time. Reading came pretty early, which of course greatly increased the range of my occupations. But a defect of my mental organization showed itself almost as early, in that I had a bad memory for disconnected things. The first indication of this I considered to be the difficulty I had in distinguishing between left and right. Afterwards, when at school I began with languages, I had greater difficulties than others in learning words, irregular grammatical forms, and peculiar terms of expression. History as then taught to us I could scarcely master. To learn prose by heart was martyrdom. This defect has of course only increased, and is a vexation of my mature age. But when I possessed small mnemotechnical methods, or merely such as are afforded by the metre and rhyme of poetry, learning by heart and the retention of what I had learned went on better. I easily remembered poems by great authors, but by no means so easily the somewhat artificial verses of authors of the second rank. I think that is probably due to the natural flow of thought in good poems, and I am inclined to think that in this connection is to be found an essential basis of aesthetic beauty. In the higher classes of the gymnasium I could repeat some books of the Odyssey, a considerable number of the odes of Horace, and large stores of German poetry. In other directions I was just in the position of our older ancestors who were not able to write, and hence expressed their laws and their history in verse so as to learn them by heart. That which a man does easily he usually does willingly. Hence I was, first of all, a great admirer and lover of poetry. This inclination was encouraged by my father, who, while he had a strict sense of duty, was also of an enthusiastic disposition, impassioned for poetry, and particularly for the classic period of German literature. He taught German in the upper classes of the gymnasium, and read Homer with us. Under his guidance, we did alternately themes in German prose and metrical exercises, poems as we called them. But even if most of us remained indifferent poets, we learned better in this way than in any other I know of, how to express what we had to say in the most varied manner. But the most perfect mnemotechnical help is a knowledge of the laws of phenomena. This I first got to know in geometry. From the time of my childish playing with wooden blocks, the relations of special proportions to each other were well known to me from actual perception. What sort of figures were produced when bodies of regular shape were laid against each other I knew well without much consideration. When I began the scientific study of geometry, all the facts which I had to learn were perfectly well known and familiar to me, much to the astonishment of my teachers. So far as I recollect, that came out incidentally in the elementary school attached to the Potsdam Training College, which I attended up to my 8th year. Strict scientific methods, on the contrary, were new to me, and with their help I saw the difficulties disappear which had hindered me in other regions. One thing was wanting in geometry. It dealt exclusively with abstract forms of space, and I delighted in complete reality. As I became bigger and stronger, I went about with my father and my schoolfellows a great deal in the neighborhood of my native town, Potsdam, and I acquired a great love of nature. This is perhaps the reason why the first fragments of physics which I learned in the gymnasium engrossed me much more closely than purely geometrical and algebraic studies. Here there was a copious and multifarious region, with the mighty fullness of nature to be brought under the dominion of a mentally apprehended law. And in fact, that which first fascinated me was the intellectual mastery over nature, which at first confronts us as so unfamiliar by the logical force of law. But this, of course, soon led to the recognition that knowledge of natural processes was the magical key which places ascendancy over nature in the hands of its possessor. In this order of ideas, I felt myself at home. I plunged then with great zeal and pleasure into the study of all the books on physics I found in my father's library. They were very old-fashioned. Phlogiston still held sway, and galvanism had not grown beyond the volatile pile. A young friend and myself tried with our small means all sorts of experiments about which we had read. The action of acids on our mother's stores of linen we investigated thoroughly. We had otherwise but little success. Most successful was perhaps the construction of optical instruments by means of spectacle glasses, which were to be had in Potsdam, and a small botanical lens belonging to my father. The limitation of our means had at that time the value that I was compelled always to vary in all possible ways my plans for experiments, until I got them in a form in which I could carry them out. I must confess that many a time, when the class was reading Cicero or Virgil, both of which I found very tedious, I was calculating under the desk the path of rays in a telescope, and I discovered even at that time some optical theorems, not ordinarily met with in textbooks, but which I afterwards found useful in the construction of the ophthalmoscope. Thus it happened that I entered upon that special line of study to which I have subsequently adhered, and which, in the conditions I have mentioned, grew into an absorbing impulse, amounting even to a passion. This impulse to dominate the actual world by acquiring an understanding of it, or what I think is only another expression for the same thing, to discover the causal connection of phenomena, has guided me through my whole life, and the strength of this impulse is possibly the reason why I have found no satisfaction in apparent solutions of problems so long as I felt there were still obscure points in them. And now I was to go to the university. Physics was at that time looked upon as an art by which a living could not be made. My parents were compelled to be very economical, and my father explained to me that he knew of no other way of helping me to the study of physics than by taking up the study of medicine into the bargain. I was by no means averse from the study of living nature, and assented to this without much difficulty. Moreover, the only influential person in our family had been a medical man, the late Surgeon General Mersina, and this relationship was a recommendation in my favor among other applicants for admission to our Army Medical School, the Friedrich Wilhelms Institute, which very materially helped the poorer students in passing through their medical course. In this study, I came at once under the influence of a profound teacher, Johannes Müller, he who at the same time introduced E. Dubois Raymond, E. Bruck, C. Ludwig, and Virchow to the study of anatomy and physiology. As respects the critical questions about the nature of life, Müller still struggled between the older, essentially the metaphysical view, and the naturalistic one, which was then being developed, but the conviction that nothing could replace the knowledge of facts forced itself upon him with increasing certainty, and it may be that his influence over his students was the greater because he still so struggled. Young people are ready at once to attack the deepest problems, and thus I attacked the perplexing question of the nature of the vital force. Most physiologists had at that time adopted G. E. Stahl's way out of the difficulty, that while it is the physical and chemical forces of the organs and substances of the living body which act on it, there is an indwelling vital soul or vital force which could bind and loose the activity of these forces, that after death the free action of these forces produces decomposition, while during life their action is continually being controlled by the soul of life. I had a misgiving that there was something against nature in this explanation, but it took me a good deal of trouble to state my misgiving in the form of a definite question. I found ultimately, in the latter years of my career as a student, that Stahl's theory ascribed to every living body the nature of a perpetuum mobile. I was tolerably well acquainted with the controversies on this latter subject. In my school days I had heard it discussed by my father and our mathematical teachers, and while still a pupil of the Friedrich Wilhelms Institute, I had helped in the library, and in my spare moments had looked through the works of Daniel, Bernoulli, d'Alembert, and other mathematicians of the last century. I thus came upon the question, what relations must exist between the various kinds of natural forces for a perpetual motion to be possible? And the further one, do these relations actually exist? In my essay on the conservation of force, my aim was merely to give a critical investigation and arrangement of the facts for the benefit of physiologists. I should have been quite prepared if the experts had ultimately said, "We know all that. What is this young doctor thinking about in considering himself called upon to explain it all to us so fully?" But to my astonishment, the physical authorities with whom I came in contact took up the matter quite differently. They were inclined to deny the correctness of the law, and in the eager contest in which they were engaged against Hegel's natural philosophy, were disposed to declare my essay to be a fantastical speculation. Jacobi, the mathematician, who recognized the connection of my line of thought with that of the mathematicians of the last century, was the only one who took an interest in my attempt and protected me from being misconceived. On the other hand, I met with enthusiastic applause and practical help from my younger friends, and especially from E. Dubois Raymond. These, then, soon brought over to my side the members of the recently formed Physical Society of Berlin. About Joule's researches on the same subject I knew at that time but little, and nothing at all of those of Robert Mayer. Connected with this were a few smaller experimental researches on putrefaction and fermentation, in which I was able to furnish a proof, in opposition to Liebig's contention, that both were by no means purely chemical decompositions, spontaneously occurring, or brought about by the aid of the atmospheric oxygen. That alcoholic fermentation more especially was bound up with the presence of yeast spores, which are only formed by reproduction. There was, further, my work on metabolism in muscular action, which afterwards was connected with that on the development of heat in muscular action, these being processes which were to be expected from the law of the conservation of force. These researches were sufficient to direct upon me the attention of Johannes Müller, as well as of the Prussian Ministry of Instruction, and to lead to my being called to Berlin as Bruck's successor, and immediately thereupon to the University of Königsberg. The army medical authorities, with thankworthy liberality, very readily agreed to relieve me from the obligation of further military service, and thus made it possible for me to take up a scientific position. In Königsberg I had to lecture on general pathology and physiology. A university professor undergoes a very valuable training in being compelled to lecture every year on the whole range of his science, in such a manner that he convinces and satisfies the intelligent among his hearers, the leading men of the next generation. This necessity yielded me, first of all, two valuable results. For in preparing my course of lectures, I hit directly on the possibility of the ophthalmoscope, and then on the plan of measuring the rate of propagation of excitation in the nerves. The ophthalmoscope is perhaps the most popular of my scientific performances, but I have already related to the oculists how luck really played a comparatively more important part than my own merit. I had to explain to my hearers Brooke's theory of ocular illumination. To this, Brooke was actually within a hair's breadth of the invention of the ophthalmoscope. He had merely neglected to put the question, to what optical image do the rays belong which come from the illuminated eye? For the purpose he had then in view, it was not necessary to propound this question. If he had put it, he was quite the man to answer it as quickly as I could, and the plan of the ophthalmoscope would have been given. I turned the problem about in various ways to see how I could best explain it to my hearers, and I thereby hit upon the question I have mentioned. I knew well, from my medical studies, the difficulties which oculists had about the conditions then comprised under the name of amaurosis, and I at once set about constructing the instrument by means of spectacle glasses and the glass used for microscope purposes. The instrument was at first difficult to use, and without an assured theoretical conviction that it must work, I might perhaps not have persevered. But in about a week I had the great joy of being the first who saw clearly before him a living human retina. The construction of the ophthalmoscope had a very decisive influence on my position in the eyes of the world. From this time forward I met with the most willing recognition and readiness to meet my wishes on the part of the authorities and of my colleagues, so that for the future I was able to pursue far more freely the secret impulses of my desire for knowledge. I must, however, say that I ascribed my success in great measure to the circumstance that, possessing some geometrical capacity and equipped with a knowledge of physics, I had by good fortune been thrown among medical men, where I found in physiology a virgin soil of great fertility, while on the other hand I was led by the consideration of the vital processes to questions and points of view which are usually foreign to pure mathematicians and physicists. Up to that time I had only been able to compare my mathematical abilities with those of my fellow pupils and of my medical colleagues. That I was for the most part superior to them in this respect did not perhaps say very much. Moreover, mathematics was always regarded in the school as a branch of secondary rank. In Latin composition, on the contrary, which then decided the palm of victory, more than half my fellow pupils were ahead of me. In my own consciousness, my researches were simple logical applications of the experimental and mathematical methods developed in science, which by slight modifications could be easily adapted to the particular object in view. My colleagues and friends, who, like myself, had devoted themselves to the physical aspect of physiology, furnished results no less surprising. But in the course of time, matters could not remain in that stage. Problems which might be solved by known methods I had gradually to hand over to the pupils in my laboratory, and for my own part turned to more difficult researches, where success was uncertain, where general methods left the investigator in the lurch, or where the method itself had to be worked out. In those regions also which come nearer the boundaries of our knowledge, I have succeeded in many things experimental and mechanical. I do not know if I may add philosophical. In respect of the former, like anyone who has attacked many experimental problems, I had become a person of experience, who was acquainted with many plans and devices, and I had changed my youthful habit of considering things geometrically into a kind of mechanical mode of view. I felt intuitively, as it were, how strains and stresses were distributed in any mechanical arrangement, a faculty also met with in experienced mechanicians and machine constructors. But I had the advantage over them of being able to make complicated and specially important relations perspicuous by means of theoretical analysis. I have also been in a position to solve several mathematical, physical problems, and some, indeed, on which the great mathematicians since the time of Euler had in vain occupied themselves. For example, questions as to vortex motion and the discontinuity of motions in liquids, the question as to the motion of sound at the open ends of organ pipes, etc., etc. But the pride which I might have felt about the final results in these cases was considerably lowered by my consciousness that I had only succeeded in solving such problems after many devious ways, by the gradually increasing generalization of favorable examples, and by a series of fortunate guesses. I had to compare myself with an alpine climber who, not knowing the way, ascends slowly and with toil, and is often compelled to retrace his steps because his progress is stopped. Sometimes by reasoning and sometimes by accident he hits upon traces of a fresh path, which again leads him a little further, and finally, when he has reached the goal, he finds to his annoyance a royal road on which he might have ridden up if he had been clever enough to find the right starting point at the outset. In my memoirs I have, of course, not given the reader an account of my wanderings, but I have described the beaten path on which he can now reach the summit without trouble. There are many people of narrow views who greatly admire themselves if once in a way they have had a happy idea or believe they have had one. An investigator or an artist who is continually having a great number of happy ideas is undoubtedly a privileged being, and is recognized as a benefactor of humanity. But who can count or measure such mental flashes? Who can follow the hidden tracts by which conceptions are connected? That which man has never known or had not thought out through the labyrinth of mind wanders in the night. I must say that those regions in which we have not to rely on lucky accidents and ideas have always been most agreeable to me as fields of work, but as I have often been in the unpleasant position of having to wait for lucky ideas, I have had some experience as to when and where they came to me, which will perhaps be useful to others. They often steal into the line of thought without their importance being at first understood. Then afterwards some accidental circumstance shows how and under what conditions they have originated. They are present, otherwise without our knowing whence they came. In other cases they occur suddenly, without exertion, like an inspiration. As far as my experience goes, they never came at the desk or to a tired brain. I have always so turned my problem about in all directions that I could see in my mind its turns and complications and run through them freely without writing them down. But to reach that stage was not usually possible without long preliminary work. Then, after the fatigue from this had passed away, an hour of perfect bodily repose and quiet comfort was necessary before the good ideas came. They often came actually in the morning on waking, as expressed in Goethe's words which I have quoted, and as Gauss also has remarked. But as I have stated in Heidelberg, they were usually apt to come when comfortably ascending woody hills in sunny weather. The smallest quantity of alcoholic drink seemed to frighten them away. Such moments of fruitful thought were indeed very delightful, but not so the reverse, when the redeeming ideas did not come. For weeks or months I was gnawing at such a question, until in my mind I was like to a beast upon a barren heath, dragged in a circle by an evil spirit, while all around are pleasant pastures green. And lastly, it was often a sharp attack of headache which released me from this strain and set me free for other interests. I have entered upon still another region to which I was led by investigation on perception and observation of the senses, namely the theory of cognition. Just as a physicist has to examine the telescope and galvanometer with which he is working, has to get a clear conception of what he can attain with them, and how they may deceive him, so too it seemed to me necessary to investigate likewise the capabilities of our power of thought. Here also we were concerned only with the series of questions of fact about which definite answers could and must be given. We have distinct impressions of the senses, in consequence of which we know how to act. The success of the action usually agrees with that which was to have been anticipated, but sometimes also not, in what are called subjective impressions. These are all objective facts, the laws regulating which it will be possible to find. My principal result was that the impressions of the senses are only signs for the constitution of the external world, the interpretation of which must be learned by experience. The interest for questions of the theory of cognition had been implanted in me in my youth, when I had often heard my father, who had retained a strong impression from Fichtner's idealism, dispute with his colleagues who believe in Kant or Hegel. Hitherto I have had but little reason to be proud about those investigations. For each one in my favor I have had about 10 opponents, and I have in particular aroused all the metaphysicians, even the materialistic ones, and all people of hidden metaphysical tendencies. But the addresses of the last few days have revealed a host of friends whom as yet I did not know, so that in this respect also I am indebted to this festivity for pleasure and for fresh hope. Philosophy, it is true, has been for nearly 3,000 years the battleground for the most violent differences of opinion, and it is not to be expected that these can be settled in the course of a single life. I have wished to explain to you how the history of my scientific endeavors and successes, so far as they go, appears when looked at from my own point of view, and you will perhaps understand that I am surprised at the universal profusion of praise which you have poured out upon me. My successes have had primarily this value for my own estimate of myself, that they furnished a standard of what I might further attempt. But they have not, I hope, led me to self-admiration. I have often enough seen how injurious an exaggerated sense of self-importance may be for a scholar, and hence I have always taken great care not to fall a prey to this enemy. I well knew that a rigid self-criticism of my own work and my own capabilities was the protection and palladium against this fate. But it is only needful to keep the eyes open for what others can do and what one cannot do oneself, to find there is no great danger, and as regards my own work, I do not think I have ever corrected the last proof of a memoir without finding in the course of 24 hours a few points which I could have done better or more carefully. As regards the thanks which you consider you owe me, I should be unjust if I said that the good of humanity appeared to me, from the outset, as the conscious object of my labors. It was, in fact, the special form of my desire for knowledge which impelled me and determined me to employ in scientific research all the time which was not required by my official duties and by the care for my family. These two restrictions did not indeed require any essential deviation from the aims I was striving for. My office required me to make myself capable of delivering lectures in the university, my family that I should establish and maintain my reputation as an investigator. The state, which provided my maintenance, scientific appliances, and a great share of my free time, had, in my opinion, acquired thereby the right that I should communicate faithfully and completely to my fellow citizens, and in a suitable form, that which I had discovered by its help. The writing out of scientific investigations is usually a troublesome affair. At any rate, it has been so to me. Many parts of my memoirs I have rewritten 5 or 6 times, and have changed the order about until I was fairly satisfied. But the author has a great advantage in such a careful wording of his work. It compels him to make the severest criticism of each sentence and each conclusion, more thoroughly even than the lectures at the university which I have mentioned. I have never considered an investigation finished until it was formulated in writing, completely and without any logical deficiencies. Those among my friends who were most conversant with the matter represented to my mind my conscience, as it were. I asked myself whether they would approve of it. They hovered before me as the embodiment of the scientific spirit of an ideal humanity, and furnished me with a standard. In the first half of my life, when I had still to work for my external position, I will not say that along with a desire for knowledge and a feeling of duty as servant of the state, higher ethical motives were not also at work. It was, however, in any case, difficult to be certain of the reality of their existence so long as selfish motives were still existent. This is perhaps the case with all investigators. But afterwards, when an assured position has been attained, when those who have no inner impulse towards science may quite cease their labors, a higher conception of their relation to humanity does influence those who continue to work. They gradually learn from their own experience how the thoughts which they have uttered, whether through literature or through oral instruction, continue to act on their fellow men, and possess, as it were, an independent life. How these thoughts, further worked out by their pupils, acquire a deeper significance and a more definite form, and, reacting on their originators, furnish them with fresh instruction. The ideas of an individual, which he himself has conceived, are, of course, more closely connected with his mental field of view than extraneous ones, and he feels more encouragement and satisfaction when he sees the latter more abundantly developed than the former. A kind of parental affection for such a mental child ultimately springs up, which leads him to care and to struggle for the furtherance of his mental offspring as he does for his real children. But at the same time, the whole intellectual world of civilized humanity presents itself to him as a continuous and spontaneously developing whole, the duration of which seems infinite as compared with that of a single individual. With his small contributions to the building up of science, he sees that he is in the service of something everlastingly sacred, with which he is connected by close bands of affection. His work thereby appears to him more sanctified. Anyone can perhaps apprehend this theoretically, but actual personal experience is doubtless necessary to develop this idea into a strong feeling. The world, which is not apt to believe in ideal motives, calls this feeling love of fame. But there is a decisive criterion by which both kinds of sentiment can be discriminated. Ask the question if it is the same to you whether the results of investigation which you have obtained are recognized as belonging to you or not, when there are no considerations of external advantage bound up with the answer to this question. The reply to it is easiest in the case of chiefs of laboratories. The teacher must usually furnish the fundamental idea of the research, as well as a number of proposals for overcoming experimental difficulties, in which more or less ingenuity comes into play. All this passes as the work of the student, and ultimately appears in his name when the research is finished. Who can afterwards decide what one or the other has done? And how many teachers are there not who in this respect are devoid of any jealousy? Thus, gentlemen, I have been in the happy position that in freely following my own inclination, I have been led to researches for which you praise me as having been useful and instructive. I am extremely fortunate that I am praised and honored by my contemporaries in so high a degree for a course of work which is to me the most interesting I could pursue. But my contemporaries have afforded me great and essential help. Apart from the care of my own existence and that of my family, of which they have relieved me, and apart from the external means with which they have provided me, I have found in them a standard of the intellectual capacity of man, and by their sympathy for my work, they have evoked in me a vivid conception of the universal mental life of humanity, which has enabled me to see the value of my own researches in a higher light. In these circumstances, I can only regard as a free gift the thanks which you desire to accord to me, given unconditionally and without counting on any return. This ends an autobiographical sketch by Hermann von Helmholtz, read for you by Michelle Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, in July 2021.
The House Famine, unattributed. From Popular Magazine, October 7th, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothman. The House Famine, unattributed. President Harding and his cabinet made no secret of their alarm at the housing situation throughout the country. It worries them because, they say, businessmen everywhere, being carried away by the idea that the much-desired return to normalcy can be accomplished by means of legislation, expect the administration to bring prosperity to business. So insistent did the pressure become during the first months of his occupancy of the White House that Mr. Harding put the cabinet to work hunting for means to remedy the situation. Every investigator came back to him with the statement that high rents were slowing up business and holding up the cost of living. It was found that the country was in need of over 1 million new dwelling houses, and that it would cost $5 billion to build them. Furthermore, the rents were going higher instead of lower. Some of the states had already taken action to relieve conditions. Rents are now fixed or regulated by special laws in the District of Columbia and the states of Maine, Washington, and New York. In New York and the national capital, tenants can be evicted only under certain conditions. North Dakota and South Dakota lend money for building purposes, and California and New York are contemplating similar action, while already New York and New Jersey encourage building by remitting taxation on it. But all that is not enough. The president, at this writing, is still afraid that the national government may have to step in and, by extensive and elaborate legislation, encourage building, if not go so far as to attempt the regulation by law of the prices of building materials. The end of The House Famine.
Hydrophobia by Anonymous, from the Village Record, printed in the Saturday Evening Post, Volume 1, Number 3, August 18th, 1821. There died in Uchland Township, Chester County, a man named Thomas, with those distressing symptoms which attend hydrophobia. He had been bitten about 9 years ago. In the interim he has repeatedly been attacked with spasms, but they passed away without injuring him seriously. During harvest times those spasms returned upon him severely. In attempting to put a cup of water to his mouth, he dashed it from him, saying it distressed him, but at length, with much difficulty, looking another way, took a little with a spoon, but so convulsed was he as to throw a part of it into his bosom. He still worked, and while pitching off a load of grain, calling to the people to see a sheep that had jumped out of his mouth, saying, "There it goes," and barked as a dog would do in pursuit of it. By the advice of some person, he set about with a companion to go to a physician to be bled. They had to cross a stream of water. When he, Thomas, arrived at the edge of the water, he ran back, distressed at its appearance, and it was with difficulty he was got over the brook. The physician bled him, and he became worse. After getting home, he was put in a warm bath, but he soon died, frothing at the mouth, a thick phlegm finally stopping respiration. Such is the account we have received of it. We sincerely regret that the skull cap was not administered. How do physicians, who know no other means of cure, justify themselves in obstinately persisting to reject the use of this herb, which there is so much reason to hope may prove efficacious, and which indeed does alone afford any ground for hope? The Village Record. End of Hydrophobia, read by Mary in Arkansas.
Ice Cream and Ices by Anonymous. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Ice Cream and Ices. Ice creams are divided into two different classes, the Neapolitan and the Philadelphian. The former contains a large proportion of eggs, has a pronounced custard flavor, and its color is lemon yellow. The Philadelphian has a creamy shade and the flavor of sweet cream. The first operation in making either kind is the cooking, either with or without eggs. In case of the Neapolitan, strain the yolks of the eggs and beat until thick and lemon colored, then add the sugar and beat again. Then add the stiffly beaten whites and beat again. Add the milk and cream and cook in a double boiler until it coats a spoon without running. Stir constantly and be careful not to let it curdle. Strain again through a wine sieve and let it cool. Flavoring is added either before or after cooking. This depends upon the kind of flavor used, but the process thus far is the same with all Neapolitan creams. The Philadelphian cream is sometimes made of fresh, uncooked cream if a very light, fluffy cream is wanted. Cook the cream in a double boiler with cold water in the outer pan. Bring to a boil and then remove from the fire. Add the flavoring and the sugar and stir until the latter is melted. Strain and cool. Now it is ready for the freezer. In adding fruit to the creams, such as peaches, pineapple, plums, oranges, or apricots, it must be cut into small dice, sprinkled with sugar, and allowed to stand 2 hours. Berries must be mashed, sugared, and mixed with the frozen cream. Always thoroughly chill the cream before freezing it. It is then smoother, and the chilling makes it freeze more rapidly and easily. Freezing. Pour the chilled cream into the freezer. Place the freezer in the pail and pack with ice nearly to the top. Sprinkle coarse salt uniformly on the ice as you pack it into the bucket. Cover and fasten the can and turn it slowly until it becomes difficult to turn. Open the can and remove the dasher. Scrape the cream from the sides of the can. Mix until smooth, close the can and drain off the brine. Add fresh ice and salt, covering the entire can. Wrap a blanket around the freezer and let it stand 2 hours. In very hot weather, renew the salt and ice 3 times and keep the blanket cold and wet with the brine from the freezer. Angel Food Ice Cream. Materials: whites of 4 eggs, 1/2 cup sugar, 1 quart whipped cream, 1 teaspoonful almond extract. Way of preparing: beat the eggs very stiff and stir in the sugar. Fold in the whipped cream and the flavoring extract. Line a mold with New York ice cream and fill the center with this mixture. Pack in salt and ice and let it stand 3 hours. Quantity. This will serve 6 persons. Note: the recipe for New York ice cream you will find elsewhere herein. Burnt almond ice cream. Materials: 1 quart cream, 6 eggs, 1 pound sugar, 4 ounces shelled almonds, 1 tablespoon vanilla. Way of preparing: blanch the almonds and brown them in the oven. Pound to a paste in a mortar, adding a little sugar and cream to make a paste. Mix the eggs, sugar, and cream and add the almond paste. Then freeze according to directions under freezing. Adding a tablespoonful of caramel will produce a richer color. Quantity: this will serve 6 persons. Caramel ice cream. Materials: 1 quart cream, 6 eggs, 1 pound sugar, 1 tablespoonful vanilla extract, 4 tablespoonfuls caramel. Way of preparing: prepare the custard as directed. Freeze as per directions for freezing, and add the caramel and vanilla when beating down the half frozen cream. Quantity: this will serve 6 persons. Chestnut ice cream. Materials: 1 pint cream, 1 pint milk, 6 eggs, 1 pound sugar, 4 ounces chestnut meats, 2 tablespoonfuls vanilla extract. Way of preparing: use the Italian chestnuts. Boil them until soft. Peel and reduce them to a pulp in a mortar, adding a little sugar and cream enough to form a paste. Prepare the sugar, eggs, and cream, and add the chestnut paste. Then cook and freeze as directed under freezing. Quantity: this will serve 8 persons. Chocolate ice cream. Materials: 1 pint cream, 1 pint milk, 6 eggs, 5 ounces chocolate, 3/4 pound sugar, 1 teaspoonful cinnamon extract. Way of preparing: melt the chocolate and add the cinnamon extract. Make and cook the custard as directed in general remarks on ice creams. Then add to it the chocolate while both are hot. Cool, chill, and freeze as directed in freezing. To make caramel chocolate ice cream, omit the cinnamon extract and use instead 3 tablespoonfuls of the prepared caramel syrup, recipe for which you will find elsewhere in this volume. Quantity: this will serve 6 persons. Coffee ice cream. Materials: 1 quart cream, 1 quart milk, 9 eggs, 1 1/2 pounds sugar, 1 cup ground coffee, 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract, whipped cream. Way of preparing: pour the milk over the coffee and bring to a boil. Boil slowly 10 minutes and then allow it to settle and cool. Drain off the milk and strain it. Add enough more milk to make 1 quart. Add this to the cream, eggs, and sugar. Make a custard as explained elsewhere herein, and freeze according to directions in freezing. Serve with whipped cream. Quantity: this will serve 10 persons. Maple Perfect. Materials: 4 eggs, 1/2 pint hot maple syrup, 1 pint thick cream, 1 teaspoonful almond extract, salt, and ice. Way of preparing: beat the eggs slightly and pour on them slowly the maple syrup. Cook until the mixture thickens and cool it, then add the extract, remove from the range, cool, and then add the cream beaten until stiff. Mold, pack in salt and ice, and let stand 4 hours. Quantity: this will serve 6 persons. Nesselrode pudding. Materials: 3 cups cream, 2 cups sugar, 5 egg yolks, 1 pinch salt, 1/2 cup sultana raisins, 2 cups milk, 1/2 cup pineapple syrup, 1 pint prepared Italian chestnuts, 1 cup candied fruits. Way of preparing: make a custard of the milk, sugar, eggs, and salt, according to directions elsewhere herein. Strain and cool. Add the pineapple syrup, cream, and chestnuts. Then freeze as directed elsewhere herein. Line a 2-quart mold with part of the mixture, and to the remainder add 1 cup candied fruits, minced, 1/2 cup sultana raisins, and 6 chestnuts chopped. Fill the mold. Pack in ice and let it stand 3 hours. To prepare the chestnuts, shell and boil until very soft, then pass them through a potato ricer. Quantity: this will serve 12 persons. New York ice cream. Materials: 2 cups milk, 3 cups cream, 1 cup sugar, 1 pinch salt, yolks of 7 eggs, 1 tablespoonful gelatin, 1 tablespoonful vanilla extract, 1 tablespoonful lemon extract, warm water. Way of preparing. Make a custard of the milk, sugar, eggs, and salt. Bring it to a boil. Remove from the fire and add the gelatin, melted in a little warm water. Cool, strain, and flavor. Whip the cream, add it to the custard, and freeze according to directions elsewhere herein. Quantity. This will serve 8 persons. Nougat ice cream. Materials: 2 cups milk, 1 cup sugar, 5 egg yolks, 1/2 teaspoonful salt, 2 cups thick cream, 1 tablespoonful vanilla extract, 1/4 cup pistachios, 5 egg whites, 1/4 cup filberts, 1/4 cup English walnuts, 1/4 cup almond meats, 1/4 cup hickory nuts, 1 teaspoonful almond extract. Way of preparing. Make a custard of the milk, sugar, egg yolks, and salt, as per directions elsewhere herein, and strain and cool. Beat the cream and add it. Then add the nut meats chopped fine, the whites of the eggs well beaten, and the flavoring extracts. Freeze according to directions elsewhere herein, and allow it to stand 4 hours. Quantity. This will serve 10 persons. Orange ice. Materials: 1 pint orange juice, 1 quart water, 1 pint sugar, grated rind of 1 lemon, 1/4 pint lemon juice, grated rind of 1 orange. Serve in glasses. Way of preparing. Freeze, according to directions elsewhere herein, and make a syrup of the sugar and water. Boil 15 minutes, and add the orange juice, lemon juice, orange peel, and lemon rind. Quantity. This will serve 12 persons. Pineapple mousse. Materials: 1 tablespoonful granulated gelatin, 1/4 cup cold water, 1 cup pineapple syrup, 2 tablespoonfuls lemon juice, 1 1/2 cup sugar, 1 quart whipped cream. Way of preparing. Soak the gelatin in the cold water. Heat the pineapple syrup and add the lemon juice, sugar, and gelatin. Strain and cool. When the mixture thickens, fold in the whipped cream. Mold, pack in salt and ice, and let stand 4 hours. Quantity. This will serve 6 persons. Pineapple ice. Materials: 4 cups water, 2 cups sugar, juice of 6 lemons, 4 cups ice water, 1 can grated pineapple. Way of preparing. Make a syrup of the water and sugar and boil for 15 minutes. Add the pineapple and lemon juice, cool, and add the ice water. Freeze until mushy, using half ice and half salt. Quantity. This will serve 12 persons. Pistachio ice cream. Materials: 1 quart cream, 6 eggs, 1 pound sugar, 4 ounces pistachio nuts, 1 ounce bitter almonds, 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract, rose water. Way of preparing. Pound the nuts in a mortar and add a few drops of rose water. Gradually add 1 cup of cream and 1 of sugar. Mix all the ingredients, cook as per general directions herein, and freeze as directed under freezing. Quantity. This will serve 6 persons. Roman punch. Materials: 2 quarts pineapple ice, 1/2 pint Jamaica rum, 1/2 pound sugar, 4 whites of eggs, 2 tablespoonfuls vanilla, 1 pint champagne. Way of preparing. Put the sugar in a saucepan and add 1 cup of water. Boil until it will form a ball when dipped in water and rolled between the thumb and finger. Beat the whites of the eggs very stiff, and gradually add to them this hot syrup, stirring all the time. Stir until cold. Mix the rum and vanilla with the pineapple ice, and then beat in the egg mixture. Whip in the champagne and serve immediately. Quantity. This will serve 24 persons. Note: the recipe for pineapple ice you will find elsewhere in this book. Strawberry ice cream. Materials: 1 quart berries, 1 1/2 cup sugar, 1/2 cup cream, 1 pint scalded cream. Way of preparing. Mash berries and sprinkle with 1 cup of sugar. Let stand 1/2 hour. Strain through coarse cheesecloth, pressing until only the seeds remain. Dissolve 1/2 cup sugar in the scalded cream, and when cooled add to strawberry juice. Turn into freezer. When frozen to mush, add 1/2 cup plain cream, recover, and freeze hard. Quantity. This serves 6. Tom and Jerry. Materials: 1 1/2 cups milk, 1 cup sugar, 6 egg yolks, 1 teaspoonful vanilla extract, 3 cups cream, 3 tablespoonfuls brandy, 2 tablespoonfuls rum, 1 pinch salt. Way of preparing: make a custard of the milk, sugar, eggs, salt, and vanilla, as mentioned in general remarks on ice cream herein. Half freeze, add the rum and brandy, and finish freezing. Quantity: this will serve 8 persons. Vanilla ice cream. Materials: 1 pint cream, 1 pint milk, 1 pound sugar, 1 tablespoonful vanilla extract, 9 eggs. Way of preparing: prepare and cook the ingredients as given in the general directions about ice cream, and freeze as directed in freezing also herein. Quantity: this will serve 6 persons. End of Ice Cream and Ices. Collected by Mrs. Nellie Dooling Gans. Read by Betty B.
Japanning from the Encyclopaedia Britannica 11th edition. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Avai in August 2021. Japanning from the Encyclopaedia Britannica 11th edition. Japanning, the art of coating surfaces of metal, wood, etc., with a variety of varnishes, which are dried and hardened on in stoves or hot chambers. These drying processes constitute the main distinguishing features of the art. The trade owes its name to the fact that it is an imitation of the famous lacquering of Japan, which, however, is prepared with entirely different materials and processes, and is in all respects much more brilliant, durable, and beautiful than any ordinary Japan work. Japanning is done in clear transparent varnishes, in black and in body colors, but black Japan is the most characteristic and common style of work. The varnish for black Japan consists essentially of pure natural asphaltum, with a proportion of gum anime dissolved in linseed oil and thinned with turpentine. In thin layers, such a Japan has a rich dark brown color. It only shows a brilliant black in thicker coatings. For fine work, which has to be smoothed and polished, several coats of black are applied in succession, each being separately dried in the stove at a heat which may rise to about 300 degrees Fahrenheit. Body colors consist of a basis of transparent varnish mixed with the special mineral paints of the desired colors or with bronze powders. The transparent varnish used by Japanners is a copal varnish, which contains less drying oil and more turpentine than is contained in ordinary painter's oil varnish. Japanning produces a brilliant polished surface, which is much more durable and less easily affected by heat, moisture, or other influences than any ordinary painted and varnished work. It may be regarded as a process intermediate between ordinary painting and enameling. It is very extensively applied in the finishing of ordinary ironmongery goods and domestic ironwork, deed boxes, clock dials, and papier-mâché articles. The process is also applied to blocks of slate for making imitation of black and other marbles for chimney pieces, etc., and in a modified form is employed for preparing enamelled, Japan, or patent leather. End of Japanning from the Encyclopaedia Britannica 11th edition.
Literature by Irvin S. Cobb, August 31st, 1912, Saturday Evening Post. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. When you start to consider it from all sides, literature turns out to be considerable of a proposition, what with first one thing and then another, and a presidential year is an excellent time for taking up the subject. In a presidential year, nature as well as man becomes literary. There is always the peculiar spotted spider mentioned in the special dispatch from North Colebrook, Connecticut, which weaves into its web the name of the Republican candidate, all written out so plainly that it can be readily read by anybody except a confirmed and unpleasant Democrat. And there is, belonging to an old Southern family in Alabama, the common but patriotic Dominique hen that lays a double-yolked egg, with the initials of the Democratic nominee on the lower end of it. Likewise, the customary output of light fiction is greatly enhanced and enriched by the statements of the opposing campaign managers. Within the last couple of years also, a newer note has crept into our periodical literature. Every few minutes, seems like, you pick up a magazine and find in it a short story entitled, let us say, "Everybody's Doing It," and beginning substantially as follows. Speaking of Leander naturally suggests Hellespont, and speaking of either one or both naturally suggests the hero of this tale. His first name was Leander, and he came from Hellespont, South Carolina. O reader, seek not for Hellespont in the list of American municipalities large enough to have a Carnegie Library and a Kraft investigation. The postal guide mentions it with ill-feigned reluctance in small type, and in the railroad timetable it is indicated by a cipher, meaning stops on signal only. Approaching it, the locomotive of the Through Limited utters a loud and apprehensive shriek, as though fearing it might break down and have to spend an hour there. Yet several bright people have come from Hellespont. The brighter they were, the quicker they came, and our hero, Leander, was one of the first. Our hero, I say, but on first blush there was nothing about his appearance to suggest the hero, absolutely nothing. His face consisted of the customary number of comparatively unimportant features, arranged in the conventional manner, and he spoke in a way of speaking. His hair was cut like a retail shoe dealer's from the central part of Ohio, but on the other hand he wore the necktie of a collector for an installment house, while his hat was similar to that of a traveling canvasser selling the Life of Lincoln in 9 volumes. His name was such as you would hear paged in a hotel lobby at Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania, or Little Rock, Arkansas. It was L.A. Blip, the L standing for Leander, and the A standing for Absalom, and Blip standing for both of them. Such, in short, is my hero, a man with a plain eye and an ear such as no stranger would pick in a crowd, and up until a few minutes ago, when I started this story, nothing had ever happened to him except being born, etc. He was a composite photograph of Jack Robinson, John Doe, and the late Solomon Grundy. He was 1 in 1,000, the last one. His life from A to Z was an open book, only you would not have opened it. I started to say from Alpha to Omega instead of A to Z, as sounding classier and classical, but desisted from doing so for fear the editor might accuse me of trying to slip in a free reading notice for family foodstuffs and household urgents. N.B. If the preceding paragraph is omitted upon publication, the reader may know that I was accused anyhow. Enter now the other or female half of the sketch. She is of the elect of the universe. She has done things. She is the sole author of 2 successful problem novels, and a salad dressing and collaborator in a popular divorce. Suit yourself. She is either a ravishing blonde or a soulful brunette with slow eyes. S-L-O-E, not S-L-O-W. Tastes differ in these matters, and last year's blonde is this year's brunette. Speaking calmly and dispassionately, I will merely state that she is a strong combination of Desdemona, the original smothered chicken, Helen of Troy, New York, or Greece, and the kind of girl drawn by Mr. C.D. Gibson, author of the noted Shirtwaist. She, too, came from elsewhere. She came from Dowagiac. If you cannot pronounce Dowagiac, make it Escalante, or any of those other Michigan towns that have fishing tackle named for them. But when the action of this story starts, she is seated in a Broadway restaurant at 6:15 p.m. of a summer day, just as the well-known sun is sinking, according to custom and the almanac, in the esteemed West. And she is engaged in consuming a light repast of the fruits of the season, consisting of one olive out of a Bronx and one cherry out of a dry Manhattan. Students of civic conditions may draw a lesson from the fact that Chicago has a fire named after it, while the provinces of New York are perpetuated in cocktails. Making 2 sips of the cherry, she raises her light, or dark eyes, as the case may be, and approaching her, she sees— But why should I continue to quote farther along this strain? If you are a regular reader of the fiction of the hour, you must know, ere you have got this far, that you have encountered the latest brainchild of some one or another of the 40,000 bright, observant young men and women in this country upon whom the mantle of O. Henry descended. As mantles go, this is one of the roomiest and most commodious mantles we have. There are 40,000 under it now, and there is room for 40,000 more. Ever since O. Henry died, the crop of O. Henryized stories is the one crop that has never failed us. Were I a critic of literature, I would say O. Henry himself was a solitary leviathan of the vasty deeps, while the subsequent sharers of the mantle run in schools and spawn close to shore. And before changing the subject, I might also say that it seemed to me that too strong an admixture of the OH essence was likely to result in a decided preponderance of H2O, which, as any chemist will tell you, means something decidedly thin and waterish. But who am I that I should say these things? I am no critic of literature. That is a vocation for other and weightier intellects than mine. There are several things that I know about, but literature is not one of them. I know, for example, that the Civil War was partly brought on by slavery, and partly by secession, and partly by a Yankee who came south in the julep season of 1860 and insisted on crushing a mint. I know why a hen lays 1 egg and cackles an hour, and a shad lays a couple of 100,000 and never says a word about it. I know why the robins go south in the fall and the ball players in the spring, and why it used to be that a boy with a John Henry face and a plain bub figure was always christened a fancy name and condemned to wear those little short Pantleroy clothes. These are, all of them, puzzles of natural and profane history, to the solving of which I have given years of study, but I am not so well up on literature. I judge this is the result of my early training, or the lack of it. Yet in the days of my youth, every effort was made to give me a correct taste in reading and to ballast my mind with the right kind of books. I guess, though, the foundations were too heavy for the top structure. They were beginning to pull out a plumb and make it sag down at one end like a fireman's hat. As soon as I had outgrown the Sunday school style of books, kind adult friends took me in hand and undertook to start me upon the proper course in these matters. They recommended to me a course of reading that not one of them would have waded through himself. Not if you paid him day wages, he wouldn't. But they were willing that I, who had never done them any harm, should sweat and suffer over Gibbon's Rome, while in my secret soul I fairly ached to know whether Long John Silver got the treasure, and what became of Ben Gunn, and how the fight at the stockade turned out. There are some books that are meant to be read, and others that are meant to be recommended to others to read. I had a long line of the last-named goods wished on me. I reckon that nearly every growing boy passes through this heart-rending experience. I recall distinctly how it was in my case. As I was saying just now, I had outgrown the Sunday school style of juvenile reading. There was a Sunday school superintendent, a tall, pale, willowy, earnest young man, with a voice that was about 3 fathoms too deep for a person of his dimensions, and an infuriated Adam's apple that was forever trying to beat his brains out. And this Sunday school superintendent had a way of patting you on the head and then conferring upon you little books of a dark blue and dismal aspect, books that had woodcut illustrations in them, which were apparently there to divert attention from the other contents and keep people from saying the story was the worst thing in the book. He likewise was much given to conversation. When he started talking, he didn't know when to stop, and nobody else knew when he would either. He had one of those mouths that you could start running and go away for an hour or 2 hours and come back and find it still going. I always considered the story of David and Goliath a middling good, exciting story, until once when he told it to my class with interpolations of his own, which took him, and all of us, all over Asia Minor on a hot day. The Roman augurs, we were told, used to laugh in each other's face when they met in the forum, but this Sunday school superintendent of ours never laughed. Thus, I take it, illustrating one of the main differences between an augur and a bore. He was serious until it was painful. It was an open question with me which I hated most, his pats upon the head or his little blue books or his Sunday morning talks to the young, all of them being cursed with a sameness which was maddening. I view the remains of the classics. Finally, though, I emancipated myself from these afflictions. And then, just about the time, I began whitewashing fences with Tom Sawyer, and being cast away on desert islands with R. Crusoe, a flinty-hearted grown person came along and saddened my young life with a list of the books I ought to read right off, unless I wanted to be a literary ignoramus and have the finger of scorn pointed at me. I believed it, too. Probably you believed it when the same thing happened to you. You were callow and trusting, and you took the list he gave you and you went to the public library. And the library unlocked the morgue department and toted out a lot of moldering remains, and you tottered homeward under a load of classical corpses that no really humane man would have asked a mule to haul. And then, full of enthusiasm and the ardor of youth, you tackled them. But you weren't equal to the strain, or anyhow I wasn't. I had been told that Chaucer and Spenser would sharpen my literary palate, but they only seemed to affect my spelling adversely. I had on hand a large number of volumes, any one of which was excellently adapted for pressing wildflowers or holding a bulky door open. But to me they did not seem to be meant for reading purposes. Here I was, loading myself to the gunwales with Lord Bacon, when what I really desired to ascertain was whether Huck and Jim got back to the raft that time. The proverbs of Uncle Remus seemed to appeal to me where the moralizings of an old gentleman named Epictetus fell upon barren soil. Take Sir Isaac Walton now. I was interested in fishing, and I thought maybe, in addition to helping my literary taste, Sir Isaac might give me a few ideas touching on bait, but I never got very far beyond his preface. Right at the outset of his preface, I found this remark, quote, "As no man is born an artist, so no man is born an angler," end quote. And I remarked to myself that this seemed to be pretty good doctrine. But only a little farther on, mind you, in the very first chapter, I struck on this, quote, "Angling is something like poetry. Men are to be born so," end quote. And to myself I said, this is no proper authority for me to follow. This person changes his mind too often. He's liable to tell me in one line that chicken liver is the correct thing for channel cats, and the next line that a catfish wouldn't take liver if you threw in trading stamps. I will now slip Sir Isaac into the discard. And I did it, and fell back into old Cap Collier, and in the very first chapter I ran into a situation that thrilled me clear down to the taproots of my being. Oh gosh, those Sunday afternoons in the summertime, when the dusty streets drowsed in the heat, and the only sounds that came in at the window were the remarks of a katydid correcting gossip in regard to herself, and the creak, creak, creak of warped hickory as my little sister sat in a wooden swing, letting the cat die. Swinging in a swing was the only form of play permitted to the children of a strict Presbyterian household on a Sunday afternoon in those times. But if you swung too hard, it became sinful, and somebody made you stop it. On our street, the families were mainly of Scotch descent, not the Highland Scotch, those fascinating persons who dressed up like plaid pen wipers with their knees outdoors and played the Campbells are coming on a hot water bag with fishing canes stuck in it, and followed the fortune of Bonnie Prince Charlie until he ran out of that commodity. But the genuine blue-stockinged lowlander type. And we were reared to believe that the other place was located in the South and was a red-hot place full of flames and smells from somebody cooking ham, where the first deputy devil came in at breakfast time wearing hoofs and horns and a napkin over his arm, and leaned upon the chair of old Nick, and remarked pleasantly, "Good morning, boss. How are you going to have your lost souls this morning? Fried on one side or turned over?" And it was impressed upon us that if we were bad, we were going there, and more especially if we were bad on a Sunday, which made it look like a mighty slim chance, because no matter what you did on a Sunday, it was wrong, and you should stop it right away. Even now, every time I hear one of those old-fashioned swings creaking, I think of those dear, peaceful Sunday afternoons that were each from 2 to 3 weeks long. I see myself lying on a haircloth sofa that was specially designed for the purpose of stabbing a small boy through a pair of linen pants in 4,000 separate and distinct places at once. And I have Locke on the Human Understanding in one volume balanced upon my stomach, and I am trying to keep awake, and in being assisted in doing so by an argus-eyed female relative who believed the young of the race should remain quiet of a Sunday afternoon and improve the mind by substantial reading. She was more than argus-eyed merely. When it came to having that kind of an eye, she had old Argus the First looking like a cross between a mine mule and a mammoth cave-fish. And just about the time the lines upon the printed page began to run together and the horsehairs in the sofa began to lose their edge, she would come and stir me up briskly before I had quite forgotten my troubles. It was then and there I made up my mind that no person should be required to read the works of the great master minds of the English-speaking races until he was full grown and his own boss, by which time he would know better. And personally, I wish to say that I am still adhering to that resolution. Perhaps that is why I am not qualified to be a critic of literature. But I know what I want in reading matter. I merely ask that the authors shall stick to the original prescriptions, and in justice to them, I would state that thus far very few of them have disappointed me. There is the Southern wartime novel now, a pronounced favorite of mine when done according to the regular formula. There must be an old plantation, preferably located in Virginia, and now laid waste by the iron hands and feet of war. And the divisional arrangement of heroes and villains must be as follows: heroes, Southern 1, Northern 1, villains, Northern 1, Southern 1. With this ground plan to start on, the working out of the plot is comparatively easy to the point where peace descends upon a distracted country, and a Southern girl, whose last name is generally Bird, though sometimes Peyton or Calvert, is married to a Northern hero. Frequently, also, a Northern girl is married to a Southern hero, though this last is not demanded absolutely, but may be regarded as optional with the author. Also, there must be an old family servant, called Uncle Claiborne, who declines to accept his freedom and run away with the rest of the slaves, but continues to stick to the old place and furnish a touch of comedy relief for the sad chapters. To round out the work properly and give it the correct historical finish, there should be an eccentric old maiden aunt specializing in family trees, and an Irish sergeant of the Union forces who is a diamond in the rough, and, as a foil to him, a Confederate corporal who refers to everybody as "you all," and has a sallow complexion. And, of course, there must be a distant cousin of the family named Lieutenant Carey somebody, who has black hair and eyes, and seems to be sort of low in his mind, and it is customary for him to be wounded about the middle of the book, and die after lingering painfully for about 2 chapters and a half. If, instead of Virginia, the scene is laid in Kentucky, at least 2 Breckenridges and 1 Clay, or 2 Clays and 1 Breckenridge, are required to provide the right local color. And if it is South Carolina, a few Huguenot names should be sprinkled in here and there, while if it is Louisiana, there must be some Creole type. To afford me the greatest amount of satisfaction, a typical Western story should be written by a young gentleman who has resided all his life in Brooklyn, New York. I have noticed that the Western fiction writers of the Brooklyn School seem to endow their cowboy heroes with a more fascinating gift of persiflage, and make them quicker at drawing their 44s, and cause them to show a much deeper contempt for Eastern people and Eastern things than is the case when a Western-born or Western-reared author is writing the story. Similarly, I prefer that my stories of New York newspaper life should be written by invalid maiden ladies residing in small towns in northern Vermont, as indeed I judge most of them are. And I insist that they shall follow the correct orthodox lines, to wit, that there shall be a crab of a city editor, nasty and mean, who hates all the rest of the world and lives only for the paper, and a supercilious, highly superior star reporter who rolls his own cigarette and puts his legs up on his desk and despises beginners in the business. And finally, a scared, shrinking, green, but brilliant young cub reporter who goes forth at eventide and single-handed turns up the biggest scoop of the year. And then he comes staggering in barely half an hour before press time, when the city room is in an uproar, and the star has fallen down on his talented face, and the old bear of a city editor is storming in despair because the paper is about to be beaten, and the cub flings himself down at a typewriter and turns out the greatest story that ever was printed. Experience in such matters and study of the prevalent customs have taught me also that an English novel should start off with a young and timid curate eating strawberries on a lawn with somebody, and at an early stage there should be introduced a maidservant answering to the name of Dawson or Meadows, and an elderly housekeeper in a rustling black silk gown. If the gown is not of black silk, and if it fails to rustle, this person is an impostor. However, to date, it has always rustled in the desired manner. These old favorites have never failed me yet, but if they do, I can always turn to a story by one of the 40,000 bright young people upon whom the mantle of O. Henry has smotheringly descended. End of literature by Irvin Cobb. Read by Mary in Arkansas.
Of Women by Owen Feltham, 1602 to 1668. From Rizal's Divine, Moral, and Political, circa 1620. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Of Women. Some are so uncharitable as to think all women bad, and others are so credulous as they believe they all are good. At first, woman was created man's equal, the difference was in the sex, otherwise they both were man. If we argue from the text that male and female made man, and so the man being put first was worthier, I answer, so the evening and the morning were the first day, yet few will think the night the better. That man is made her governor, and so above her, I believe rather the punishment of her sin than the prerogative of his worth. Had they both stood, it may be thought she had never been in that subjection, for then it had been no curse, but a continuance of her former estate, which had nothing but blessedness in it. Peter Martyr indeed is of opinion that man before the fall had priority, but Chrysostom, he says, does doubt it. All will grant her corporeal frame more wonderful and more beautiful than man's. And can we think God would put a worse soul into a better body? When man was created, it is said, God made man. But when woman, it is said, God builded her, as if he had then been about a frame of rarer quality and more exact composition. Women are naturally the more modest, and modesty is the seat and dwelling place of virtue. When a woman grows bold and daring, we dislike her, and say she is too much like a man. Every man is so much the better by how much he comes the nearer to God. Man in nothing is more like him than in being merciful. Yet woman is far more merciful than man, she being a sex wherein pity and compassion have dispersed far brighter rays. God is said to be love, and I am sure everywhere woman is spoken of for transcending in that quality. I know when women prove bad, they are a sort of vile creatures, optima corrupta pessima. The best things corrupted become the worst. They are of a more ductile temper than the harder metal of man, and so may be made both better and worse. The representations of Sophocles and Euripides may be both true, and for that tongue, vice, talkativeness, I see not, but that men, when they meet together, may well vie words with them. It is true women are not so fit for great actions. Their easy natures make them somewhat more irresolute, whereby men have argued that this proceeds from fear and inconstancy. But men have always held the Parliament, and have enacted their own wills, without ever hearing them speak, and then how easy it is to conclude them guilty. Besides, education makes more difference between men and them than nature. Diogenes snarled bitterly when walking with another he spied two women talking, and said, "See, the viper and asp are changing poison." The poet was conceited who said after they were made ill, God made them fearful, that men might rule them, otherwise they had been past dealing with. I am resolved to honor virtue in what sex soever I find it, and I think that in general I shall find it more in women than men, though weaker and more infirmly guarded. I believe they are better, and may be brought to be worse. Neither shall the faults of many make me uncharitable to all, nor the goodness of some make me credulous of the rest. Though hitherto I confess I have not found a more sweet and constant goodness in man than I have found in woman. End of Women by Owen Feltham, 1602 to 1668.
Recipes used in the cooking schools, United States Army, by U.S. Army. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Soups. Bean soup for 20 men. Take 3 pounds beans and soak overnight in about 2 quarts of water. When ready to make the soup, add 2 quarts of boiling water and let boil for about 2 hours, or till done. Add 1/4 pound fine chopped onions and season with salt and pepper to taste. Strain through a colander, put on the stove and let come to a boil. Then it is ready to serve. Beef stock. Select beef bones and pieces of meat not used for any special purpose. Place in a boiler of cold water and stand on back of stove and let simmer. At end of about 6 hours, strain into another vessel and it is then ready for use. Bouillon soup for 20 men. Take 5 quarts beef stock, put on stove and let come to boil. Add 1 onion, chopped fine, salt and pepper to taste. Add 2 tablespoonsful burnt sugar and strain through fine strainer and serve en croutons. Pea soup for 20 men. Take 2 quarts peas, 3 quarts of water, salt and pepper, 1 can evaporated cream, onions. Boil peas until soft and strain through a colander. Slice and fry 2 or 3 onions in brown grease until brown. Add cream, onions, and beef stock to the pea soup, salt and pepper to taste. Rice soup. Take 4 pounds rice, 5 gallons beef stock, salt and pepper to taste. Boil for 4 hours. Potato soup for 20 men. Take 10 or 12 potatoes. Boil, mash, and mix them with a quart of boiling milk or cream. Have a well-seasoned soup stock ready, made with beef and veal bones and the usual vegetables. Ham bones can also be used. Slightly thicken it while boiling, which will prevent the potatoes from settling to the bottom. Mix 4 quarts of this stock with the potato cream. Strain all and season well. Add a sprinkling of parsley and keep hot without boiling. Cost of 7 quarts, 40 cents. Spanish soup for 20 men. Take 4 quarts beef stock, 1 can tomatoes, 2 medium-sized onions chopped fine, 2 or 3 chili peppers chopped fine, a little cayenne pepper. Put on stove and let boil or simmer for about 1 hour. Season with salt to taste and keep hot till served. No thickening in any soups. Strain this soup or not as desired. Creamed tomato soup for 20 men. Take 2 quarts beef stock, 2 cans tomatoes, 2 ounces onions chopped fine, 2 ounces sugar, salt and pepper to taste. Let boil about 1 hour. When cooked, strain through a colander. Just before serving, add 1/2 can of cream. Then serve. Vegetable soup. 1/2 boilerful cabbage, 2 heads, chopped. Potatoes, 3 pounds, raw, chopped. 3 pounds chopped onions. 2 cans tomatoes, and 1 pound rice. Put in with beef stock and cook not less than 4 hours. Thickening, flour, salt and pepper to taste. Corn and tomato soup for 15 men. Take 1 quart green corn, cut off the cob, 1 quart tomatoes, cut small, 1 pint mixed vegetables, cut small, in 5 quarts seasoned beef stock. Boil up and season to taste. Cost of 7 quarts, 40 cents. Fish and oysters. Codfish balls for 20 men. Take 3 pounds codfish, put in cold water and soak overnight before being used. Put in boiler the codfish with about 3 quarts cold water and let boil 1/2 hour. Drain the water from the codfish and pick out bones or meat from bones. Run it through hash machine. Take 5 pounds cold boiled potatoes, run through hash machine. Add pepper, parsley, and seasoning. Work the ingredients all well together and roll into 2-ounce balls. Make a batter of 2 eggs and a little milk. Dip the balls into the batter, then into cracker dust, and fry in hot boiling lard till nice brown color. Serve hot. Boiled salmon. Put 5 canned salmon, open, in pan of hot water and let remain on stove till heated through. Make a cream sauce of 3 quarts beef stock, 1 can evaporated cream, salt and pepper, and parsley to taste. Put on stove and let come to a boil. Mix 1/2 pound white flour in 1 pint water and thicken the mixture. Turn the salmon out on a large platter and pour over the white sauce and serve hot. Can be served either on toast or not. Creamed salmon on toast with egg sauce for 20 men. Make cream sauce, adding eggs. Take 5 cans salmon, remove from cans and put in vessel with about 1 pint beef stock and let come to a boil. Make an egg sauce, 2 quarts beef stock, 1 quart milk, 1 can evaporated cream makes 1/2 gallon milk. Thicken with 1/4 pound flour. Season with salt and pepper. Set on stove, let come to a boil, and it is then ready for use. Egg sauce. Add 4 hard-boiled eggs, chopped fine. Toast some stale bread 2 or 3 inches square. Lay neatly on a dish. Put the salmon on top of toast. Pour sauce over. Then serve. Garnish if desired. Salmon croquettes for 20 men. Take 4 cans salmon, 4 pounds cold boiled potatoes, 2 eggs, season with salt and pepper. Grind through hash machine. Roll into cakes about 2 inches in diameter, like biscuits. Make an egg batter of 2 eggs and a little milk. Dip each salmon ball into the batter and then into cracker dust. Fry in deep hot lard, same as fish balls or donuts. Serve hot. Oyster pot pie for 20 men. Make crust as follows. Take 3 pounds flour, 1 pound lard, 2 ounces baking powder, 2 ounces salt, and water enough to make a stiff dough. This does for any kind of meat pie. Take 3 cans oysters, fresh, or cove oysters, 1 quart milk, 1/4 pound butter, 1/4 bunch parsley. Put on stove and let come to a boil. Thicken with 1/4 pound flour mixed in 1/2 pint cold water. Should be baked about 3/4 hour. Sauces. Army sauce. Take 2 quarts beef stock. Thicken with 1/4 pound mixed flour, salt and pepper to taste. Add 2 tablespoonsful burnt sugar. Sugar should first be dissolved in water, as it is better. This is used over fish, steaks, and chops. Army chocolate sauce. Take 1/2 dishpan water, 2 pounds sugar, 3 ounces chocolate, and 1/2 pound cornstarch. Cream sauce. Made the same as apple fritter sauce. Egg sauce. Put on to boil 2 quarts water, 1/2 can cream, 2 ounces lard, salt and pepper. Thicken with 1/4 pound flour. When done, chop 4 hard-boiled eggs fine. Then serve. Spanish sauce for 20 men. Take saucepan and put in 1 pint beef stock, 2 cans tomatoes, 4 chili peppers chopped fine, 2 ounces onions chopped fine, 1 tablespoonful salt, 1/4 ounce black pepper, 2 or 3 dashes red pepper, 2 tablespoonsful browned sugar, 1 ounce lard or butter. Set on stove and let simmer about 2 hours or till done. Tomato sauce for baked beans. Take 5 cans tomatoes, mash up with hands, add 2 pounds onions, chopped, 1/2 gallon vinegar, 1 pound sugar, dissolved in vinegar, salt and pepper to taste, 1 teaspoonful each cayenne pepper, cinnamon, and cloves. Tomato cream sauce, made exactly like Spanish sauce with 1 can cream added. White sauce for 20 men. Take 2 quarts beef stock, 2 ounces butter, 1/2 can cream, 1/4 pound flour with cold water to thicken. Set all on stove until boils. Then add the flour till thickened. Salt and pepper to taste. Gravies. Brown flour for gravy. Roast flour the same as roasting coffee. Cream gravy. Take 2/3 pan beef stock, 1 can cream, salt and pepper, and thicken with flour, a little butter if on hand. Burnt sugar. Made by frying 1/2 pound sugar in a pan. Let remain on stove and boil for about 15 minutes. When the color of the sugar is a dark brown, pour in 1 quart hot water and let simmer about 15 minutes till done. Meats. Bacon and pork. Bacon. Bacon should be soaked in cold water about 2 or 3 hours, cut thin and fried crisp. Liver and bacon. Cut liver in thin slices the day before. Wash liver and let soak in cold water. Drain liver and let dry out in sack or towel. Salt and pepper liver and put in flour. Fry bacon, then fry your liver in bacon grease. 1 pound of bacon to 2 pounds of liver. Boston baked pork and beans for 20 men. Take 5 pounds beans. Put into soak overnight and boil for 2 hours next morning. Then draw water and put into baking pan. Season with salt, 2 ounces, 1 quart molasses. Slice 4 pounds bacon and put in oven and let bake 2 hours. When done, they should be a chocolate brown color. Beef. Beef a la mode for 20 men. Take 8 pounds raw beef, cut in slices 1/2 inch thick by 4 inches square. Take a dishpan, set on stove, and cover meat with 4 quarts beef stock and let it simmer till well done. Add 1 can tomatoes, 2 onions chopped fine, and let cook for 1/2 hour. Season with salt and pepper. Take 1 pound browned flour and mix with 1 quart cold water. Pour over the beef and let cook till thickened. Add 1/2 gill vinegar and serve hot. Boiled beef for 20 men. Take a bake pan and set on stove. Put in 3 quarts cold water, 8 pounds beef cut in 4 pieces, and let boil for about 2 hours or until done. Then pour white sauce over beef and serve. Boiled beef, corned, and cabbage for 20 men. Take 8 pounds corned beef soaked overnight, remove the water, add about 4 gallons fresh cold water to draw the salt out. Let boil about 1 hour. Then add 8 pounds cabbage cut in quarters and thoroughly washed in cold water, and let boil about 2 hours longer, and will then be ready to serve. Beef croquettes. Take 3 pounds cold beef, cooked, pass through hash machine. 1/4 pound onions chopped fine. Season with salt, pepper, and mace. Make a white sauce. 1 pint beef stock, 2 ounces butter, thickened with 1/4 pound white flour in 1/2 pint water. Pour the sauce over the meat. Set aside and let cool. Roll into croquettes about 2 inches in diameter. Beat up 2 eggs. Dip the croquettes into the eggs, then into cracker dust. Fry in deep hot lard, same as donuts. Beef fritters for 20 men. Take 2 pounds flour, 2 ounces baking powder, 6 eggs, 1 quart cold water, 3 pounds beef, cooked, ground through hash machine. Stir this mixture all together and beat to consistency of fritter dough. Serve with brown gravy. Beef hash. Take 3 pounds cooked meat ground in machine, 1 pound onions ground in machine, and 5 pounds potatoes ground in machine. Season with salt, pepper, and ground sage to taste, adding 3 quarts stock. Put in oven and bake brown till done, about 2 hours. Beef hearts, stuffed with bread dressing for 20 men. Take 3 beef hearts, thoroughly washed in cold water and dry thoroughly. Then make a bread stuffing as follows: 2 loaves stale bread soaked in about 1 quart cold water for about 15 minutes, 2 ounces chopped onions, salt and pepper and ground sage to taste, 1/2 pound lard. Thoroughly mix the stuffing together and stuff the hearts with this mixture. Put neatly in a bake pan with a little grease and about 2 quarts beef stock. Let bake about 2 hours, basting frequently. Slice and serve. Beef loaf for 20 men. Take 6 pounds raw beef ground fine, 1 pound onions chopped fine, 1 pound cracker dust ground fine, 4 eggs, salt and pepper, 4 chili peppers, and 1 pint beef stock. All mixed thoroughly and molded into 3-pound loaves, and put in oven and baked for 2 hours. Baste frequently. When baked, loaves are sliced and served either hot or cold. Roast beef. Cut in pieces. Place in pan. Salt and pepper to taste. Cover beef with a little flour to brown beef. Pour in a little water to keep moist and furnish water for gravy. Roast from 2 to 3 hours, depending on sizes of pieces of beef. Baste well. Broiled beefsteak. Grease meat and place on top of stove to cook. Turn frequently until done, well done or rare, as desired. Salt and pepper and add a little butter on top. Cover steak and put away. Beefsteak and onions for 20 men. Take 8 pounds beef, cut in steaks, ½ inch thick. Put a frying pan on stove with a little grease and fry about 20 minutes or till done. After the steaks are dished up, put the onions in the hot grease and let fry 15 minutes or until done. Onions served on top of beefsteaks. Hamburger steak for 20 men. Take 5 pounds raw beef, ground or chopped, 2 pounds onions. Season with salt and pepper. Mix all together and roll out in round balls of 2 or 3 ounces, and put either in oven and bake or fry like donuts in deep hot pot. Serve. Stewed beef for 20 men. Take 8 pounds raw beef or cooked beef cut in strips about 2 inches long, put in bake pan. Pour over 5 quarts of beef stock, 2 ounces onions, chopped, 1/2 bunch parsley, salt and pepper to taste. Thicken with 1/2 pound flour mixed in about 1 pint water, 2 tablespoonsful burnt sugar to color the mixture, and let simmer on the stove for about 2 hours or till done. Beef stew with dumplings. Take 5 pounds raw beef, cut into pieces 1 inch square, 5 pounds potatoes, diced about 1 inch square, 1 can tomatoes, and season with salt and pepper. Put all ingredients in a pan. Place in about 3 quarts beef stock, put on stove, and let cook for about 1½ hours. Make dumplings batter of 2 pounds flour, 3 eggs, 1 pint milk, 2 tablespoonsful baking powder, a little salt and pepper. Mix all together thoroughly. Drop in the hot mixture about the size of a hickory nut and let boil about 15 minutes, and then serve good and hot. Chili con carne for 20 men. Take 4 pounds cold boiled meat, cut into about 1/2 inch dices. Put into baking pan enough bacon grease to cover the bottom of pan. Chop about 2 pounds onions fine, and put the onions and beef in the hot greased frying pan. Let the meat and onions brown, nice brown color. Chop fine about 3 ounces chili peppers, put into the mixture and let simmer for about 1 hour. Take about 5 pounds cold boiled beans, grind them through hash machine and add to the boiled mixture. Let simmer about 1/2 hour. Season with salt, pepper, and ground cloves. Add about 3 tablespoonsful burnt sugar and let simmer 20 minutes longer and serve hot, either on toast or without. Crêpenet de veau. Take 2/3 cold cooked meat, 1/3 raw beef without fat. Chop into sausage meat. Season with powdered sage, salt, and plenty of black pepper. Make into little cakes and fry brown on both sides shortly before wanted. Serve with gravy. 16 pounds cooked meat and 8 pounds raw beef, enough for 80 men. Mutton pot pie for 20 men. Take 6 pounds mutton, chopped in small pieces, 5 pounds potatoes, chopped in small pieces, 1 can tomatoes, 2 or 3 onions, and salt and pepper to taste. Thickened with browned flour in 4 quarts water, 2 quarts beef stock. All cooked together slowly in open pan for about 2 hours. Crust same as for oyster pot pie. Pot roast for 20 men. Take 8 pounds beef, put on stove in deep kettle and let brown for about 20 minutes. Then add 1 pint beef stock, salt and pepper to taste, and 2 onions, chopped fine, and let simmer for about 2 hours until done. Turn frequently. Vegetables. Baked beans for 100 men. Take 25 pounds dry beans that have been soaked overnight and drain off the water. Cover them, little over, with fresh water and boil for 1 hour. This water will cook beans well. Divide them in 2 large bake pans and season with salt and pepper, and 7 pounds bacon, diced, 1/2 gallon molasses, and bake at least 3 hours. Potatoes. Baked potatoes. Peel potatoes, wash thoroughly, and place in shallow pan. Season with salt and pepper. Add 1 sliced onion. Sprinkle with a little flour. Put in a little lard and beef stock. Bake in oven until done. Baked sweet potatoes and apples for 80 men. Take 30 pounds sweet potatoes and 12 pounds apples. Boil potatoes about 2 minutes, then peel and slice carefully. Boil apples 1 minute, then peel, core, and slice. Take greased bake pan and put in layer of potatoes, then layer of apples, and so on. Put over all a little butter or beef suet. If apples are too sour, add a little brown sugar. Bake all in pan until done and serve warm. A little expensive, but an excellent holiday dish. Potato balls for 90 men. Mash about 25 pounds boiled potatoes, season with salt and pepper, and add a little milk. Make into small balls and put into a pan with very little grease and brown on both sides. Boiled potatoes for 20 men. Take 10 pounds potatoes, thoroughly washed, and put in tin boiler and cover with cold water and let boil 1/2 hour. After water boils, stick a fork into 1 or 2 potatoes. If fork enters easily, they are done. Remove from stove and pour the water off and serve good and hot with or without skins. Creamed potatoes. Take 8 pounds raw potatoes diced in 1-inch pieces, boil until done, then pour water off, add 1 quart cold water, 1 can cream, and a little parsley, salt, and pepper, and thicken with 1/2 pound white flour mixed in 1 pint cold water. Then serve. Fried potatoes. Boil with peelings on, then slice and fry in lard. Salt and pepper to taste. German fried potatoes for 20 men. Take 8 pounds cold boiled potatoes, cut in round slices, add 2 pounds onions chopped fine, salt and pepper to taste. Put in about 1/2 pound lard and fry to nice brown color and serve hot. Lyonnaise potatoes. Boil 30 pounds potatoes and cut up. Mix in 5 pounds raw onions and a little grease or lard. Bake in oven until done and browned. Mashed potatoes. Take boiled potatoes, peel, mash well, adding cream, salt, and pepper. Potato salad for 20 men. Take 6 pounds cold boiled potatoes diced in 1/4 inch pieces, 2 pounds onions, raw, chopped fine, 1 bunch parsley, chopped fine. Season with salt and pepper. Make a French dressing as follows: 1 pint vinegar, 2 tablespoonsful sugar, brown or white, 2 or 3 dashes red pepper, 1 ounce dry mustard, 1/2 pound bacon, chopped fine and fried. Pour the vinegar mixture on the hot bacon and grease. Then set back on stove to keep warm, and when ready to serve, pour the vinegar, grease, etc. over the potatoes, etc., then serve. Saratoga potatoes. Dice potatoes raw. Boil them until done, then drain and set away and let cool. When cool, fry in butter or lard until nice and brown. Add parsley and chopped onions. 1 quart rich milk. Thicken with 1/4 pound flour. Season with salt and pepper and serve hot. Escalloped potatoes for 100 men. Take 35 pounds cold boiled potatoes, 8 pounds cheese, 8 cans condensed milk, and 3 or 4 basting spoonfuls of flour. Pare potatoes and slice them. Grate cheese fine and mix cheese evenly with potatoes in bake pan. Mix flour with milk and dilute milk with water until potatoes are covered. Bake in slow oven. It is sometimes thought to be an improvement to use less cheese and a much larger quantity of finely ground beef suet. Fried mush for 20 men. Take 2 quarts beef stock, 2 quarts water, 1 ounce salt, and set on stove and let boil for 4 or 5 minutes. Add 2 pounds cornmeal. Put the meal in a flour sieve and shake it gradually, stirring it thoroughly all the time until it commences to thicken. Then set on back part of stove and let simmer for about 1 hour or till done, when it drops freely from the paddle. Pour into dishpan about 1 inch deep and set aside to cool. When cool, cut into 2-inch squares. Have about 1/2 pound lard in frying pan. Fry to nice brown color. Serve hot with syrup. Indian cornmeal mush. Take 5 ounces cornmeal, 2 quarts boiling water, 1 ounce salt. Mix cornmeal with cold water before putting it in to prevent lumping. Stir in slowly, but be careful to keep the water boiling. Cover closely and let boil 2.5 hours. Stir frequently to prevent scorching. Take off when thick and let cool. 8 pounds cornmeal, enough for 80 men. Macaroni and cheese for 80 men. Break 14 pounds macaroni into convenient lengths and put into boiler of boiling salted water. Use 8 or 10 times as much water as macaroni. Boil from 20 to 30 minutes until tender. Draw off water and pour macaroni into a well-greased bake pan and bake in a moderate oven 1.5 hours or until done. Then cover with the following dressing: 2 cans tomatoes, 2 gallons beef stock, salt and pepper to taste, teaspoonful thyme or a little bay leaves, and a little suet or butter. Put all the dressing in a small boiler on fire and keep stirring until ingredients are well incorporated. Pass dressing through a sieve and pour over macaroni. Grate over macaroni and sauce 6 or 8 pounds cheese. Bread, biscuits, etc. Cornbread for 20 men. Take 2.5 pounds white flour, 2.5 pounds cornmeal, 1/4 pound butter, 1/4 pound lard, 2 ounces baking powder, 1 quart milk, 8 eggs, yolks and whites, beaten separately, 1 ounce salt, 2 ounces brown sugar. Mix all thoroughly together. Grease a bake pan well and pour in the mixture and let bake about 45 minutes or till done. Test with a broom straw in the center of the cake. If it comes out clean and dry, it is done. If wet or stuff sticks, not done. Cornbread for 15 men. Take 2 heaping cups yellow cornmeal, 1 cup flour, 3 eggs, 2.5 cups sweet milk, 1 teaspoonful lard, 2 tablespoonsful sugar, 3 teaspoonsful baking powder, 1 teaspoonful salt. Beat eggs thoroughly, whites and yolks separately. Sift baking powder with cornmeal and flour. Melt lard. Add the last. Beat fast and thoroughly. Bake 1/2 hour in greased pan. Bread dressing for 20 men. Take 5 pounds stale bread, put in cold water and let soak 15 minutes. Then drain off the water. Have chopped fine 2 pounds raw onions, 1 ounce sage, ground, salt and pepper to taste, 1/2 pound lard, butter, suet or bacon grease. Thoroughly mix together and set in oven and let bake about 1 hour. When ready to dish up, pour 2 quarts beef stock over the dressing and then serve. French toast or fried bread for 20 men. Take 2 loaves old bread left and cut in slices. Beat 3 eggs well together. Add 1/2 pint milk and season with salt and pepper. Add 2 teaspoonsful of sugar. Put on stove in frying pan with 2 ounces butter. Dip the slices of bread in the egg batter and put in pan and fry a nice brown. Serve hot. Rye and graham bread. Take 1/2 wheat flour, 1/2 graham or rye flour. Add 1 quart molasses for 100 pounds dough. Use sponge and dough system. Make sponge of wheat flour. English tea biscuit for 80 men. Take 16 pounds flour, 2 pounds lard, 2 quarts cold water, 3 pounds granulated sugar, 2 ounces caraway seed, 2 ounces ammonia for baker's use, 2 ounces baking powder. Cut with regular or fancy cutters. Bake in moderate oven. Ammonia for baker's use can be had in any reliable drugstore. 4 ounces for 10 cents. Biscuits for 20 men. Take 4 pounds flour, 2 pounds lard, 2 ounces baking powder, 3 quarts water, cold, 1 ounce salt. Mix together like dough, making medium stiff dough. Grease pan before putting in biscuits. Roll dough 1/2 inch thick. Place in pan close together and bake for 15 minutes or till they are twice their original size. Before baking biscuits, punch them with a fork to have them hold their shape. Buckwheat cakes for 20 men. Take 4 pounds self-raising buckwheat flour and mix with cold water till it will pour easily from spoon. Add 1 ounce salt. Have cake griddle well greased and hot. Bake for about 5 minutes. When done on one side, turn over and send to table good and hot. Butter and syrup used to eat with cakes. New England corn Johnny cake for 80 men. Take 7 pounds cornmeal, 7 pounds flour, 2 pounds granulated sugar, 1½ pounds lard, 4 ounces salt, 3 cans evaporated cream, 18 eggs, 12 ounces baking powder. Rub in lard with hand and make a fine batter with cold water. When well mixed, pour into well-greased pan. Bake at once in a moderate oven. Note, eggs may be reduced if baking powder is increased. White bread batter cakes for 80 men. Take 8 pounds breadcrumbs, 6 pounds flour, 8 eggs, 4 tablespoons full baking powder, 1½ ounces salt, cold water or milk to mix it. Remove all dark crusts from the bread and soak in cold water until soft. Press out dry, mash smooth. Add flour, water or milk, eggs, and powder. It always improves batter cakes to beat the eggs light before mixing them in. No shortening or syrup needed for above. Cost 60 cents. Cornmeal muffins for 90 men. Take 4 pounds flour, 6 pounds cornmeal, 3 pounds sugar, 1 dozen eggs, 4 tablespoons full baking powder, 2 ounces salt, and about 1 gallon water. Mix up to thin dough and bake. Graham gems or muffins for 20 men. Take 2 pounds graham flour, 2 pounds wheat flour, 1/4 pound melted butter, 1 ounce salt, 2 ounces baking powder, 6 eggs, 1 quart milk, and thoroughly beat these ingredients. Have gem pans nicely greased. Pour in the batter and fill gem pans about half full. Put in a very hot oven and bake 20 minutes. Hot muffins for 20 men. Take 3 pounds flour, 1 ounce baking powder, 1/2 ounce salt, 3 ounces lard or butter, 3 eggs, and enough water or milk to make a batter to drop from spoon. Grease the gem pans or muffin mugs and fill mugs half full of dough and bake. Puddings, etc. Apple pudding for 20 men. Same as peach pudding, except use apples instead of peaches. Apple dumplings. Take 5 pounds pie dough and roll out in strips about 6 by 4 inches, rather thin. Put on each strip a spoonful of stewed apples, evaporated. If green, fresh apples, use raw. And fold over the 4 corners and roll in a round ball. Put in oven and bake about 45 minutes or till done. Serve hot with a white sauce, sweet cream. Apple fritters for 20 men. Take 4 pounds flour, 6 ounces baking powder, 1 ounce salt, 6 eggs broken in flour, 3 pints water, 1 can cream, 1 quart stewed apples. Mix all together. Add flour until it is thick enough to drop from spoon. Fry in hot lard like donuts. Apple roll for 20 men. Take 3 pounds flour, 1 pound lard, 1 ounce baking powder, 2 ounces salt. Mix with cold water, enough to make a thick dough. 1/2 pound dried apples. Soak and cook. Roll out dough similar to cinnamon roll. Place in greased bread pan. Break and beat an egg and paint rolls with this to brown color. The egg is not necessary, but makes the rolls look well. Place in oven and bake. Stewed apples or applesauce for 20 men. Take 1 quart water, 2 pounds apples, 1½ pounds sugar, 1 lemon, squeezed and peeling in, cinnamon and nutmeg to taste. Put all on stove and let cook about 1 hour. Soaking of apples not necessary. Cornstarch pudding for 20 men. Take 1 pound cornstarch, 1 pound sugar, granulated, 3 quarts water, 1 quart cream or milk, 2 ounces salt, 1 tablespoonful cinnamon, 1 teaspoonful nutmeg, 1 dozen eggs, when practicable. Heat water to a boiling point. Stir in cream, salt, sugar, cinnamon, and nutmeg. Dissolve the cornstarch in a small portion of the water and add the eggs, well beaten. Boil briskly for a few minutes, stirring often to avoid scorching. Set to cool in any kind of vessels, cups, vegetable dishes, etc. Flavor with lemon, etc., if desired. For baked cornstarch, pour this into a well-greased baking pan and bake about 1 hour in a moderate oven. Make a cream sauce for this. Cracker pudding. Take 1/2 dishpanful cracker meal, part bread soaked, water, 3 pounds sugar. Mix up 1 can cream and peaches, stewed, on top. Bake in oven. Sauce for same made as follows: 2 gallons water, 2 cans cream, 3 pounds sugar, 2 ounces salt, and 1 pound cornstarch. Custard pudding for 20 men. Take 2 quarts milk, 1 quart water, 1/2 ounce salt, 6 eggs, 2 pounds sugar, and thoroughly beat all together. Have a baking pan well greased and pour the mixture in and bake about 3/4 hour or till it is done, then serve. Can either flavor it or not. The best way to test this pudding is to stick a straw in its center. If the straw comes out clean, it is done. If particles stick to the straw, it is not done. Custard bread pudding for 20 men. Take 6 pounds stale or fresh bread, cut into small bits, 1 inch each way. Then make a custard of 2 quarts milk, 8 eggs, 1 pound granulated sugar, 1 nutmeg, a little salt, very little, 1/2 pound cornstarch. Put milk on stove and let come to boil, and add the other ingredients. And when it thickens, it is done. Pour over the diced bread and serve hot. English plum pudding for 80 men. Take 3 pounds raisins, 3 pounds currants, 1½ pounds brown sugar, 1 pound orange peel, 3 pounds beef suet chopped fine and freed from fiber, 3 pounds flour, peel of 6 lemons, 1½ ounces mixed spices, 3 pinches salt, 15 eggs, 1½ pints milk, 6 glasses brandy or best whiskey. Mix well, tie up with cloth in cans, boil 5 or 6 hours. Serve with brandy sauce. Fruit puddings are exactly as the fruit rolls, only the crust is put in a pan the same as making a pie. Filling put in and cooked with a top crust. Peach pudding for 20 men. Take 3 pounds flour, 1 pound beef suet, 1 ounce salt, 1 quart milk, 2 ounces baking powder, 12 eggs, 1/2 pound sugar, and 1 pint cold water. Beat these ingredients all well together to the consistency of a cake batter dough, to drop easily from spoon. Have a well-greased pan, pour the mixture, and let bake about 1 hour or till done. Make a white sauce as follows: 1 quart milk, 1 pint flour, 1½ pound sugar, 2 pounds stewed peaches, and set on stove. Let come to boil. Make thickening of 1/2 pound cornstarch and 1 pint water, and pour into the mixture till it thickens. And when ready to serve, pour over pudding and set in the oven for about 15 minutes to bake nice and brown. When done, serve. Peach fritters for 20 men. Take 4 pounds flour, 6 ounces baking powder, 1 ounce salt, 6 eggs broken in flour, 3 pints water, 1 can cream, 1 quart stewed peaches. Mix all together. Add flour until it is thick enough to drop from spoon. Fry in hot lard like donuts. Plum pudding for 80 men. Take 3 pounds beef suet, chopped fine and freed from fiber. 2 1/4 pounds stale breadcrumbs, thoroughly grated. 3/4 pound brown sugar. Rind of 3 lemons. 3/4 pound flour. 3 pounds raisins. 3 pounds currants. 1 1/2 pounds citron. 2 nutmegs. 15 eggs. 1 1/2 pints milk. Put in deep pan. Mix well. Tie up with cloth and cans. Boil 5 to 6 hours. Serve with cream sauce. Everything mentioned except eggs should be prepared the day before. Cost about $2.75. Rice pudding for 20 men. Put on stove in a tin boiler 1 pound of rice in 3 quarts of water. Let boil about 1 hour or till done. Then remove from stove and add 6 eggs, 1/2 pound lard, 1 pound sugar, 1/2 pound currants, 1/2 pound raisins, and 1/2 can cream diluted in 1 pint water. Season with nutmeg, cinnamon, and salt. Grease a bake pan and put mixture into oven and let cook for about 1 hour or till done. Tapioca pudding for 20 men. Take 2 pounds tapioca and boil in 1 pint cold water for 20 minutes. Remove from fire and add 1 quart fresh milk, cow's, 3/4 pound sugar, nutmeg, cinnamon, salt, and 1/4 pound butter, and 8 eggs, well beaten all together. Mix all thoroughly together. Put in a pudding dish and bake 3/4 hour or till done, and serve with sweet cream sauce. Sauce for apple fritters for 20 men. Take 3 quarts boiling water, 1/4 pound cornstarch, 1 can cream. Dissolve the starch in a little cold water to make a creamy paste of it. Pour cream in boiling water. Pour in cornstarch water when other water is boiling well. Add 2 ounces butter. Stir well. Remove from stove and add 3/4 pound granulated sugar. Flour with a little nutmeg, cinnamon, lemon extract, and a pinch of salt. Serve hot with fritters. Fritters also hot. Note, in frying fritters, do not let particles of fritters remain in grease. They will burn the grease. Brandy sauce. Take some good melted butter with new sweet milk according to the amount required. Sweeten to taste and add about 4 glasses of brandy. Desserts. Ginger cakes. Take 2 pounds lard, 4 pounds sugar, and rub together. Then add 2 dozen eggs, 3 at a time. Then put 4 ounces ginger in about 1 teaspoonful cinnamon, 1 pinch salt, 1 gallon molasses, 1 1/2 ounces soda, 3 heaping teaspoonsful baking powder, 6 pounds flour. Make a cake dough. Slack so as to drop from a spoon. Put in 2 bake pans and bake for 25 or 30 minutes till done. Griddle cakes for 20 men. Take 3 pounds flour, 2 ounces baking powder, 1 ounce salt, 10 eggs, 1 can cream, 1 quart water. Mix to consistency of thick batter. Fry on cake griddle with griddle greased with bacon rind or grease. Ginger snaps for 100 men. Take 16 pounds flour, 1 gallon molasses, 4 pounds sugar, 6 ounces powdered ginger, 5 ounces ammonia for baker's use, 4 ounces baking soda, 2 1/2 ounces salt, 2 1/2 ounces powdered cinnamon, cut with regular cutter. When about to put in the oven, cover the tops of the cakes with a wet cloth. This will cause them to spread and present a fine appearance. Rice cakes, number 1, for 80 men. Take 10 pounds rice flour, 2 1/2 pounds granulated sugar, 2 pounds butter or lard, 8 ounces baking powder, 2 cans cream. Roll upon pastry board and shape into cakes with a cake cutter. Bake in a slow oven. 1 dozen eggs added to above will make a fine appearance. Cheap ice cream for 40 men, 6 men to 1 quart ice cream. Take 2 quarts milk, 5 pounds granulated sugar, 7 tablespoonsful cornstarch, 5 cans evaporated cream or 3 quarts fresh milk, 4 ounces salt, 1 bottle flavoring extract. Boil the milk and cream, reserving 1/4 cup of milk. Mix the sugar, cornstarch, and salt thoroughly together. Add cold milk to the sugar mixture, and when well mixed, add the boiling milk. Turn back the mixture into a double boiler and cook 20 minutes. Stir constantly until smooth and occasionally after that. Strain all. Add more sugar if needed, and when cold, add the flavoring. Freeze as usual. This may be increased by adding more sugar and cream. If the milk is boiled when the cornstarch is added and cooked thoroughly, there will be no taste of cornstarch. Cost $1.03. 2 dozen eggs may be added to enrich cream. Lemon sherbet for 40 men. Take 25 lemons, 6 pounds granulated sugar, 8 quarts boiling water. Shave off peel from 12 lemons in thin, wafer-like parings, being careful to take none of the lighter colored rind below the oil cells. Put parings into a bowl and add boiling water and let stand 10 minutes, closely covered. Cut the lemons in half, remove the seeds, squeeze out juice, and add it, with sugar, to the water. If needed, add more sugar. When cold, strain through a fine strainer into can and freeze at once. Orange sherbet for 40 men. Take 8 tablespoonsful gelatin, 40 oranges or 8 pints orange juice, 7 pints cold water, 6 pounds granulated sugar, 3 pints boiling water. Soak the gelatin in 1 pint cold water. Cut the oranges in halves, remove the seeds, and squeeze all the juice into a large pitcher or bowl. Add sugar to juice. Dissolve the gelatin in the boiling water and add all to mixture in pitcher. Strain all into a can and freeze. If oranges are very sour, use more sugar. Apple pie for 20 men. Take 2½ pounds stewed apples. Season with cinnamon, juice of 1/2 lemon, and skin chopped fine. Crust, 4 pounds flour and 2 pounds lard. Pumpkin pie for 20 men. Take 2 pumpkins and peel and cut in about 2 or 3 inch squares. Cover with water and let boil about 1 hour. Drain off water and mash thoroughly and add 1/2 pound butter or bacon grease, 1/4 pound sugar. Season with nutmeg and cinnamon, and 1 ounce salt, and 1 quart milk, and 4 eggs beaten together. Set on stove and let come to a boil. Then it is ready. Remove and let cool. Stewed prunes for 20 men. Take 2 pounds prunes. Set on stove with water to cover and let cook 2 hours, or till soft and well done. Flavor with 2 pounds sugar and serve cold. Coffee. Coffee for party. Take 2 pounds coffee, 5½ gallons water, and whites of 2 eggs. Water just boiling. Soldier coffee for 20 men. Put on stove 2½ gallons water and let come to a boil. Add 1/2 pound ground coffee and let boil about 5 minutes. Remove from stove and put in about 1 pint cold water to settle it. It is then ready for use. End of Recipes used in the cooking schools. U.S. Army by United States Army.
Some Materials and a Possibility by Cecil Chesterton, 1879 to 1918. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Some Materials and a Possibility. Successive Reform Acts have so widened the basis of the franchise in this country that the working man has now the issue of the great majority of elections in his hands. By the working man I here mean the manual labourer who earns weekly wages. The definition is not scientific, but it is, I think, effectively descriptive. It is difficult to define a working man, but people know him when they see him, as Mr. Morley said of a jingo. The manual labourer, then, is master of the situation, and it becomes a matter of primary importance for any party which wishes for a parliamentary majority to consider what manner of man he is, and what kind of policy is likely to receive his favour. Now I have no sympathy at all with the contemptuous tone adopted by most socialists towards the working man. This scorn of the average artisan or labourer may be regarded as the connecting bond between all schools of modern socialism in this country, the one sentiment common to Mr. Hyndman and to Mr. Bernard Shaw. Would that scorn be just, its expression would be imprudent, for John Smith of Oldham, however stupid he may be, is, as Mr. Blatchford has remarked, very numerous, and in a country ruled by the counting of heads, it would be good policy to treat him with respect and good humour. But it is not just. As a matter of fact, the working man is by no means the slavish imbecile that some socialists seem to think him. The fact that he has built up with iron resolution in the face of stupendous difficulties and at the cost of terrible sacrifices the trade union system of this country, perhaps the noblest monument of the great qualities of the British character that the century has seen, might well protect him from the sarcasms of wealthy idealists. If he is not a socialist, is that altogether his fault, or is it by any chance partly ours? The British workman is not, as I have said, by any means a fool. He does not enjoy being sweated. He is not in love with long hours and low wages. He does not clamour for bad housing or dear transit. On the contrary, when sufficiently skilled and educated to be capable of effective organisation, he is a keen trade unionist, ready to stand up promptly and with conspicuous success for the rights and interests of his class, and he has shown himself able and willing to support legislation for his own benefit and that of his fellows. The Socialists have in him excellent raw material of which a most effective fighting force could be made. How do they use him? The first thing that a Socialist of the old school does, when brought face to face with a working class audience, is deliberately to insult it. I heard of one Socialist orator who began his address to an East End meeting with the sentence, "What are you? Dogs." I suggest that this is not the way to placate the unbeliever or to allay the suspicion with which his conservative instincts head him to regard a new idea. Moreover, it is not true. The working class man knows perfectly well that he and his class are not dogs, and he rightly concludes that a man so profoundly ignorant of his condition is not the man to improve it. However, having collectively and individually insulted those whom he seeks to convert, the preacher launches joyously into the abysses and whirlpools of German philosophy and economics, calls his hearers proletarians, to their intense astonishment, tells them that they are being robbed of surplus value, discusses abstruse matters concerning the relations between exchange value and labour power, and generally leads them through mazes of foreign scientific jargon from which they eventually emerge gasping for breath. Now I submit that this is an absurd way of going to work. Not so did Cobden and his allies act when they set out to convert the middle classes to the dogmas of Adam Smith. They had a systematic theory of economics as elaborate as that of the Marxian, but they did not pelt miscellaneous popular gatherings with its technicalities. They crystallized it into one simple, effective and intelligible phase: to buy in the cheapest market and to sell in the dearest. I will not disguise my personal conviction that this maxim is of and from the devil. But, perhaps for that reason, it is lucid and unmistakable and makes a definite and persuasive appeal to the instincts and prejudices of the commercial classes. I fear I cannot say as much for the crystallizations favoured by the socialist propagandists. The abolition of the wages system and production for use and not for profit convey to the workman, I imagine, no clearer meaning than they convey to me. I am aware that there has been of late in socialist circles something of a reaction against this sort of thing, as also against the futile Marxian prophecies to the effect that economic forces would produce a crisis which would have the effect of abolishing the capitalist system, whether anyone wanted it abolished or no. But the reaction has taken an entirely wrong turn. It has resulted so far in nothing better than an outburst of sheer sentimentalism, as unacceptable to the hard conservative common sense of the workers as the doctrinaire revolutionism that preceded it. The chief expression of this sentimentalism may be found in the repudiation of the class war by the leaders of the ILP and the substitution of vague talk about universal love and the brotherhood of man. Now here the ILP leaders have got hold of quite the wrong end of the stick. The existence of the class war is a fact of common observation. A short walk down any street with your eyes open will show it to you. Indeed, it is obvious that there is and must be a permanent antagonism between the buyers and sellers of labour, or if our hyper-economic critics prefer it, of labour power. And moreover, this fact of the class war is a fact, which every workman, as also every capitalist, recognises in practice, if not in theory. All trade unionism is built upon his recognition of it. So is the demand for a Labour Party. The error of the SDF did not lie here. The Marxians were not wrong in saying that there was a class war. There is a class war. They were not wrong in saying that the worker ought to be educated in class consciousness. They ought to be so educated for their class. Consciousness is the best foundation for our propaganda. Where the Marxians were wrong in regard to the class war was in their tacit assumption that class consciousness was identical with socialism. It is not. Socialists and trade unionists are alike in their recognition of the class war, but they differ widely in their attitude towards it. The socialist wishes so to organise society as to bring the class war to an end. The trade unionist wants the war to go on, but he wants his own class to get better chances in it than they get at present. As regards practical matters, the path of the two is for the present largely identical. Extended factory legislation, old age pensions, housing, the municipalisation of monopolies are desired by socialists and trade unionists alike, though not entirely for the same reasons. Here and there on trade union law, on compulsory arbitration in industrial disputes, in some instances on child labour, the attitude of the two may appear different, but it only requires the better economic education of the unions to bring them into line with the socialists on these points. Nevertheless, the distinction as well as the relation between the two must be kept constantly in mind, if the attitude of the typical manual worker towards socialism is to be understood. I confess that it strikes me as a little absurd that the very wing of the socialist army which most enthusiastically defends the obviously sensible policy of forming an alliance with the unions without asking its allies to swallow imposing socialist formulae, should be the one to throw over the one effective link between socialism and trade unionism, the recognition of the class war. The result of this repudiation and of the high-sounding humanitarian rhetoric with which it is accompanied has been to hopelessly estrange the ILP from the trade union movement, so that it is now hardly more influential in that direction than the SDF itself. The ILP does indeed to some degree enlarge its boundaries, but the type of man it now principally attracts is not the trade unionist or the labourer. The sort of person who finds the ILP creed, as mirrored in the utterance of Messrs. Keir Hardie and Bruce Glazier, exactly to his taste, is the wavering nonconformist in the process of ceasing to believe in God, who is looking about for something undenominational to believe in. Universal love, brotherhood, righteousness, all that sort of thing suits him down to the ground. The phenomenon is no new one in history. Just the same kind of sentiment underlays the political propaganda of Isaac Butt, of Vergniaud, of Sir Henry Vane. Its track is across history. Its name is Girondism, and its end has always been futility and disaster. The pious Girondins were shocked at Danton's declaration, "Terror is the order of the day," just as the ILP rhetoricians are shocked at the recognition of the class war, because it contradicted their sentimental assumptions. But terror was the order of the day, and it was only because terror was the order of the day that France was saved from foreign conquerors, and the revolution became an accomplished fact. But if the worker really does recognise the class war, and if the path of socialism is for the present along the lines of the class war, why does the worker distrust the socialist? I have hinted at my answer in a previous chapter, but I will take the present opportunity of elaborating it a little. When socialists of either of the above types leave German dialect and Girondin declamation, which he does not understand, and come to practical business, which he does, they give the working man very little that he values and much that is profoundly distasteful to him. When, for example, they touch on war and foreign politics, they give him, under a veil of specious rhetoric which does not convince him, the general impression that they want to see England licked. He does not like this, and he expresses his dislike vehemently and not always very peaceably. Doubtless he often vents his anger on people whose patriotism is as real as his own, and who merely differ from him as to the merits of some particular war or expedition. But on the whole, the astonishingly shrewd instincts of the workers do not mislead them. They are right in feeling that there is in the socialist movement a strong undercurrent of unmistakable anti-patriotism, a genuine hatred and contempt for England and her honour. If anyone doubts this, I do not think he has spent so much time in socialist clubs as I have. If all this anti-patriotic sentiment, which disgusts and repels the workers so much, were an essential part of socialism, we might have to accept our unpopularity as the inevitable penalty of our convictions and make the best of it. But if I have not proved that it is nothing of the sort, this book has been written in vain. Anti-patriotism, anti-imperialism, anti-militarism, these are not socialist doctrines, but the faded relics of a particularly debased form of liberalism. There is nothing in socialism to prevent us from appealing to the passionate patriotism of the masses. There is much in it to give point to such an appeal. The workman is a Tory by instinct and tradition. He is a jingo, a much healthier and more reputable jingo than his brother of the Stock Exchange, but still a jingo in the most emphatic sense. I am moreover convinced that he is, at heart, a protectionist. He dislikes the idea of a tax on bread, especially as Mr. Chamberlain gives him no really convincing guarantee of better industrial conditions to follow. But I believe, and I note that I have the support of so irreproachable a liberal and free trader as Mr. Browne Villiers in this belief, that if at any time during the last quarter of a century the protection of manufacturers alone has been offered to the working classes, they would have accepted it with the utmost eagerness. It is noticeable that as soon as the workman goes to the colonies, he becomes an out-and-out protectionist. This would hardly happen if he had imbibed the pure milk of Cobdenism with as much relish as the Liberals would have us believe. Here then is your Tory jingo protectionist working man. What are you going to do with him? It is easy enough to abuse him, but he is your only possible electoral material. He is the man by whose vote you have got to establish socialism, if it is to be established at all. There are much fewer Liberals than Tories among the workers, and such as there are will much less readily join you, for they represent generally the uncompromising individualistic radicalism which spread from the middle orders down through the upper ranks of the artisans during the dark days of Manchester ascendancy. It is from the Tory much more than from the Liberal worker that the Labour Party gets its votes, even now, while it is still burdened with a dead weight of senseless liberal traditions. How much greater would its expansive force become if once this burden was removed? What deduction must we draw from these things? Surely this, that we must appeal to the working classes on a double programme of practical and immediate industrial reform at home, and at the same time of imperial federation, a spirited foreign policy, and adequate provision for national defence. I believe this experiment would succeed. At any rate, it has never yet been effectively tried. When Mr. Bernard Shaw taunts the workers with their steady Tory voting, one feels disposed to ask him what he expects. Surely he would not have them vote Liberal. And if he replies that they should vote Socialist, one might throw down this direct challenge. Would Mr. Shaw himself, the most brilliant, the most acute and the most sincere of English socialists, vote for a good many of the Socialist and Labour candidates who have from time to time presented themselves before the British electorate? Would he not himself often prefer a Tory? But is there any reason to suppose that if a leader came to us with the specific talent and temperament of the demagogue, the value of which to a politician Mr. Shaw knows as well and regards as highly as I do, and made his appeal on the Fabian programme plus a vigorous and intelligent imperialism, the people of England would refuse to return him? I think not. If the Labour Party could only be persuaded to make such an appeal, it might yet redeem its mistakes and become a dominant force in politics. If not, if we go on as we have been going on in the past, if the SDF goes on pelting the class-conscious proletariat with multi-syllable German metaphysics, if the ILP continues to give altruistic and humanitarian commonplaces to those who ask for bread, if some of the brilliant intellectuals of middle-class socialism continue to treat the working classes as if they did not matter and could be trapped into socialism against their will, if, in a word, we go on insulting and bewildering those whom we wish to convert, addressing them in all the unintelligible tongues of Babel and forcing down their throats doctrines which they detest, then we shall never lead the workers. And if we do not lead them, someone else will. Yes, some day we shall be faced in this country by the appearance of a man who understands the working classes and can make them follow him. All parties will look at him askance, the Labour Party most of all. He will be called Jingo, reactionist, taker of Tory gold, but he will have the people of England behind him, because he will comprehend them and believe in them, desire what they desire, feel as they feel. And if he does what such a man did once in this country, when the Girondin Vanes and Sydneys were babbling about democratic ideals, as we are babbling now, if he drives our talkative and incompetent commons from their house and establishes a popular Caesarism on the ruins of our polity, the blame will not be his. The blame will be ours. It will be ours because we, whose mission it was to lead the people, would only find time to despise the people, because we could not and would not understand. End of Some Materials and a Possibility by Cecil Chesterton. Recording by Peter Tomlinson.